I presented things in a tabular format here for the simple reason that obviously too many topics. 25 airports have been selected for what? Privatization. But I don't want you to write full sentences from articles or from the editorials, because that is somebody else's opinion. Currently it is 81 crore under National Food Security Mission, correct? By 2050 it is expected that lot of people will be lifted out from poverty, and in cities you will be having 81 crore people surviving. British rule in India, if you see, what actually broke the back of British rule was Royal Indian Navy revolt. Front page in full bold headline, oh my god, for Sharjeel and for that other fellow, I don't know what his name, Umar or something. I may attack that country, I may take over it, or I may destroy it. There is a probability. Let us look into the topics here. I presented things in a tabular format here for the simple reason that obviously too many topics. So that is how we are going to see. There are actually 5 tables. Couldn't enter the 5th one. Table 1, Constitution, Law, Governance, Justice. Table 2, Internal Security, Digital Governance and Identity. Table 3, Economy, Foreign Policy, Defense. Table 4, Environment, Climate and Natural Resources. In addition to that, I have inserted images wherever necessary, wherever possible, so as to communicate certain data-oriented current affairs here. The fact of the matter is, apparently, few airports in our country are going to get privatized. 11 airports have been selected. 25 airports will be privatized. How many numbers are remaining? That we need not go into. Alright, 25 airports have been selected for what? Privatization. Then, what is the purpose here? Larger purpose here. The purpose is actually National Monetization Pipeline. What is National Monetization Pipeline? National Monetization Pipeline simply means we are renting out or leasing out government assets to private players. Private players will run it, private players will manage it, government will simply collect a fees from them, money from them, a lease amount or a rent. You are not selling it out outrightly to them. Understand that in National Monetization Pipeline, there is no selling. There is no transfer of ownership. It's only operations. Operations will be given to a private player. Government, bus, sit back and chillax. Now, when I say operations of airport, please understand again, it is not that security we will privatize. No, security will be still managed by whom? Central Industrial Security Force. CISF or CRPF, however is necessary. Generally, it is CISF. This is the logic. Under National Monetization Pipeline, what is the target? 6 lakh crore. Over what? Financial year 2022 for financial year 2025. That means basically it will get over this March, April. Under airport sector, what is the target? 20,782 crore. That is the target that we need to achieve. So far, where do we stand with this 6 lakh crore target? We have achieved nearly 88.3%. That is 5.3 lakh crore has already been generated within 3 years' time. That means goes without saying National Monetization Pipeline is actually a success. Got the point here, people? Clear? Moving on to the next data again. When did this airport privatization begin? That also we need to know. Began in 2003. These images are basically to do with which and all airports we started off with, etc. Then the main data. What percentage of population actually uses aircraft for traveling? It is just 6%. So 6% is the number of people who are traveling. 6 lakh crore is the target under National Monetization Pipeline. Around 88% has been achieved. 25 airports is going to be privatized. Done. This is how you do data. You pick the numbers in such a way that you can somewhere or somehow recall it. Got the point here? I agree, maybe by the end of week or end of this class, you will forget it. But somewhere you will have a clarity. Nah. It is less than 10% of the population who actually uses air travel. That is the reason again why this is not a major issue. Oh my God, Indigo. We were all, newspapers were crying, oh my God, this is crony capitalism, this, that, etc. But why it didn't create any major jhatka as such? 6%. In that 6% again, do you think all the 6% got affected because of Indigo? No. Only whoever were traveling got affected. Others who were not traveling were not at all affected. That's it. Something that is going to affect majority of the population, government will sit up and notice. It is only going to affect a minority. Why will they even bother? Got the point here? India currently has 163 airports. 50 new airports will be required in the next 5 years. That is by 2030-31. By 2026, India will be handling around 550 million passengers, which will eventually rise to around 850 million. It is expected from 55 crore to it will go to 85 crore in the next 5-6 years. Chances are there. Got the point here? See, some data you can write down. Data noting down is never a bad deal. Noting down data. Got the point? Noting down data is always good. There is nothing wrong with it. But I don't want you to write full sentences from articles or from the editorials. Because that is somebody else's opinion. You have the data now with you. Based on the data, you can come to a conclusion. Got the point here? It is not a critical sector that will affect the majority of the population. And let us be very honest. The 6% of the population, do you really think they will stand in the queue to vote? Absolutely not. Got the point here? Your picture using idea is actually so good. It is good, Tani ji. The only problem is it will take time to generate it. That is the point. Even though it is ChatGPT, I agree. ChatGPT is like, I should do. You enter 3 data, it will add a 4th data by itself. Or you enter 3 data, it will add 3, it will end only to 1 will go out. Constantly you have to keep reviewing and changing. But that is my headache. But again, just communicating it to you. Now let us see the first table here. The table 1 on Constitution, Law, Governance and Justice. What is this article about? Road accident compensation. So this road accident compensation, again, like I've always told you, when you take down any polity-related article, we don't want general sentences. We want judicial verdicts. Keep it in mind. Judicial verdict. From there, we need to build our answer. So let us see here. Motor Vehicle Act 1988, Section 168 empowers tribunals to award just compensation. Tribunals for accidents. What are tribunals? Tribunals are courts that are set up for a specific purpose. National Green Tribunal will look into environment. CAT, Central Administrative Tribunal, they will look into your cases. IAS, IPS officers, central government officers, transfer, promotion, suspension. That is basically any administrative matter connecting with an All India service or a central government employee. That will be looked after by CAT. So tribunals are created for specific purposes. Just like that, you have tribunals exclusively to deal with what? Compensation for accident victims. So what they will say? Just compensation should be awarded. In the Sarla Verma versus Delhi Transport Corporation mandated structured multiplier method. That is, this is again a judicial verdict. Sarla Verma versus Delhi Transport Corporation, they basically came with this conclusion that you have to give compensation based on multiplier effect. What is this multiplier effect? Multiplier effect simply means the deceased individuals, the accident victims' income. What was his salary or his or her salary? Age. How much they could have earned. All this you will multiply number of years left in service, put interest, etc., etc. Then you will come to an amount. When you look at it, it sounds very reasonable. Correct? Because from income you can calculate it. But in a country where around 86% of the people who are employed, they belong to the informal sector, how do you get to fix the income? There are housewives also who are part of the care economy. There is no way by which we can find out what is their monthly income. Children, elderly people, that is somebody who is retired and more than 60 years. So how will you even find it out? This is the problem here. Insurance Company Limited versus Pranay Sethi, standardized amounts for loss of consortium. Laws of consortium, loss of estate, and funeral expenses. These three should be considered. What is this loss of consortium? See, when a person dies, it is not that we will give compensation. Compensation will only give some sense of financial stability. I'm not telling it will cover up all financial expenses. No. But what about the presence of that individual? The emotional support, emotional and mental support that you are going to miss out because that person is no more there in your life. Uska kya? That is what comes under consortium. Loss of estate means obviously the loss of property, what assets he could have made probably, the funeral expenses, even these should be included. Kirti versus Oriental Insurance recognized unpaid domestic work also as labor. Got the point? Unpaid domestic work. Clear? English batch is best for you. So that is the logic here. Motor Accident Claims Tribunal, Supreme Court of India, Delhi High Court. These are the three things. So this one is Motor Accident Claim Tribunal. The first one, Sarla Verma versus Delhi Transport Corporation. That is Supreme Court. And finally, you have Kirti versus Oriental Insurance, Delhi High Court. Clear? Compensation calculated as annual income into age-based multiplier plus fixed heads. Income-based hierarchy disadvantages children, homemakers and informal workers through notional income. Section 147 mandates unlimited insurance liability, but income anchors valuation. That is, there is a rule actually which says that Section 147, as per this Motor Vehicles Act, the insurance amount is unlimited. But the fact of the matter here is because you bring income into the question, it puts an anchor. Anchor means what? It fixes a value. There is no income, it's difficult to calculate. And it is then finally left to whom? Discretion of the judge in question. The judge is having a big heart, he will sign a huge amount. He will release a huge amount. The judge is somebody like, doesn't care. Okay, only this much, leave. Then that will be the end of it. Railways Act provides a uniform rupees 8 lakh per passenger death. Carriage by Air Act 1972 provides fixed compensation, concerns under Article 14 equality and Article 21 dignity. So the point here is because Railways actually gives 8 lakh flat as compensation. Even aircraft, passenger aircraft, even there also, it's a flat compensation. That is not there for road accidents. Obviously, right, because each accident, it is different. There, it is largely like it is not the people's fault. Correct? It is not the passenger's fault. But in accident cases, generally, if you see, yes, the person who is driving it, it will be generally his or the opposite person's fault. We never know. So to actually decide a compensation is never going to be easy. One methodology what Delhi High Court Motor Accident Claims Annuity Deposit System has brought in is what they are doing is the amount will be deposited in an account. But from there, monthly only the amount will be disbursed. Monthly disbursal. Monthly, a small amount will go monthly. Electronically. So that the amount reaches the victim correctly. Good system. But it still doesn't answer the fact that violation of Article 14, that is right to equality. Because accident victims are being treated unequally based on their income, their age. Correct. Number 2, by doing that discrimination, you're denying their right to life and to lead a life with dignity. Article 21. Especially for their survivors. Got it? The point is, let me tell you, editorial again and again people keep asking me. I'm telling you, see, editorials are at the end of the day another individual's opinion. Got the point here? Whoever gives an opinion, it should be based on fact. Fact is not there. There is no point in taking that opinion. Please understand that. Any opinion should be based on data as far as a civil servant is concerned. You open your mouth, you pick your pen to write an answer, it should be based on data. If you look at my structuring also, it is always in that manner. Clear? Moving on. Again, very quickly. Swachh Bharat Mission launched in 2014. Okay. What was the target there? The target was 12 crore, more than 12 crore rural household toilets were constructed. Yes, huge success. All villages declared themselves open defecation free, ODF, open defecation free. That means no more people are going publicly and releasing stuff. That is the idea. Great. But we understood merely constructing toilets is not enough. We need to take it one more step further because 814 million urban population it will be by 2050. 814 million roughly means 81 crore. That means easily more than 50% of the population will be in cities by then. There will be more number of cities, obviously. More and more cities will pop up. There is no doubt about it. So that 81 crore, if you see, it is the same 81 crore which is there for what? National Food Security Mission. Remember, one number but two data. Currently, it is 81 crore under National Food Security Mission, correct? By 2050, it is expected that lot of people will be lifted out from poverty. And in cities, you will be having 81 crore people surviving. Now, how are you going to manage things there? ODF plus, that is the next thing that we have initiated. What is that? Solid waste management, liquid waste management, behavioral change, sanitation service chain. Solid waste, liquid waste, sewage, seepage, all of that. Behavioral change. Behavioral change means not to throw garbage openly on the road. To ensure that recycling of waste is done. Sanitation service chain means you are taking the sewage, you are processing it, even from septic tank, you are sucking it out, you are processing it, you are converting it into very less harmful format, and then you are discharging it into the river or the seas. That is the idea here. It simply means end-to-end waste processing. Got the logic here? As of October 25, 5.68 lakh villages, nearly 97% of India's villages have been declared ODF. So, this thing, ODF plus. 97% villages, ODF plus. Done. Harihar Sudan, who is this sports tube? See, let me tell you, English as a batch is provided. I agree. I have no problems. But you really want to improve your vocabulary, you want to push yourself, means choose English language. Reason is, you are ultimately going to write the exam in English. Two options are there. You want to improve, push yourself, get out of your comfort zone. Or you can continue taking the English batch. There is nothing wrong with it. But get into an English batch, get used to the words, because UPSC year on year is increasing the toughness of the vocabulary. Keep it in mind. UPSC will never bring their level down. Year on year, you look at the question paper. The questions are getting increasingly tough to understand, not to write. Tough to understand. Push your limits, get outside your comfort zone. That is what I would suggest. You're weak in something, make it strong. Suspension of sentence, Uttar Pradesh, Delhi. And the suspension of sentence is again with regard to the Unnao rape case. Now, what was the logic here of suspending that sentence and giving him bail? Delhi High Court's logic. What are the outstanding Supreme Court rulings? Let us look into both. First thing, Code of Criminal Procedure. What are the rules? Code of Criminal Procedure 1973, which is now Section 389, Bharatiya Nagarik Suraksha Sanhita. 2023. Section 430 permits suspension during appeal. That means this particular law is there. Suspension during appeal. That simply means lower court gave a punishment. Okay. I am appealing it in High Court. I'm the advocate. I'm appealing for that person in the High Court. The appeal is still being considered there. Till a final judgment comes out of the appeal, the sentence will be suspended. Sentence will be suspended means it is not being carried out. Mind you, it is not about he is being set free. Chal bhai, ja beta ja jeele apni zindagi. That is not the point. Got the point here? That is not at all the point. Conviction remains as it is. Now the question is the sentence. The period of the punishment, the conviction. How long you will be, that person should be in jail. So here the idea is, till a final verdict comes, this person need not go and sit inside jail. Let the High Court decide or let the Supreme Court decide. Aspirants have to become Shashi Tharoor, sister. I always keep telling you need not become Shashi Tharoor. It is not at all necessary. My English, does it look like Shashi Tharoor? Shashi Tharoor, if he is sitting in Delhi, I am sitting in Kanyakumari. That is how different, like chalk and cheese difference is there. I am speaking absolutely ordinary English. Make no doubt about it. Short sentences, when you repeatedly use it, it will sound to the rest of the world that your English is good. That's all. Coming back now. So the point here is what? Sentence is getting suspended, not the conviction. So is this legal? Absolutely yes. Sentence can be suspended. But in this particular case, again, if you see, Supreme Court has given certain verdicts. What are those? In the Bhagwan Rama Shinde Gosai versus State of Gujarat, held that in that, what did Supreme Court say? Suspension is normal for fixed term sentences. First point. That means suspension of sentences should be carried out only where a definite term is given. This person is imprisoned for 5 years, for 7 years, 10 years, 3 years, 1 year. Only in such cases, suspension of sentences has to be carried out. Not in this particular case. In this particular case, what was the punishment given to this ex-MLA? Life imprisonment till death. Till his end of his natural life, he should be jailed. $1 million question is, see, if it was a High Court of Kerala that would have given him suspension of sentence, I could have understood. Thinking that no, High Court of Kerala did not know about Supreme Court ruling. You are in Delhi. You are Delhi High Court. Supreme Court is also there in Delhi. Being the High Court, the least that you can do is check the judicial precedents. Supreme Court also need to pull up all the high courts of the country and tell them that you are going to abide by the judgments of the Supreme Court until and unless we change it or we review it. This is a standard ruling. So if I was the High Court judge, I would have quoted this and I would have told suspension will not apply here. You have to start doing your jail term. Don't come with such frivolous petitions here. You are accused of, you are convicted of rape. Not even accused, you are convicted of rape. Punishment that we will see. But meanwhile, you go and sit in jail. That is what I would have said. But obviously. Next thing. Kashmira Singh versus State of Punjab cautioned against. The next case. What did the next case say? Cautioned against injustice from prolonged incarceration. Delhi High Court judge actually quoted this ruling, telling that for a long time if somebody is in jail, that is injustice. Arey, he did not fight for our freedom. He has raped a girl, a small girl, using his power as an MLA. Conviction has been upheld. 7 years he was in jail. So, prolonged incarceration if he is in jail. The logic was this much. What if tomorrow he has filed an appeal, right? What if the sentence comes down and he has already completed 7 years? So, what if, his punishment comes down? He has already completed 7 years and we are pushing him further into jail. That will be an injustice. He was raped. She lost her father. She lost her aunt. Multiple times an attempt on her life was met. But none of this. It just like that movie, Ishq, old one, Amir Khan, Ajay Devgan. There was this guy, right? Sometimes that is how the judiciary behaves in our country. Taking it further forward, Shivani Tyagi versus State of UP held that long incarceration alone insufficient for life sentences. Now comes the next part. Latest ruling from 2024. In that, very clearly, again Supreme Court has said, if punishment is life imprisonment, you cannot give that the person was already in jail for 7 years. Now again you have to put him in jail. You cannot give that as a reason. He has done a crime worthy of life imprisonment. So he should be in jail. You cannot suspend the sentence. Got the point here? This is the logic. So Supreme Court rulings are there. Delhi High Court judge, I don't know what was he even thinking. Gave a verdict to her, let him go. And the next comedy is what? We know that you are scared, etc. But just because there may be a threat, we cannot put this guy in jail. Got the point? There may be a threat. For that reason, we cannot put now. Maybe a threat just because a probability is there. Like basic common sense, basic level of empathy missing in Indian judiciary, unfortunately. Chotelal Yadav versus State of Jharkhand required palpable trial error suggesting acquittal. Means what? When you are suspending a sentence of an individual, that is, let us say I am the High Court judge. This case comes to me. If I am suspending his sentence and telling, okay, till appeal is over, his sentence is suspended. If I am giving it, there should be a strong reason for it. And what is the reason? At the trial stage, that is at the lower court stage, some gross error should have happened. These are all Supreme Court standing rulings. Got the point here? During appeal, Lavanya convicted. Please understand. That is why I told you initially. Appeal when you are filing. He filed an appeal against, when you file, he is filing an appeal against the punishment given, the quantum of punishment given to him. Conviction stands there. There is no doubt. Conviction remains as it is. There is no doubt at all. It is against the sentencing that he has filed the appeal. Clear? Jamnalal versus State of Rajasthan 2025 held minority findings in Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act cases cannot be lightly unsettled. Now what is this? This simply means you cannot take some minor technical clauses in the POCSO Act and then somehow give a bail to the convict or even to the accused. See, POCSO is very clear. You have sex with an underage individual, there is no bail, you will be arrested, you will be thrown to jail. And it will be considered as statutory rape. Consent was there, consent was not there. The law is very clear. But what is the issue here? POCSO Act does not define who is a public servant. It does not define it very clearly. Under actual definition of POCSO Act, if I take it up word for word, if you take, there is no mention of MLA, MP, minister in that entire act. Citing that act, the judge said, MLA is not a public servant. Any student of polity, any decent student of polity who has sat in a polity class will be telling you, you are ultimately a representative for a constituency, means you are supposed to do a seva there. You are automatically a public servant there. So POCSO Act itself, in that act itself they have said, Where things are not clear, where the definitions, etc., are not clear, what do? You read it along with other acts. Other acts means like Criminal Procedure Code. Under Criminal Procedure Code, by the definition of public servant, is MLA a public servant? Yes. You're supposed to read both the acts together. Did the Delhi High Court judge do that? That also he didn't do. Gave bail. Aram se. Thank God Supreme Court immediately intervened. With more such cases, what we are seeing is the inept quality of Indian judiciary. Nowadays, internet is there, media is there. We are getting to know about the Vahyad logic with which they are actually releasing culprits. Where each and every time Supreme Court comes to the rescue to save whatever little bit of name is there or aura is there associated with the credibility of Indian judiciary. Supreme Court intervened, immediately reversed, and everybody like, okay, we solved the matter. Now it died because he's back in jail. Everybody kept quiet. But don't you think High Court should have better standard? People even today give credit to the BJP party for actually what? Manipur conflict. But whoever have sat in my class, I have already told you, Manipur conflict started from where? Who initiated the spark? A High Court verdict in Manipur. One High Court verdict started the whole riot. What punishment was given to the judge? He was just transferred from one High Court to the next High Court. Clean. Manipur is still burning. Exactly. Justice Yashwant Verma case. So with all these incidents, what we are seeing is judiciary in India is actually becoming like a dash and a dash and a dash. You can fill it up with whatever you want. Supreme Court of India, Delhi High Court. Suspension halts punishment but does not erase guilt. This is to answer the question what Lavanya or Lavia, I'm not sure. In life imprisonment cases, suspension is exceptional and requires objective assessment of gravity and likelihood of acquittal. That means, if an individual has been convicted of a crime and that person has been awarded life imprisonment, if you are going to suspend the person's sentence, what should you do? You should actually see, is there any chance that this person can get acquitted? Because you looked into the evidences and you feel this evidence, everything is botched up. There is no logic in this. Then you can suspend the sentence. When the evidence is so strong, the material evidence, the the witness statements, everything is so strong. On what basis are you even giving it off? Got the point here? आपकी आवाज बीच में बंद हो जाता है. Anybody facing this issue? What happened to that High Court judge after this? Nothing, Bhumi. If you or any one of you does any one of this nonsense, that is as an IAS or IPS officer, if you trigger a riot or something, which is running for more than a year, trust me, you're going to get dismissed from the service. Dismissal, nothing less than that. Probably jail time. All right? Later, Gopal Havaldar. Moving on. So our dear Delhi High Court judge quoted a very new ruling. What is that? A ruling from 1984, 41 years ago. Vareva. Even before I was born. R.S. Nayak versus A.R. Antule, 1984 held. Legislators are not public servants unless statute includes them. Statute means the law includes them. This is what he said. As per this ruling, he's not a public servant, so he won't come under the definition. Independent Thought versus Union of India adopted purposive interpretation to protect minors. Attorney General for India versus Satish rejected narrow skin-to-skin interpretation. What are these? Purposive means, see, understand, ultimately you are here to protect the dignity of a child. Got the point here? dignity of a child's future. That is the purpose here. It is not to save the convict. It is to protect the victim. Victim, again, as per today's zaman of political correctness, we shouldn't say victim. We should use survivor. Whatever. That is the purpose. That is what? Who said? Purposive interpretation in Independent Thought versus Union of India, 2017. Attorney General for India versus Satish rejected narrow skin-to-skin interpretation. Kamlesh, it is not like that. Where I want to twist the law, I will quote the case to suit my interest. Now, simple common sense. 1984 case he knew to quote. He didn't know the cases which had come in 2024, 2025, 2 cases in 25, 1 case in 24. These 3 cases he was like, like a guy from Ishq movie. Got the point? These cases he didn't know, but something which is probably, not probably, definitely 41 years ago, that he remembered. Coming to the next point, narrow skin-to-skin contact. What was this? This was again another brilliant ruling from a Bombay High Court. That is, if the breast of a woman is grabbed outside the fabric, that is, cloth is there, like this, if it is grabbed, skin-to-skin contact is not there. It was only skin to cloth or fabric. It is not molestation. Wow. Therefore, we are letting this person go. We are acquitting him. This was the ruling given. Supreme Court again jumped in. Reversed it. Now the person is in jail. And put the person back in jail again. How many more times high courts of our country will keep committing blunder and Supreme Court will keep intervening to save the image? Whatever little bit of image is remaining, how many times will they do it? Supreme Court, rather than taking this active interest in, other matters, stray dog, this, that, etc., it would be better if they first try to pull up all the high courts, conduct a conference, get all the judges and tell them, listen, get yourself updated. These are the standard rulings. Get things in order. It is single integrated judiciary. Supreme Court's orders, directions are binding on high courts and all the lower courts of our country. High time they did that. Got the point here? Absolutely. Yashwant Verma case, in his house, they found burnt currency. That is, fire happened. Fire occurred in Justice Verma's house. Firefighters came. They did water fighting, everything. Then they found a sack. They opened the sack. It was filled with burnt currency notes, 200 rupees notes. Then immediately the firefighters called their superior. They came in. They recorded a video. When Justice Verma was asked, he was like, hey, I am seeing it for the first time. How did it reach here? I have no idea. Like that, he reacted. An internal committee was set up by Supreme Court to find out. And even that committee found out that he is guilty. But they have not released the findings yet. Got the point here? As if on cue. After this Justice Verma's incident happened, generally, if you notice, most of the verdicts given by the judiciary are pro-government. Got the point here? That is the reason. Clear? This is the point. Kindly take in English. I am taking in English only. Don't worry. See what? Please understand. To the non-Hindi speaking population, if I say something in Hindi, it is nothing important. Please understand. It is not, oh my God, sir said a valid point in Hindi. That's it. Now I will not clear UPSC. It is sarcasm. It is just dark humor or grey humor, however you want to call it. Some things are there which you have to express in that particular language. Getting the point? For example, to my Tamil friends out there, Kadalum Vandiyum. Does it sound good? No. Love and nausea. To the Hindi speaking population, what it means is pyar or ulti. Love and nausea. That's the logic. Clear? Coming back. Supreme, again, what are the cases? Then whatever I have told you, this is the whole story of that Unnao case, whatever it is, not relevant from an exam perspective. That is, her aunts died, then her father died in police custody. That is not important. From an exam perspective, it is not important. Ye sirf jankari ke liye. To know what was the case. That's it. Clear? Property registration, Bihar, Tamil Nadu. High Court blunder ruling show incompetency. Definitely you write it, no problem. How can I become master in international? Arjun, if you become master in international relation, you will become a faculty. You don't have to be a master. Be a jack of all trades, crack the exam, get lost to Labasna. Unnecessarily don't give competition to the faculties. Okay? Correct? Correct? Exactly. Now property registration. What is this property registration? Property registration, a rule was actually passed in Bihar basically. What was that rule basically? That is when a property is being transferred. Okay, let us say I wrote a property in my son's name. In Bihar I am. I wrote my property in my son's name and then I died. Okay. My son happily goes to the registrar's office because he wants to sell that property. Registrar is like, where is the mutation certificate? My son is like, mutation what? Mutation certificate. He's like, what is that? Mutation certificate will show transfer of, or rather change of owner. Initially it was me, now it has gone to my son. So that transfer of ownership, that certificate should be there. If that certificate is not there, my son cannot sell it, my son cannot use it, my son cannot do anything with it. Basically, it is practically useless. So Bihar government passed such a law. What is the logic behind it? To end all civil disputes. That is, at least from now on, let us create a procedure here, a standard procedure. Whenever you sell a property, you're transferring it, you're gifting it a mutation certificate from the registrar's office. Sounds good? Sounds okay. Judiciary struck it down. Why? Judiciary told that, hello, your job is basically to see who is buying it, who got the gift. Check his credentials. Whether that person can use it or not, that is a matter of civil case. Only judiciary can decide it. You are nobody to decide it. They struck down the law. Like I have told you, in India, basically, civil cases are there which are running for more than 30 years. Grandfather started it. Father is running it. Tomorrow, son also will run it. And probably sometimes when I say for 30 years and all, don't think 30 years means such a big property it will be. It will be one small zameen. Very small. And because it is under dispute, legal dispute, what happens is, surrounding areas nearby it also has lost value. Nobody will invest there. Nobody will come there because they'll be, already dispute is there. This property is also near it. Why we need trouble? So finally what happens is, other than making the advocates richer, it will not do anything. But there is no point in telling it because unfortunately in rural India especially, zameen means ye hamara parampara, khandan, zameen, that's what they do. Ultimately what happens? A long legal dispute where there is no end to it. And every time people take it with emotion. Is zameen par mujhe marna hai. Arey, if you are based on your naseeb and your karma, you may probably die even on the road, struck by a lightning, or maybe inside a hospital. With loose motion, you can die. What is this whole idea that yahan par I will die? What is the whole logic here? No logic. Zero logic. Got the point? Certain initiatives have started taking place. States like Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, they are doing digitalization. Now, digitalization is possible in urban areas. Why? Plots. Large land is taken and they cut it into plots. 30, 40, 1,200 square feet. 30, 40, that is what it means. 30 into 40 or 40, 60, 2,400 square feet. Correctly it is cut out. Everybody knows. Where does it start? Where does it end? Rural area. From that people tree to this banyan tree to that mango tree. Mango tree ke opposite one river is there. That river is not counted. This is how they have divided the property. That's it. And they will say one estimate. This will be some 2 acre. That will be some 3 acre. What is 2 acre won't even be 1 acre. What is 3 acre could be probably 5 acre. Got the point here? It is all approximation. That's it. Legal disputes will start. Got the point here. ये जमीन मेरी माँ है, correct? Akbar died due to loose motion. Oh, that is a new information. माँ को नहीं छोड़ सकते हम. Oof. Own mother only will leave you and go one day. What zameen are you going to carry? Clear? That is the whole thing about. Coming to dowry. Or transferred Yashwant Verma to Allahabad. Why? Because Soumya Pathak, when you probably prepared for Supreme Court, High Court, etc., what punishments are available against Supreme Court or High Court judges? Just impeachment procedure, which has to be initiated by the Parliament. Other than that, there is no punishment that can be awarded by Supreme Court by law. By law, there is no such provision at all. Got the point here? So one IAS officer told to the truck drivers while they were protesting, "Tum logon ki औकात क्या है? औकात, 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 औकात." People actually made a rap song with it. औकात, औकात. By evening, the video got circulated in the media. By evening, he got his transfer orders. Evening. What are these judges getting? Nothing. Not even a slap on the wrist. It is maximum like, "Are pagle, what did you do? Come here. I'll put you in another place." This is the logic. Clear? How much land does a man require? Oh, Aditi is full on. Aditi, what did you have in the evening before starting the class? Anyway, coming to one of the most favorite thing of all the men in India, dowry. Oh, what does it mean? Shwetak. Are pagle means, you silly boy, come here. What did you do? Let me put you in another place. That is what it means. All right. Vivek Dubey, that is because, have you ever read a Supreme Court verdict? Once you read a Supreme Court verdict, you will understand why it is kept in English. Got the point here? It is not like how in simple language I am putting it out over here. That wording should be pakka. And in Shuddh Hindi, when you try to do it, the meaning can go either or udhar. That is the problem. English, we are doing it so that there is no confusion with regard to the final verdict. Got the point? Paramilitary forces does not have court-martial proceeding. That will again depend. If you are talking about CISF, CRPF, etc., it says straight away dismissal from service. There is no court-martial and all. Just like Mamuli police, how it is done. Army has a special court exclusively to look into the disciplinary matters of their officials. Clear? How effective? It is not at all effective, because dowry, actually, if you see, dowry today, it is called gift. All the guys who are sitting and watching it, they will now be, "No, Satyam Vada, Dharmam Chara, never. I will never take gift." But the moment they crack the service, go and give a speech in one academy, they will be like, "Sir, one gift before you leave." You will slowly open the gift wrapper and see, "Apple, latest Apple." Then you will be like, "Okay, I liked it." Then they will bring one flat book also, again covered. You will be like, "Oh, thank you." Slowly you will open it. MacBook. Anything else? Then they will come again with one small. "Sir, this is again a small token of our appreciation because you came here and inspired our students." Open that and see some solid notes are there. Gandhi, smiling. All that will be there. Getting the point here? This is the start of corruption. Starting point of corruption starts from there. Because somehow aspirants feel after they crack it, I have spent so much time, I have put in so much of effort. So, banta hai yaar, I have given so much of effort. Let it come. It is okay. So whatever you wrote in the ethics paper, integrity, honesty, everything goes outside the room, because it is apple. Even if it is bitten, who cares? A bitten apple has far more value than a full apple in our country. Correct? That is the logic. Just like that, they will go for this gift culture also. Clear? Enda devame. Dowry Prohibition Act 1961 criminalizes dowry. Supreme Court judgment held dowry violates Article 14 and constitutional values of justice, liberty, and fraternity. Very nice to read. But where is it being practiced? Unfortunately, the girls of our batches, whether you crack the service, whether you don't crack the service, you will end up paying gift. Exactly. Actually, I wanted to write an ethics book, but then I started getting scared because whoever wrote an ethics book, they have got jailed. Whoever scored very well for ethics or whoever wrote an ethics book, one or the other way, they have ended up in controversy. So I was like, no need. No need to write it at all. It is a jinxed subject I am feeling. Case involved demands of color television. Ada. Color television. Vareva. Motorcycle and 15,000. Dowry has been disguised as gifts, linked to hypergamy and spread across religions. What is hypergamy? Can anybody tell me? Exactly. Oh. Soumya ji, if you jump from one branch to the other at this rate, how will I crack all the doubts? Oro is come from dowry. They say he give gift for a daughter, not me as dowry. Exactly. See, that is the other thing. Parents have made it one competition match. Hypergamy, can anybody tell me what it is? They made it a competition match actually. This much I gave, this much I gave. All right. And girls are also no less. Sometimes they'll be like, Papa, मेरी सहेली की what is it शादी में शाहरुख खान came to dance. Can you get Ranveer Singh for my wedding to dance? Got the point here. So it goes on. Peaks up, peaks up, peaks up. Marrying above one's caste. That will be better. Marrying one who has high social status. That is the main idea. So for all the guys out there, probably you will also get good rishta. High status. That is MP, MLA, etc. If he is a 5-time MP, 6-time MLA, etc., etc., don't even think twice. Marry. Because definitely he will have assets. Single daughter. Give her a life. Don't be selfish. Be very big of, Dildar Banja to give her a life. Single daughter. Give her a life. And use the Mercedes-Benz, the palatial bungalow, the duplex flat. Use everything. Got the point? Even diesel also for the car. Take it from your father-in-law. Clear, people? This is the logic. I am not comfortable in English. I have heard all sorts of things. Now I am hearing this. Directions to appoint dowry prohibition officers, train police and judiciary. Nothing is going to change. That is the bottom line. Clear? Basically, what is the disturbed area? आप क्या सिखा रहे हैं? They understand my sarcasm. People are like, sir, what are you telling? You're telling to take dowry and bribe and everything. Not at all. I myself have never taken. Trust me. I've not taken a single rupee from my in-laws. Ulta, I share the expenses. Trust me, my ego is very, very high. It is not at all fragile. I have a supremely high ego. So I have never taken it. And I will tell to all the guys out there, jokes aside, if you want respect from your wife for the rest of your life, don't take a single rupee from there. Never question when your wife is going to her home. Never question what money she is sending her home. Never question it. And always tell your wife that your daughter first and wife second. So your parents need you means you're going there. 3 sentences for a happy married life. Got the point here? There are 2 ways to make your partner listen to you. One is ha, hoo, ha. The other one is through gesture. Second one is little teda, little out of the box. But you follow that, I'm telling you, your wife will listen to you. You won't have to force her for anything. You just have to tell that this is my suggestion. She will listen. You don't have to show, I am the man. He knows you are a man because you didn't take 1 rupee. You don't question her when it comes to her family. All right? Happy, everybody? No, I have 2 sisters, basically. I have 2 sisters, one elder sister, one younger sister. Correct. So will I like it if somebody treats them badly? Absolutely not. It's as simple as that. Clear? Come back. 703 pending cases, acid attack cases. Bottom line is the men of our country are actually not good. Got the point? Men of our country are really not good. Why? Because they cannot handle rejection. Acid attack cases, majority of the cases if you see, it is all because of what? 75% is linked to personal relationship issues. Personal relationship issue when we say, what is the point here? Personal relationship issue means guy proposed, girl said no. Next day he gets acid and throws it on her face. That's it. The idea is if she is not mine, then she shouldn't be anybody else's. Bottom line is, guys in our country unfortunately cannot handle rejection. Telegram channel, take it. So many girl students have messaged me, sir, these are the messages we are getting. I will open it and then see. Are hi to bolo. Tell her hi. Okay, I will start using only English henceforth. Tell her hi. No, you are not that beautiful also. Don't show so much attitude. I know I can get 100 girls like you. Please go see your face in the mirror. The men who say, sorry, the boys who say, I can get 100 girls like you, please check out your face in the mirror. Got the point here? It is because of this pathetic attitude that dowry is there. Because they feel they are entitled. We are born as a boy, as a man. Now I need dowry. Entitlement, that sense of entitlement which comes from patriarchy. This is the problem in our country. Got the point here? This is a serious case of this. 207 acid attack cases reported in 2023. 16 convictions. 27 acquittals. That means in addition to the POCSO cases, which is very discriminatory, where generally the women, the girl victim, the girl child will not get justice. In addition to that, if I have acid attack cases also. Pennine kittanilla. So obviously what will happen? POCSO on one side, acid attack cases on another side. From both this, what is our understanding? Acquittals are high. Got the point? Karnataka Parliament. No, Karnataka Legislative Assembly. There is no Karnataka Parliament. Internal security, digital governance, identity. The next table. Online obscenity, India. Information Technology Rules 2021 mandate prevention and removal of IT rules. Prevention and removal of obscene and pornographic content. Section 79 of the IT Act provides conditional safe harbor. Now, what is this? First of all, the background of it. As it is, like I told you, we have very sick individuals in our country. Very sick individuals. All right. They will make, so today AI is there. They will make a video. They can make a video of you, me, anybody. Don't get disturbed at that point. If it is really bad video, like a really vulgar video they have made out of yours, go and file a cyber complaint. Cops also say that. Why a cyber complaint? Because that can be traced. No matter what VPN, GPN, whatever you use, this can be traced out because it will leave a telltale sign. With that, the cops can find out who it is. and you give a general list of people in your life, cops will start hunting them. They will get the person. One cyber case like that, that person is going to go to jail at least for 5 years. Outraging the modesty of a woman. Outraging the dignity of a woman. Harassment, cyber bullying. Everything put together, what will happen? He is going to go to jail. And again, all these absolutely pathetic things, who will do it? Only the boys. But sir, girls also, some 1% or 2% of the girls may do it. But generally, this level of, desperation to see a female's naked body, other than men, nobody has it. Women are not desperate to see a person's naked body, trust me. Woman is never impressed by muscles, chest, etc. They will say, wow, whoa, when they see Shah Rukh Khan. A woman is only impressed by what is going on here inside your head and what comes out of your mouth. Got the picture here? So this thing here is being done by whom? The men, the boys of our country. What is the idea? As per the IT rules, you're supposed to remove any obscene content. And once government places a request, you have to remove it after government places it. If you don't remove it, you will no more have a safe harbor. What is a safe harbor? Ideally, if you look at any social media platform, they are an intermediary, correct? It is a platform, Instagram or Telegram, if you take, somebody is posting content, somebody is viewing it. Posting, viewing. Instagram has got nothing to do. Instagram is like, hello, I am not responsible. He posted it. He viewed it. I have nothing to do with this. Government is like, fine, we agree. But when we give you a request to remove a content, you better remove it within a certain time. What if Instagram doesn't remove it? Action will be taken. Then they are no more entitled under safe harbor. Safe harbor means what? Somewhere where you keep the ship. Harbor, proper meaning is somewhere where you park a ship. Alright. Safe harbor means you are protected. That means I cannot, tomorrow in Instagram, let us say somebody did Badal Barsa Kicholi in a very skimpy attire. Some girl did dance there. Can I file a case against Instagram telling that, look, Instagram is posting nonsensical videos? No. I cannot do that. Because they are protected by the safe harbor clause. Number one. Number two. Government saw this Badal Barsa Kicholi video. Government is like, hello, Insta, please remove that content. They have a certain time, 72-hour time period is there. That means probably that is within 3 days. Insta has to remove it. If Insta doesn't remove it, government can take legal action, which means they can fine. Getting the point here? This is the same thing. Sorry, not 72. Within 24 hours. Alright. So far, nearly 25 erotic over-the-top platforms have been blocked. That means basically, like I told you, almost all the pornographic websites, both Desi, Videsi, has been blocked in our country. But if people want to watch, there are ways and means to watch it also. That is another side of the story, which is not required. My ethics are. Tejaswini aisa kuch nahi hai. In some things, like I told you, I have a very, very strong ego. I am not ready to bend or stoop. That's it. There are other things where, trust me, living with me is a nightmare. I should give an award for my wife. Coming to social media. So many people will, again and again I keep getting, sir, I am having problems, social media distraction, how to stay motivated, how to stay this, how to stay that. Delete that account. Delete that account. There is a system called you work and then you take a reward. That is, let us say you studied for 3 hours. Okay. What I will suggest to you is, rather than going for social media, download some online game. Play that for, let us say, half an hour. Then go back to studies again. Movies also, rather than, see, OTT platform movies, what movies are there these days? Trust, tell me. Initially, when OTT came, we were like, oh, wow, this movie is there, that movie is there. Now, the moment you open any movie, you are like, are, you know, from 10 minutes into it, you will know what is the conclusion. Why? Preparing for UPSC, right? You will predict the outcome. So, delete all OTTs. Now, only one Dhanka movie is going to come out, as far as I am concerned. My personal opinion, which is Durandar. So, mentally, even I am prepared. If I am going to watch a movie now in theatre, it is going to be Durandar on March. Toxic has also come, but Toxic, I will wait for the verdict. Durandar, I want to know. Durandar, I have already seen the first part, so I know, okay, I have expectations for the second part. Till then, I'm not going to go to the theatre. I am not giving any exam. But for me, right now, it is a luxury to go step out and watch a movie. Because when I think, first I will have to plan, oh my God, my classes, my PPTs, my answers that I review. I have so many things to do. Even without any exam, I am actually scared of my commitments. You are not at all scared. Every day on an average, what is happening? More than 75 hours per month at 2.5 hours per day. This is a bare minimum. People are wasting 2.5 hours in what? In Instagram or in social media. That is 75 hours in a month. Getting the point here. That means you are easily wasting more than 3 days every month only on social media. What are you getting out of it? See, my point here is simple. You know it is a distraction, right? Then why are you doing it? Why are you doing it? You know it is a distraction. Why are you doing it? Is my question. You should every day morning wake up and then, okay, this I am going to do. When one task gets over, take out your timetable, tick it. You will feel good. Then now I am going to do. Say it loudly. Okay, now I will read polity. Say it loudly so that you will do it. Jananayagan and all I am not going to see. As far as I know, I have never watched a Vijay movie in theatre. Last I watched was probably during my engineering days. I need performances. Sir, please. What, please? All that later. Dopamine, nothing. Adult content is not a big deal. Adult content is there everywhere. All right. Aditya Bagal, just put your comment. Senti expression se kuch nahi hoga. This Aadhaar topic is nothing but the fact that they are basically going to increase the Aadhaar centers from 88 to 473. Date of birth change will be allowed only once, that is through affidavit. Aadhaar is not a proof of citizenship. Now, in the case of new Aadhaar especially, field verification mandated due to illegal immigration concerns. Applicants include non-resident Indians and overseas citizens of India. Clear? Leo. See, yeah. Leo I had watched in theatre only. Correct. I forgot. Leo I had watched it in theatre. Big fan. How can I crack? Aditya, NCRT textbooks, those who are struggling with it, we have NCRT series videos in our YouTube channel itself, done by none other than my good friend and brother, Harpreet sir. Please watch it. Geography, Polity, Economics, NCRT series are available in this channel. To everybody, please open it and go through it. Simple. Whatever we seek, that we will get, I think. Absolutely. Moving on. National Intelligence Grid. National Intelligence Grid as an idea was set up after the 26/11 attack. Today it is going through full swing. Full swing means what? Enables real-time secure database access for investigations. That means this National Intelligence Grid actually connects all the security forces in the country. And under that, they have a system called Gandhiva, is the advanced analytics and integration system within National Intelligence Grid. Gandhiva. It will analyze all the data. Whatever data it is getting, it will analyze it and it will give the output. By which month we have to be done with GS? We will take up all the general questions later, people. Please. All right. Now, what are the issues? So, this became operational in 2024. This was conceptualized after the 26 November 2008 Mumbai attack. That means, as usual, as I've already told earlier in my polity classes and PubAt classes also, when it comes to policies, whatever NDA government comes up with is what? Ideas of UPA government. Why are they doing it? Because in case UPA comes and tells, ha, we are going to oppose this, NDA will be like, hello, this is your idea. Then opposition also cannot do anything. Pretty smart, I must say. 45,000 access requests per month. That is, per month, 45,000 requests goes into it. That this data we need, this intelligence we need. It is linked to National Population Register with family-wise data of 119 crore residents. This is what, as usual, left liberal media and left liberal thinkers are telling. It is a compromise of individual privacy, security, etc. But that is, as usual, Puttaswamy judgment. Right to privacy. Part of Article 21. But what has Supreme Court said? When it comes to matters of national security, privacy will take a backseat. Simple. My right to privacy, even though it is a fundamental right, it is not absolute. It is only qualified just like any other fundamental right. Number one. Number two, nation is supreme. More than my fundamental right to privacy. Got the point here? So NPR is linked with the NAT grid. And it is expected that once the census also gets completed, so the NPR was last updated when? NPR was last updated in 2015. Census 2027, once it is completed, we can easily make what? A national registry of citizens. Once NRC is there, you can easily find out who are the illegal immigrants here. Already we are having one set of data with the Election Commission of India. Got the point here? There is no law in the country that actually stops agencies from sharing or integrating data. Means, NAT grid can literally ask Election Commission of India, just give your data here. Or census can ask, just give your data here because you have anyway conducted SIR. And right now Election Commission of India told voting right is only for citizens. So we can actually check whether a person is a citizen or not. It is our right. It is our constitutional duty under Article 324. Automatically, what will happen? You can separate the people out. As usual, but so many people will be affected. As usual, what is the logic? If I have all the documents with me, I know I am not an illegal citizen, illegal immigrant. Why should I worry? If I am not having anything to hide in my car, a traffic policeman, when he asks me to slow down my car, I will slow down, I'll stop it and I'll get out and I'll ask, yes officer, how can I help you? Only if I have something to hide, I'll be nervous. Got the point here? NAT grid is there. Why did we have Delhi attack? Soumya, that is what you call lone wolf attacks. It's a combination of two things. One is white-collared terrorism. Number two is lone wolf attack. Lone wolf, actually what they say is, see, wolf, if you generally see, if a single wolf is there, wolf go and hunt in packs. There'll be an alpha in the front. Sorry, not in the front, at the back. The leader of the pack will be at the back because from back he can see who is there, who is not there. The elderly wolf, the older wolves will be walking in the front. The younger ones in the middle. The leaders will be standing at the back because from the behind they can see a clear view where they are going, what threats are coming. But sometimes what happens is they may lose sense of direction and they may become alone. And a lone wolf is very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. People may say lion is strong, tiger is strong. Nothing will beat the courage of a wolf. You will never see in a circus a wolf. Have you ever seen? Notice that. In a circus, you will never see a wolf because it is very difficult to tame it. Rather, it is impossible. It won't listen to anybody. It will have to accept that you are the alpha. Until then, even if it accepts, it is only going to listen to you. It won't listen to anybody else. Got the logic here? Same thing with terrorism. Somebody sitting in a room, qualified as a doctor or an engineer, inspired by whatever ideology, ISIS, Hamas, whatever. They decide to get bombed, they decide to attack. How am I going to get to know? Who is going to get to know? When multiple organizations are there, they are transporting information, etc., then you get to know, then you get to catch it. Even then, if you look at the Delhi Agra blast, mind it, cops were very hot on their heels. They were hot in pursuit. All the agencies, they were aware of it. They got to know something is going to happen. They were aware of it. And that is how, in an unplanned attack, the blast happened. It was an unplanned one, an unintended one. They wanted to cause a major damage, which did not succeed because cops were closely on their heels. Got the logic here? White collar terrorism simply means the oldest narrative of terrorism is that terrorism or any extreme activity generally happens in those areas where poverty, unemployment is there. Classic example, Ajmal Kasab. Ajmal Kasab, why did he come to India? Why did he come to attack? Is it because of his religion? Is it because Pakistan, he was hating India? Nothing. Born to an absolute poor family where he, in his entire life, he has never eaten 3 meals in a day. It was always one meal. He is able to eat breakfast, okay. Lunch and dinner, nothing. Lunch means only lunch. Dinner means only dinner. First time he is recruited. He is given 10 lakh rupees, Pakistani rupees, I believe. Told that this is the thing that you have to do. You have to go there, create maximum this thing. He was like, ha ha ha. He came. Somebody who is hungry throughout their life, you offer them even 500 rupees. They will do anything that they want because filling the stomach. So the idea was always that is poverty is the main reason for terrorism. But Delhi blasts, why? 9/11 attack of USA. Who orchestrated it? Mr. Osama bin Laden. From which angle was he poor? He was a rich businessman. Got the logic here? Oh. Those things and all we need not actually get into deep. See, Shachi Mishra, when you prepare something, I have always told two things. It should repeatedly come in the newspaper or it should be based on a PYQ. Don't take knowledge for the sake of knowledge. You will end up becoming a faculty like me. Got the point here? Intelligence, accountability without compromising secrecy. That is how intelligence agencies work. Intelligence agencies works like that. You cannot keep intelligence agencies accountable. That is a discretion of the government. Government can decide those things. How they do it, etc. It is never revealed out. Not even in the parliament. Mind it. Clear? Bureau of Port Security, that is finally, we are having one agency to handle all the port security in our country. That is Bureau of Port Security, assisting them in this. That is under Bureau of Port Security, who will be handling all the security apparatus. It will be handled by Central Industrial Security Force, designated as the recognized security organization. States have said federalism, but center is like, why? Ports. You need to keep it under security because if you look at the security of the ports, how it is managed, one is Indian Coast Guard, then Indian Navy, then Maritime Police, local police, multiple agencies. Whom will you hold it accountable to? That is the reason why we have created a Bureau of Port Security, because India's exports are bound to increase in the future. More and more exports we will be generating. So we need to create this security apparatus first, the infrastructure first for it. That is why creating a Bureau of Port Security, bringing it completely under CISF control. So that whatever comes in, whatever goes out, we get a grab over it. Later, Mr. Vijay Kumar Gupta, stop spamming the chat section. Now, an announcement. That is, every day I get to hear almost that, sir, no discipline, I'm not able to do this, I'm not able to do that. So every Sunday, 4 p.m., I will be releasing a set of targets for all the 2026 aspirants. It doesn't matter whether you are a PW student, you are a non-PW student, you are doing self-preparation. This is for those people who are giving their 2026 attempt. I am going to give a set of topics to you. You are supposed to cover it within 1 week. Again, next Sunday, I'll give you the next set of topics. So the days of, combined study, oh, this is a good looking girl, let me give my shoulder to her, she's having so many problems with her boyfriend, maybe I can become the next boyfriend. Enough. Whatever monkeying you had to do, you have finished it doing till December 31st. This year now. Some of you at least who are giving your attempt this year may be probably thinking, okay, let me, postpone my attempt next year. Got the point? Postpone my attempt. Don't do that. Give it your all this time. Give it your all. All means I want you to be as selfish and as self-centered as possible with your preparation. Got the point here? So these are the topics for you for the next 1 week. Part 1, Constitutional Framework. Part 2, Making of the Constitution. Part 7, Constitutional Bodies. 3 topics. From economics, you will do banking, entire monetary policy, entire banking, inflation, all the indices, CPI, WPI, IIP, base year, the organizations that release these reports, GDP, GNP, depreciation, NDP, NNP, national income, market price, factor cost, fiscal policy. All these you are going to cover within 1 week. Within 1 week. Got the point? Kaushik, it is not actually easy to conduct a test because again, who will prepare the questions, how it will be. Some PYQs I will try to discuss from these topics. It is again your job only. So this is not all. You will also cover current affairs exclusively of polity and economics. And when you do it, mains oriented detailing or points, chuck it. Chuck it completely. Because we don't need that. General points I don't want. I only want what? Facts. The numbers, the data, the graph, the pie charts, names of organizations, reports released by them. These are the things that I require. Only that you will go for. Highlight it, underline it. Economics, one advantage is when you do it in that fashion, 70 to 80% of the syllabus gets covered. 70 to 80%. 20% here and there will be remaining. I'm not denying it. Polity, again like a revision only. Some Supreme Court rulings, some articles. But the analysis of will NAT grid affect right to privacy? What are the points? We don't need it. Because it is not mains exam, it is prelims. So when you read current affairs, exclusively you are going to keep your eye open for what? Facts only. I don't want subjective opinions. It is better if you focus on prelims only, Simran. Clear? Vijay Kumar Gupta, I told you once, you're spamming the whole section, chat section. There are genuine students who are giving their attempt in UPSC 2026. Wait till the class is over. I have a target here to finish. Alright, don't prove yourself that you are going to be an officer of the army, correct? Armed forces. First quality of an armed force officer is to have empathy. To have empathy and sympathy for your fellow beings. You put others before you. So learn to be patient first. The first quality of an officer. Especially an officer of the uniform. Clear? I am a bachelor of physiotherapy. Waitada Arjuna. Clear? From 2013, you will do the PYQs. Again, only of polity and economics. You will analyze each wrong option, each statement. Every statement and every wrong option. Because once you start doing this exercise, you will slowly start seeing a trend in it. This, when you do it, like at the end of the entire syllabus of UPSC, you may not find it. You will be only like, okay, this question, this answer, this question, this answer. But when you do it right now, in a week, you will slowly start seeing that when you do only polity, you will be like, this topic is going on repeating. Same topic has already come 7 times in the last 13 years. Means what? It's supremely important. Supremely important. Got the logic here? You will end up revising and learning a lot of things. This is the way to do it. This is your target for 1 week. Lexicon ethics, I will deal with that later. Yes, definitely. See, let us say now your coaching is also over. Good that you asked that, Harshita. Your coaching is over, but you're eligible only to give 2027 attempt. I would say still stick to this. Best scenario, by May, what will happen? Sorry, by April, prelims preparation is done. May onwards, start focusing on mains answer writing. Balle. Clear. Articles you need not remember. Please understand, all articles are not necessary. That is where I told you, do the PYQs, you will get to know what is important. Clear? Retham Samantha, I'm becoming very much lazy and distracted. You only should help yourself. I cannot come there and pull you up by your collar, right? You have to help yourself. Life will go on, people. Life belongs to those people who keep fighting. Understand? Whoever wakes up in the morning and starts their routine, they win. They are the winners. Simple. Even I respect you, Pratik. I am a BTech marine engineer. Economy, foreign policy and defense. Global geopolitics now. It is not at all done. Shivi, when it is done, I will say, that's it, people. The class is over. I will tell that. Okay. Economy not even started in it will start, Srishti. Wait a minute. Where are you running and going? US, Europe, Indo-Pacific, Russia, China, Ukraine, Gaza. Tariffs disrupted multilateral trade. Sanctions have altered energy supply chain. That means we know. Now this pedophile president. I will call him that only now. Mr. Trump. Pedophile. Pedophile means a guy who wants to have sex with children. Looking at the Epstein files, there is no doubt about it. So this guy, to divert all the attention, what has he done now? He is interfered Venezuela. If you look at the picture, see, let the president of Venezuela, let him be anybody. But look at his wife. His wife's photo is a clear indicator of what sort of people Americans are. That is no way to treat a lady. You have an issue with the person, you take that person out. Even in Mumbai underworld, it was an unwritten rule. Never target the family. Never the gangsters have targeted the cops' family, nor the cops have targeted gangsters' family. Never they have done that. But here he has crossed all the lines. So what has he done now? He's basically planning to place a 500% tariff on those countries that are going to take oil from Russia. Number one. Number two, he has exited from International Solar Alliance. He has also exited from countless UN conventions. So basically he said, yeah, Modi is a good friend. He actually came and told me, sir, may I talk to you? Who? Prime Minister Narendra Modi went to this pedophile and said, sir, may I talk to you, please? We didn't go. Even the FTA, the trade agreement that was there with USA, we were supposed to sign it. Everything was set. Only one thing was missing. They only made one request. From the US side, one request was there. Ask Modi to call. Call never came. Deal never got signed. He got all the more flustered and angered and irritated. So he came up with this 500% tariff wala idea. Got the point? Just a bully. Like, I am like waiting to see, like, yaar, to what level can you go now? That is, he is basically thinking that if US exits from everywhere and tries to dominate the world, everybody will be like, oh, yo, please don't do this to us. That is what he is expecting. Seriously. Against which all countries? India, Russia, China. I won't be surprised at all if a new alliance gets formed between India, Russia, China. I won't be surprised where they decide that they are going to boycott the US market. Possible, right? Because like I told you, November data tells us that even though our exports to US have declined drastically, but that has not dented our exports. Our exports have actually increased. Why? New markets. In the coming years with UK, New Zealand, Oman, UAE, etc., whatever trade deals we have signed, that will all materialize. Then why do we need this? Got the point here. In other words, international relations are going to be more exciting than any web series or any movie that may come from YRF or Dharma Productions. Alright, we have a megalomaniacal, hallucinating, who thinks he's a legend in his own mind, a pedophile running one of the world's most powerful country. There's nothing powerful about them. So we'll have to wait and watch. Arshita, because first of all, the distance. In Venezuela, the only country which has a huge stake in investment is China. So you're messing with the Chinese dragon. The US bear is messing with what? The Chinese dragon. You think China is going to keep quiet? That Venezuela is being taken, China will keep quiet. And if you notice again, with regard to Taiwan, he made a statement yesterday or 2 days back. China can decide on the question of Taiwan. That is almost like telling that you can decide. That is, if you want to take it, you take it. Because actually, if you see, US has zero stakes there. What stake does US have there? What is it that, oh my God, Taiwan is lost, we are lost? Nothing like that, right? Far away. Okay, not far away, this side. If you put the world in a globe, it is this side, even to the western side of USA. Got the point here. The China takes over Taiwan, nothing to do. US taking over Venezuela, nobody says anything. Possible. Because China's investments will be lost in Venezuela. So to butter China, something has to be offered to China, some peanut. That could be very well be Taiwan. We never know. So we will have to wait and watch how the international relations will unfold in the coming weeks and in the coming months. Yes. Correct? Absolutely, Arihar, that is the only reason. Mining is the only reason he wants Greenland. India should remain quiet. That is the only thing to do. Arey, ho gaya, Agnes. How can they do when they say means it is already done? They went in, they grabbed him and they came back. One reason, if you really ask me, Venezuela's maximum weapons have come from China. Venezuela's highest defense imports, if you see, it has all come from China. And China's product, I told you, if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, oh ho, that's it. Clear. What about Bangladesh, Thailand, Pakistan, Israel, etc.? Intezar, intezar, aur kya hai ayar? That's all. We'll have to wait. Wait. So like I told you, one of the major things what we can do here. Okay. US has actually placed a 100% tariff on branded and patented pharmaceutical imports. India's pharmaceutical exports to US for financial 25 is $9 billion in financial 25. Alright. These are the other data. US is the largest importer, 212.67 billion. Savings for Americans is around $219 billion for US healthcare payers in 2022. That is roughly putting it up. In 2022, take this 22 again, $220 billion almost was the savings for Americans in the pharma sector Why? Because we were selling to them generic medicines, not patented, not branded. What is generic medicine? Generic medicine simply means it is the medicine that is made out. Say, for example, now, war for oil reserve, war for dollar. Oil. Sir, Suga, oh, enda devame. Ria, what have you asked? See, people, let me tell you. Any general question you have, please keep it towards the end. And rather than sending this sad smiley, then, sir, please ask your question specifically. Because in case you didn't notice, I'm busy teaching current affairs here. So the point here is generic medicines means, say for example now, very good. 123 River. Let us say 123 River. This is somebody from YouTube again. He is a manufacturer of patented medicine. All right. The patented medicine means the patent has a time duration. Let us say 15 years. At the end of 15 years, I am an Indian pharmaceutical company. What will I do? I will take his formula, take his tablet, do reverse engineering. So maybe his tablet's price is around, let us say, $200. One tablet's price. I will do reverse engineering. I will do reverse engineering and make a similar tablet. Color and all will be slight variations will be there, but chemical formula will be intact. This I will be selling probably for 20 rupees. That is almost more than a 90% reduction in the price. Huge reduction. This medicine we are exporting to USA. Because even for an average American, this $200 medicine is not at all affordable. Got the point? This we are exporting. That medicine is bringing a saving of how much? 220 billion. Even by half if India stops it. India exports this medicine to other markets. Slowly reduces it. Imagine what will happen to the healthcare sector in USA. Health is not there. What are you going to do with all this wealth and show off? USA is a powerful country. Modi called me and he said, please, sir, what is the use of all that? You will come crashing in no time. But yeah, again, the Gandhian ideology, Nehruvian ideology, we don't know whether India will take that extreme step or slowly bringing down the export of pharmaceutical medicines there. Affordable pharmaceutical medicines. Because all said and done, even that is like a huge market for us. In 2025 alone, Indian pharmaceutical exports to USA was around 9 billion in financial year 2025. Clear? Absolutely 123 River. Your mimicry is too good. Have to do it, Suman. Otherwise, if I go it like proper, it will be like news reporting. Getting the point here. When you keep using these other phrases, etc. in between, people will remember it. So, India's overall military situation right now with Pakistan, a failed state. We have a Bekkari on one side. Nepal, so far, no major issues. Bangladesh, they want what? They want Northeast. Please go quickly. Very quickly, please approach them. They will give you a thali. Iran, right now, protests are happening against that is apparently a regime change is going to happen there. Afghanistan, this is the biggest comedy here. Why the comedy part? Comedy is, this is the only more or less a very stable neighbor what we are having right now. And who knew that one day will come where we will be dealing with Taliban? This is the point. Getting the point? Correct, Harshita? Middle East, again, we don't have much issues there. Then Europe. More or less fine. But with Bangladesh, with this anti-Hindu sentiments that is going on, again, domestically, some people, only in social media. Oh my God, Hindus are suffering. Okay. Ultimately, internal issue. Ultimately, an internal issue. It has nothing to do with India's sovereignty, India's territorial integrity. It is their law and order issue. They have to deal with it. Why? Let us say tomorrow, some idiots in our country decides to go and burn few Muslim homes. Whether they are guilty, non-guilty, you leave it aside. Some idiots in our country goes and burns minorities' homes. Not just Muslims, let it be Christians also. What if Pakistan intervenes or Bangladesh says, see, minorities are getting killed in India? Is it their business to tell us how to carry out our administration? No. Just like that, it is none of India's business to tell Bangladesh what to do or what not to do. Directly when they do something which affects India, then it makes sense. Then it makes sense to respond. Got the point here? We need not take up all the problems and be the finder of solutions for all the problems in the world. We have to follow a strategy where is India's interests at stake. Answer is yes, intervene. Answer is no, don't intervene. Talibanis are more dangerous than Pakistani military. Harshita, that dialogue would have been apt if Taliban and Pakistani military are working together. Right now, Taliban hates Pakistani military and Pakistani military is also confused. That side, India will hit us. This side, Afghanistan will hit us. That side, Baloch people are hitting us. Hit we will get from everywhere. Translate it into Hindi, you will understand the sarcasm in it. But that is the reality. For an average Pakistani soldier today, one thing is guaranteed in his life. He is definitely going to get whacked. That is guaranteed. From which direction it will come? Only that they will have to wait and watch. Got the point here? Because our relationship with Afghanistan currently is on another level. Clear? USA, India. See, India should watch out for everything, Aditi. International relation is not like, I hit you, you hit me. Finished. No. Every act will have an international ripple. That is, you drop a stone into, let us say, Indian Ocean. That ripple will cause impact even in Atlantic Ocean and even in Pacific Ocean. Clear? Clear? We are dealing with them, right? We are dealing with them. We even invited them to Delhi here in their embassy. We are dealing with them. Clear? Trade diplomacy. So again, like I told you, trade agreements concluded with United Kingdom, Oman and New Zealand in 2025. Negotiations are pending with European Union, Australia, Eurasian Economic Union, Gulf Cooperation Council and ASEAN. This guy, I think he will be ignored now. See, there is a difference between, that is at a personal level when you see, Trump is what? A spoiled brat. Born into luxury, etc. He's trying to outsmart or outwit whom? Mr. Narendra Modi. If you remember, there was an old video wherein generally in almost all the videos, this guy, Trump, has a way of exerting his dominance with a shake hand itself. What is that? After shaking hand, he has a habit of slapping their hand and shaking it vigorously. Narendra Modi goes, he tries to pull that stunt with Narendra Modi. As he tries to hit him, Modi catches it, pulls him, gives him 2 pat on his back and let go of his hand. Then look at his expression after that. Body language especially. Whenever afterwards Trump, if you see, his legs are opened, both the hands goes down in between the legs like this. Never ever sit like this anywhere in any place, especially in your interview board also. It's a clear sign of submission and lack of confidence. Mind you, never ever sit like this, because this is like, please, I'm a papa, please listen to me, please agree with me. That is what it shows. What is sign of confidence? Back erect, hands firmly on your knees. Don't shake it. Don't try to dig for treasure from your nose. Look directly at this point, this sweet spot. People will say, Aank mein aank dalkar dekho. Then you will be confused. Okay, aank means which aank? Right aank or left aank? Then your eyes will move here and there. They will think that you come from mental asylum. Instead, lock your eyes over here. The sweet spot here. Where you put a bindi. It will actually give them that thing, that powerful gaze. Clear? Body language it is. Not that it is of any importance. Trust me. In a normal day-to-day life, these things doesn't matter. But in an interview board, in 45 minutes, if I have to judge you, I am going to judge you from the moment you walk into the room. Clear, people? It is not disrespect. It is a sign of weakness. That is what it means. It clearly shows that you're not at all confident about what you're telling. Getting the point here? Just give me a minute. All right here. Obviously, now somebody who has worked through the ranks. See, whether he was, people are asking whether he's a chai wala means from which chai did, which person drank chai from him. Show me one person, they are asking. But at least let us all agree on one thing. He was not born into luxury. Correct? From a normal karyakarta, he's ended up becoming the prime minister. You have to give it to that man. All right. Sheer dedication, sheer persistence. What he has in plenty with him is not some Oxford University degree or graduation degree. Street smartness. Street smartness. A quality that any person who has sold tea, sold newspaper, anything, done some low-level jobs, you know what it is. They can judge a person like that. One person you bring to them, they will say, yeah, you can believe him. Yeah, don't believe him. They are good judge of people. Clear? Defense acquisition, nothing great here. Defense acquisition, approvals, enhanced readiness. For what? Contracts worth 4,666 crore. Close quarter battle carbines. Gun, automatic rifles. 48 heavyweight torpedoes. Project 75 Calvary class submarines with delivery from April. Acceptance of necessity. Signed 79,000 crore. Pinaka Astra Mark II integrated drone detection and interdiction system Mark II. High altitude, long endurance, remotely piloted aircraft system. Spice 1000 approved. Spice is from Israel, by the way. Clear? I will tell Karan later. He is very smart and a quick learner. Absolutely. Naval heritage. Porbandar, Gujarat, Muscat, Oman. From Porbandar, we have set out a, what is it? A ship to Muscat. Overseas voyage of a stitched sailing vessel. Not that it is entirely made out of cloth. Down it is wood. Top it is the sails. Old Zamana, old style of what is it, traveling. Name is INSV Kaundinya. Sailed from Porbandar to Muscat. Civil aviation, Bengaluru, Karnataka. Dhruv, new generation helicopter entered the civil market. Hindustan Aeronautics Limited manufactured it. Maiden flight at Bengaluru, indigenous Shakti engine certified. Civil certification expected in 3 to 4 months. 5.5 ton twin engine helicopter. First indigenous engine, Shakti. Clear? What do I think about him? Obviously, diplomat, capable guy. What is there to think? China had done the same thing like Venezuela incident to Iran and Taiwan. Is that the reason for their silence? But they are yet to do anything right. See, escalation anybody can do. Russia fighting Ukraine is strictly because of their strategic interest there. Russia has not unnecessarily went and intervened anywhere else. Here they saw this as Ukraine becomes part of NATO means bombs, etc. can be brought right to the border there, which will threaten Russia's security. That is why Russia went into war with Ukraine. China also, if you notice, China is only doing what? Imagine a big dragon. It's sleeping. And it is like, it can see Taiwan. It can see Japan. What the dragon is doing is just moving its tail. Moving its tail. It will almost look for the Taiwanese and Japanese people that the tail is coming towards us. Then China will pull it back. China is literally playing with Taiwan and Japan, just like how a cat will play with a mouse. It will not kill it immediately. We have seen how cats hunt. Cats will sometimes let it go, catch it again. Some cats do that, playing with their food. That is what China is doing. China and Russia, and even for that matter, India, even all the NATO countries, including Israel right now, are like, this is their reaction. Because they are like, what is this guy even up to? That is the reason. They are also waiting to see how it will go from here. Because it is like I told you, international relation. You cannot jump the gun and come to a conclusion immediately. You will have to breathe. Know all your cards. Know who can, who, whether you should change your tactics, whether you should make new partners. All this you have to see. Jivita, you look handsome. How? You have to get your eyes checked. That is why. Why should they make comment, Arihar Sudan? We need to learn something from international relations as well as from countries' leaders. Not every comment, every action requires a response from us. Keep it in mind. Getting the point here. There is an old saying, never fight with pigs. Pigs. Because more you fight with a pig, the pig will love it, whereas you will get dirty. I've seen where pigs live. Very dirty surroundings, correct? With mud, their shit, everything will be mixed. Their food also will be there near that. So you should pick and choose your opponent. Very, very important. Keep it in mind. My suggestion, I don't have any suggestion to say. It is already done and dusted. Bureau of Port Security, it is already done. Correct. Very good point. Suman, eat 5-star and don't do anything. That's the solution. Clear? Yeah. Praveen B. Pillai has answered your question. Who is that 123 river? It is named after the first chief sea sailor, Kaundinya, who sailed from India to Cambodia. Done. Environment, climate, natural resources, urban heat. The people will generally say, like even I have told you, plant more trees. Correct. Plant more trees, grasslands, blah, 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 to reduce urban heat. A study has basically said that if you're planting trees in low moisture areas, heat will actually increase. Why? Because first of all, from the roots, water will go, reach the branch, then it will enter the leaf. How is this water regulated? If more water is there, stomata opens and then releases the water through a process called transpiration. That means in the air, water molecules will be present. And let us say there is more heat. What will happen? Automatically, this water will start absorbing the heat. It will become vapor. Where is it absorbing the heat from? From the air and from the surrounding. So, water absorbs it, water vaporizes, air becomes cool. From air, the heat goes here, air becomes cool. This is how it is normally supposed to work. But if it is working in an area, if this tree is in an area where water shortage is there, what will happen? Leaves will shut completely up. They'll be like, I won't open because no water. Why will I open? I won't open. Less moisture is released. Ulta, what can happen is this leaves, etc., can actually reflect more light and can probably increase the temperature. With trees, we have not yet deducted it. Trees cooler than built up areas in 98% of the cities. That means trees anywhere you plant, it is good. Clear. Grasslands are cooler in 78% of the places. However, grasslands are hotter in 25% of the areas. Correct, Praveen? Clear. Grasslands are hotter in 25% of the areas. Which are these 25% of the areas? Correct, Albedo? 25% of the areas are those areas where moisture is not there. That means in dry cities, this is not going to work out. Trees caused warming in 2% of arid cities. So trees also caused warming. Evapotranspiration drives cooling. Vapor pressure deficit reduces cooling. Means what? If vapor pressure is less, then cooling won't be there. During extreme heat, grasslands warm 71% and crop plants 82%. That means they'll add to the heating effect. Got the point here? So planting trees is not a solution. You have to see what area it is, what type of tree you are planting again. So in different sectors, we plant trees and even it comes in addition, but still we are talking about deforestation. Soumya, because planting trees alone does not mean it is a forest. Deforestation simply means what was existing a forest, that is being cut down. You plant trees, that is not a compensation. I cut 10 trees from a forest. That will have a far more impact on the food chain and the food web and the biodiversity there than if I plant some 10 trees in Bengaluru city. It is not going to compensate at all. Got the point here? You can attend this. See, any exam you can attend this simply because this is from current affairs. India's urban waste and population outlook. 2030, 165 million tons of waste will be generated annually. Greenhouse gas emissions will exceed 41 million tons by 2050. Then 436 million tons of waste annually. You will be facing what? Supply issues with it. All right. By school teacher, law entrance. Done. Aravalli range by now, I think it is done and dusted. I mean, done and dusted in the sense, initially a ruling was given that below 100, up to 100 meters, alright, anything up to 100 meters won't be considered as part of Aravalli range. You can start doing mining activity here. This notification was given by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Supreme Court said, okay, it is a nice decision. The problem with that is, only 1048 of 12,081 hills protected under 100-meter criterion. That means, if this 100-meter criterion, if we take it very seriously, more than 90% of Aravalli hills will get destroyed. How did I come to the conclusion? 12,081 hills. What is 10% of it? 10% of it is 1,208.1. How many will be protected? Only 1,048. Which is less than this. That means not even 10% will get protected. That means, in other words, with this 100-meter rule, more than 90% of the hill will get destroyed. Now, Supreme Court has put a stay order for it. Supreme Court has put up a panel for it. This topic is not over. It will come up in the coming weeks. Clear? What will happen to the earth? Earth will die one day. That's it. Miyawaki forest to combat urban heat. Again, I understood knowledge fuel corner. But the problem here is, where is the space for it? Urban area, where is the space? Where is this place where you will plant trees? Because one of the major problem with all the cities in our country is, where is the soil? Where is the soil? Where do you find soil there? You don't have places with soil, right? Footpath, concrete road, whatever little bit soil we see it when roads get damaged, then we see the soil. Otherwise, which places has soil in cities? That is the major issue. There is no soil. When no soil is there, how will water go down? Clear? What class is going on? Current affair class is going on. This is a water conservation example in Great Hungarian Plain called Homokhatszag region in southern Hungary. This place is actually a spot for agriculture. But in that region, they had started observing aridification. Aridification means becoming very dry. Becoming very dry, similar to what? Semi-arid region, very similar to African countries. So what they have done is, Thermal spa water reused. Spas are there. Spa, you know, right, where you sit there, steaming, etc. will happen. Whatever water is used there, hot water, after usage, they are reusing it. How? They are now flooding this region. Normally, by rain, it should get a natural flood. Natural means not that blah, 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 that level flood. Normal flooding. By rainfall, it should have got, water should have gone in, soil should have been very healthy with water. But thanks to climate change, it is not happening anymore. So what are they doing? Nearby whatever spas are there, from there, thermal spas, that water they are reusing, flooding it artificially so that water goes into the soil and groundwater table is restored. Clear? Groundwater recharge and local microclimate creation. That is the purpose. Longevity science. Longevity science is about the art of staying or living a long life. The science, again, for those people who have already read it, there is a book called Ikigai, which again talks about how to live a long and healthy life. Possible in Japan. Why? Relax, don't rush. Calmly sit and do a task which you love to do. Don't sit simply. Keep your mind and body active. That is what it is, which in India we don't know. Unfortunately, the whole system what we have here, Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, Sannyasa, the moment, especially a central government employee or generally old people, when they cross 50, they'll be like, I want to retire. That is the first thing they say. Whereas in most of the East Asian cultures, if you see, they basically say, rest is rust. That is the reason. In India, basically, after a point, they stop using their brains, and body, though they would have stopped using it probably in their 20s itself. So longevity science is all about trying to explore what are the factors with which we can lead a long life. Obviously, first few things are like being vegetarian, doing meditation, physical exercises, which is not weight training, but which involves more of stretching and breathing. That means yoga. And trying to keep a stress-free mind, not to have jealousy, not to have thoughts, negative thoughts, anger, frustration, sadness. These thoughts shouldn't be had. Very much possible in India. So these are the things. Apparently, they found out that in the state of Kerala also, apparently the health is, people live a long life. But they couldn't find out what is the exact reason for it. One reason what they have attributed is Kerala's health infrastructure. Clear? कॉलेज आ जाती है, काम होने का सबल ही नहीं. Exactly. Correct. See, why government supported means, please understand, 145 crore population. From where are you going to provide employment to everybody? Employment, where will it come from? That is the question, right? It's always a question about employment generation or growth on one side and environmental sustainability on the other side. How are you going to balance it out? Clear? So this is what the article is about. So in India, basically, the study is being conducted by Longevity India Bharat Study 2024. So these days, the consultations also are very, very costly. That is, if you want to live a long life, what should be the price? One consultation will cost 10,000 to 1 lakh. NAD therapy is a therapy where they inject this protein generating, not a medicine, considered like to be a fluid or something, injected into the body so that the skin, etc. looks young and vital. All right. Same thing. Smartphone motion sensing. The smartphone motion sensing, it is all because of two things. One is an accelerometer. Accelerometer means you're holding your phone like this, you flick it immediately. So what is happening? Phone has basically accelerated. Phone detects it. And phone will find it out in which direction this has happened. Whether it is in X, whether it is in Y, whether it is in Z. 3 directions. So you flick it like this, hold it like this, like this, like this, any angle you want, the screen will be aligned perfectly in the direction in which you are holding it. This is what enables us to play mobile games, etc. That is one thing. The other thing that is there is, apart from accelerometer, it is a gyroscope which measures angular velocity through Coriolis effect. Angular velocity, that means change in angular velocity. So sometimes you would have noticed it. If you hold your phone like this, let us say straight, very slowly you're turning it. Very slowly. You turn it. Then what will happen? You can still see the screen is vertical. But after a while, very slowly you turned, you made it horizontal. From vertical, you made it horizontal. But after maybe a second, you will see that it will change. Why? It will find out. Now the position has changed with respect to the earth. So two things are there which actually understands the phone's motion. And that is the same principle what you see in wearables, vehicles, drones, robotics, inertial navigation, virtual reality, augmented reality, and camera optical image stabilization. This was a PYQ people in science and tech. All right. Correct. You're a NEET student, Muhammad Arish. First crack NEET. Then come to UPSC. Get into a college first. Are Soumya, stop asking the same question again and again. Space science, Bennu asteroid. Study conducted by OSIRIS-REx by NASA and Japanese research institutions. So there they found the presence of ribose, glucose, amino acids and nucleobases were in Bennu asteroid they found. And they also found the presence of RNA. And what does this say? This tells us that life first started from RNA, then to DNA, and then we had complex organisms. That is what it is all about. Society and economy. This is an LGBTQ plus. A guy again, basically a guy who is gay. He wrote this article. He is basically telling that world over now, support for the LGBTQIA plus has declined from 49% in 2021 to 41% in 2025. The madness has come down. All right. LGBTQIA plus simply means there are more than 250 genders. As far as we know, it is only man, woman, and then yes, transgender, 3. But according to these people, it is plenty. People can be asexual, asexually, bisexually, asexual. Multiple things are there. And they call themselves, that is, it is not he, her. It is they, them. That means if somebody is there who is from this LGBTQIA plus, I am not supposed to say he came. I should say they came. With extreme difficulty, we have somehow studied English language. Now they have creating their own grammar, their own verb. So the madness increased to a point where people were like, what nonsense is this? Getting the logic here. You can call yourself any gender. Like that level it went. That is why the funding has stopped. So he is telling that this is non-inclusive. It's non-inclusive. This is, if you should include everybody, or otherwise there will be what? Gross domestic product will be reduced by 0.1% to 1.7%. Let it reduce. That is what I would say. This madness has to stop. I have told this multiple times. Earlier also I have told this. The madness level increased to what level is? Any guy can say that I am a woman. That is tomorrow, according to this LGBTQI plus logic, I can suddenly say tomorrow, oh my God, I'm a woman. And then I can go and take part in women's athletic competitions. I can start using a ladies' restroom. I can start using a ladies' changing room. I can be there. That is the logic that they are coming up with. Clear? Exactly. Narcotics and opium. Basically, nothing much is there other than Madhya Pradesh, Malwa region Mandsaur region, Neemuch region in Rajasthan, opium belt, Punjab, Haryana. These are some of the regions where opium intake is quite high as well as production is high. Clear? No, you cannot ask Vijay. Regions produce 85% of legal opium. 1.15. Legal opium is there because again that whole culture, right? Bang, I think. Correct. One of my friend recently who went to Madhya Pradesh, she had this. And she told me everything started going in slow motion after that. It was an out of mind and body experience. So it is part of a culture there. Gum and poppy straw license. Government opium and alkaloid work. So what is the price for it? Youth have been arrested for its illicit sale, smuggling through highway using fake identity and virtual numbers. There is a proposal for state disposal of poppy straw. Poppy straw means what is finally left out. But even in that poppy straw also, you have this material. Like it's very intoxicating. Clear? Iran civic unrest, nuclear fusion China, AI and its impact on environment, energy, solar panels and biofuel, Article 6 Paris Climate Treaty, news in shorts. After that, we have source code, stray dog feeding, rare earth elements, marine and space biotechnology, NEET, PG vacancies, new UGC rules, global unemployment, water contamination. These are the topics that we'll be seeing today. I know topics looks very limited, but we have, enough amount of data here. In addition to this, I have also ensured that few articles, we are only going to do it in diagrammatic format. Especially for example, this first article itself, if you see, this is what Zero Fatalities District Road Safety Program. This is a program where Ministry of Road Transport and Highway has built along with, in collaboration with another NGO, with an NGO, Save Life Foundation. So what are they doing here? They have identified 100 high crash districts across 15 states, covered 59 districts initially. Total number of accidents or road deaths recorded were 89,000 road deaths in 2023-24. Okay, then 63% of the deaths occurred outside a national highway. That means mostly in state highways, mostly in service roads. These are the places. Clear? Then 58% deaths come from 17,331 critical locations. Critical locations means these are your usual frequent areas where accidents happen. In that again, major causes, rear end collision 26%, head-on collision 23%, pedestrian, hitting a pedestrian 23% again. We look at this image again. There is a Supreme Court image here. Why we have kept a Supreme Court image? Because this was overlooked. This entire activity was being monitored by Supreme Court appointed committee. So Supreme Court is also involved here because Supreme Court actually started taking notice of the number of accidental deaths that are happening and the amount of life that is lost at road. That is a reason to find out, okay, what are the steps or procedures that can be taken so that we can minimize this loss. Got the point here? Taking it further forward. Iran civic unrest. Now, Iran civic unrest, why did it all start? Now, some of you might have seen that those images where women have removed their hijab and they are burning it. They have lit up a cigarette and they are burning the image or rather the photograph of the supreme leader. You know, it is a crazy thing. You have to be another level of narcissist to call yourself supreme leader. Leader you call yourself the president, call yourself the military chief, put on war medals, that is fine. But this is on another level it is. But to be very honest here, it is not that the supreme leader of Iran is the only person who calls himself like that. There are plenty of other people. Come on. The army chief of Pakistan, he was made a field marshal. For what joy? For losing against India. He is a field marshal today. And the law inside Pakistan has been amended in such a way that nobody can question him or his activities. Or in other words, neither the government nor the judiciary can question any decision taken by the field marshal. Literally, once again, Pakistan has kept military above the government. To put it in the words of Mr. Shashi Tharoor, India is a country that has an army, Pakistan is an army that has a country. Clear? So this is something similar to that. Some person is having all the powers and is controlling everything. This is not new. But what went wrong in Iran? See, the fact of the matter is Iran, even though it is sitting on oil, they are not able to sell it. Their exports have declined a lot ever since US placed sanctions on them. Getting the point here? Sanctions on them means you cannot export, you cannot import. They have completely reduced everything. This has actually depreciated their currency. So let us understand that first. Official rate is 42,000 Iranian rial for $1. Official rate. But the actual market price is 1,450,000 Iranian rial. For what? $1. $1 value is what we are seeing here. And if you actually compare this rate, 45% decline it is. Real has lost roughly 20,000 times its value since 1979. It has lost its value by 45% just in 2021. To lose the currency value by 20,000 times, that means this is not even hyperinflation. This is gone. This is what we generally call galloping inflation. Means galloping, horses gallop. All right, you don't call it run, horses running. You generally say horses galloping if it is going real fast. This is exactly like that. The inflation is out of hand. And on top of it, what did the government do? Government basically said that, okay, we are going to keep a price cap, maximum selling price for essential goods like rice, sugar and edible oil. But rice is imported, sugar is imported, edible oil is imported. All right, everything is imported. When you are buying something from outside, can you actually say only this much should be the maximum price? And look at the value. $1 market rate is 1.45 million. How is it even going to work out? So because you are importing all the essential commodities, the price cap is not actually helping anything. So what has happened? People have stopped importing, creating even more shortage. When basic necessities becomes luxury, that is when things will go out of hand. If you actually remember, in Sri Lanka, even slate, chalk and slate is the right for kindergarten children. When that became a luxury, notebooks became a luxury. That is when people poured onto the street, they protested against the government and the government had to change. We are seeing a repeat here in Iran. Basic necessities, when I'm not able to get, automatically I will start protesting. And if you notice here, so what did the government, what is the next solution that the government came up with? Government said that we will give a monthly cash transfer of 10 million riyals per citizen were announced for 4 months. Again, putting money into the hands of the people. Now, 10 million riyals, when we say, we'll feel it is great. But then look at its original value. It is just $7 per month. To put it in rupee perspective, government is telling that I will give you 630 rupees every month. You manage your expense with that. What expense you will manage with that? So Iran's economy has gone for a full toss. There is no recovery from this. And now what Iranian regime is doing, the same mistake what everybody will do, trying to suppress it further. Same mistake what Sheikh Hasina did in Bangladesh. Tried to use more and more violence there. People will protest even more. You can use the threat of violence only till the point where people are scared of the law, people are scared of the bullets. The day when people stop getting scared of the bullets, it's game over. Now what they are doing, they're massive executions. That is, let us say, today it is January 17th. They will arrest somebody on January 14th and then they will say, January 16th, that person's execution. What is the crime committed? Protested against the supreme leader, burnt the supreme leader's photograph. These are the crimes or the punishments. Got the point here? So this is what is happening there. So people are protesting. Civic unrest began on December 20, 2025, triggered by a shutdown by Tehran merchants protesting against currency devaluation. Merchant class started with the protest. So in Bangladesh, if we were looking at a regime change, it was largely because of what? Student protest. This is merchant class. Both are very, very important because merchant class, I will tell you, it is one such class where they are not really worried about which political party is in power, who is ruling, what is America thinking. They don't care anything about that. They only care about their money. You constantly keep devaluating the currency. What will happen? Domestically, I won't be able to buy anything. Depreciation may encourage exports. Correct. We have already seen this in our earlier classes. Depreciation may encourage export. But the fact of the matter is, I am not able to manufacture anything. And even if I want to export, I cannot export because US has placed sanctions on me because of my nuclear energy development or nuclear missile development. So I'm totally isolated. Getting the point here. Spread and scale of unrest. Unemployed youth and low-paid workers joined the protest, which expanded into a nationwide anti-government movement. Incidents of arson, vandalism, and anti-establishment violence were reported. Authorities reported more than 2,000 deaths by January 13, 2026. Can you see the irony here? In hardly around 15 or 16 days, 2,000 people have got killed. Government data this is. But unofficial data literally puts the number at a very high level because this is the people who have died from the side of the government. Security guards, army personnel, police officials, all of that. From the side of the protesters, if you start counting, that is on another level altogether. Because for that, there is no official count being placed. All right. Okay, we will come to that. State response. Authorities followed a recurring multi-stage response seen in 2009, 19 and 2022. So this is not the first time this is happening. This has happened in 2009, then happened in 19, then in 22 again. And what have they done? Strict law and order enforcement followed by mixed messaging, selective concessions and restrictions on social media. That is, first they will enforce the law. Then they will handpick. Say if a group is actually creating protest, etc., what they will do? They'll punish a few. They will let go of a few. And to others, for others, they will give this propaganda. What sort of propaganda? Pro-establishment rallies and funerals of security personnel were organized. Pro-establishment, that is in support of the supreme leader. Then you conduct this massive funeral procession to show that, see, these are the true people who have died for the country. Look at these soldiers. Look at their faces. Look at their families' faces. Do you think what you're doing is right as far as the country is concerned? Now, when you make such emotional messages or memes, etc., automatically what will happen? The opinion will slowly start changing. Even if it doesn't change, you can create a voice of dissidence. Few people at least will say, but we shouldn't have attacked the security forces. We can protest. We shouldn't attack them. So like that, break the movement. Breaking the unity is the only way for this. And then occasionally putting this so-called social media shutdown. Complete internet shutdown. This is what they do. Clear? Taking it further forward. Foreign interference was officially blamed for attempting to hijack protests. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and regular armed forces remained loyal with no elite split or alternative leadership emerging. This is where they are winning. See, even with the British rule in India, if you see, what actually broke the back of British rule was Royal Indian Navy revolt. Getting the point here, it is not how they believe or how they rather made us believe in our school textbooks that Gandhi's Quit India movement eventually led to India's independence. We never thought 1942 is Quit India movement, 1947 is the independence. Why this much of gap? With 1942 Quit India movement, it literally came to a point where Gandhian methods literally got over. Finito, finished. It no more had any relevance. But why then 1947 they gave the independence? Because of Royal Indian Navy revolt. If I am a government and I am not able to control my armed forces, because what started with the Royal Indian Navy, that soon spread into the police wing. Police department failed to fire. They are like, we are not going to fire. We won't fire. Even when they were asked to fire at protesters, they used to shoot at some other place. So the idea behind, what is it? Any rule you want to do, The first and foremost thing is what? You should have control over the armed forces there. You don't have control, your game is over. Take Afghanistan. Afghanistan, what happened? People were ready to fight. But the Afghan civilian government, they ran from Afghanistan as soon as they saw what? Taliban has captured Kabul. They ran away from there. So Afghanistan was a case where the military was ready to fight. But there is nobody to guide them, nobody to do anything. So finally they decided, okay, fine, we will surrender to Taliban. What else to do? Getting the point here. The INA, not directly. INA trials. See, I am not telling this based on my own observation. This is actually the sentence or the other statement given by ex-British Prime Minister. As far as I'm not sure who asked him this question. This was somewhere in 1950s or 60s. Some gentleman asked this British Prime Minister, why did you give India freedom? Because practically Gandhian methods and Gandhi was finished. The whole country was in disarray. I mean, full-on communal riots. They were fighting more than ever. Then how did you end up leaving it? He said, Royal Indian Navy revolt. That was the main reason. Otherwise, Britishers had the blueprint to rule India till 1970 or 1980. They had actually had a made-up plan how to rule India till 1970, 1980. Clear with this? So in Iran, as of now, if you ask for me, what is the thing? Don't expect any change in regime. Don't expect any change. And neither USA nor India nor any country is bothered with this now. Because USA right now, USA's focus is the entire Western Hemisphere. Where USA already now, we already saw the shameless act where the Venezuelan, female who won the Nobel Prize, she transferred that document entirely to Mr. President Trump or the pedophile President Donald Trump. Gave it to him. Without any shame, he accepted it also. The fact of the matter is you can transfer that gold coin to anybody. It is, I think, around 96 grams it is. That you can transfer it to anybody. But once somebody is given the Nobel Prize committee, once they decide that, okay, this person is the Nobel Peace Prize winner, only that person will be getting that Nobel laureate. Only that person or individual will get. I can give the certificate to anybody. I can give the gold to anybody. Doesn't make them a Nobel laureate. But let us hope at least now Trump's ego will get satisfied. Got the point here? So Trump is not interested in it. Even in this case, again, if you see, is India going to be affected? Well, India's exposure to Iran is very, very, very limited. Be it in terms of exports, be it in terms of imports. Because of all the US sanctions, even we stopped buying oil from there or selling anything there. Because hardly something we sell now. Very, very, very less. It's not even an economy for us anymore. But otherwise, this protest, it can cause a small trouble in the sense that Iran is our main gateway to Central Asian countries. Through Iran, enter into Afghanistan and then enter into Central Asian countries. So if this keeps on going, those things will get delayed. In that sense, yes, it might create trouble. But again, like I keep telling you, international politics is one thing where we will have to wait. We will have to wait and keep waiting till something concrete occurs. Yeah, Maria Corina Machado. Clear? Machado. It is better to stay mute. What has India to gain anything from it? India has got nothing to gain from this. Even with the Greenland issue, if you see, India has got nothing to gain from it. Even with Venezuelan issue, India has got nothing to gain from it. It is China basically who is standing to lose or gain. It is Europe basically who is standing to lose or gain. Getting the point here. Let them fight it out first. India need not behave like the international, we are the sole proprietors or owners of dharma. Satyam vadha, dharmam chara. Why? What necessity is there? Getting the point here. See, you should either have the power to stop things, which India doesn't have. It is just because Narendra Modi goes tomorrow and meets this guy called Trump. Will Trump listen? Absolutely not. Does India have that level of muscle power where India can actually stop Trump from attacking Venezuela? I mean, he has already done that. Or Greenland? No. Does India have any strategic interest per se, either in Greenland or in Venezuela? No. Does an average Indian citizen, is he or she going to be affected because Trump attacked Venezuela or Greenland or whatever is happening in Iran? Again, the answer is no. If it is not benefiting Indians or India strategically, best thing to do is what? Buy popcorn, eat 5-star and do nothing. That's it. That's the point here. What representative of Global South? There is no representative. Who made India the representative, first of all? Who made India the representative? If ideally we are talking about a representative in military terms or economic terms, then it is China. China has a huge investment in Venezuela as well as in other Latin American countries. If Europe decides to even go for war, 50 troops now they have sent to Greenland. If Europe decides to go for war, again what will happen? Europe, China's investments are there. Let China intervene, man. Why should we jump to everything? Got the point here. Chabahar port is not so essential to the point that Chabahar port is not there. Oh, main lut gayi, main barbad ho gayi. No. If it is there, it is good. But this internal trouble, Iran only has to sort it out. Other than that, nothing else is there. Got the point here, people? This is the idea. Write and draw on board by flowchart. Please, sir, I am not understand. You will have to improve your English then. I cannot keep writing and drawing each and every topic. Whatever is important, I have underlined. Please understand, because that will take even more time. How to understand current affairs? By attending all the classes. Other than that, nothing else is there. This is what it is. All right. Now, if you actually look, proper values, Iran's share in India's exports, just 0.26%, around $764.5 million. Not a huge amount, to be very honest. It has come down from 1.1% in financial 20. Basmati rice we are exporting, 61% of exports to Iran. 13.1% of India's basmati exports. Tea 5.6, essential oils 5.4, fresh fruits 5.3. Iran's share in imports fell from 2.7% in financial 17 to 0.04% in November 2025. Adu, please understand, I cannot slow down for your sake. This is the speed with which I go. You will have to increase your level. There is no other go. 99 slides are there. Entire week's current affairs. Please understand, you have to get used to this. Getting the point here, I am going by what UPSC standard is demanding. Please understand, UPSC standard is here means I cannot teach you over here. I'll have to maintain the UPSC level or even one more level above that. Got the point here? Please understand. Your competition is, I am not your competition. Your competitors are there. Please understand. Understand, even from my perspective, I need to teach international relations to polity, almost every single topic in this 2.5 hours. Please understand. Please ask questions with regard to... See, get used to it, people. See, whoever has joined new, now, oh, you, I'm not understanding anything. It's going so fast, Kabina fellow. You will feel that now. Give it some time. In 3 months' time, you will get used to it. Just give it some time. You are not finding issue with my speed. You are finding issue with so much of knowledge being dumped. So much of information being dumped on you. That is the reason. Because this is probably your first or second class. Just give it time. Anilom, Vinilom as of now. You will get a hang of it eventually. In case the regime changes, it will be pro-USA. Sudhanshu Kurni, not necessary. We may even experience a situation what we saw in Iraq. Totally breaking away. Do we even hear about Iraq anymore? I mean, we have been taking current affairs for quite a time now, right? We will hear about multiple Middle Eastern countries doing this deal, this issue, that issue. All this we hear. But have we heard anything about Iraq? Why? Iraq is filled with constant infighting. Kurds are fighting with the Shias, Shias are fighting with the Sunnis, then they are, I thought so. Bhavani, don't worry, Bhavani. It'll eventually things will improve. Okay. So all these fights are happening. So nobody cares. Infighting is too much there. Even if the regime change happens now, generally what we see is when a dictator moves out of the equation, be it Gaddafi, be it Saddam Hussein, when they move out of the equation, what happens is that country sinks further. If it was, the situation was bad initially, from bad it will go worst. So much so that today what people are telling in Libya or Iraq, they are missing Gaddafi, they are missing Saddam Hussein. They are telling that things were better during Gaddafi's time. At least we were getting food. We were getting water. We were not living in luxury, but at least we were eating on time. 3 meals a day we were getting. Now whole regime change, everything happened. The whole country has gone for a toss. Got the point here? This is the logic. Taking it further forward. So, the only other thing to know is Iran joined BRICS on 1st January 2024. 75th anniversary of India-Iran diplomatic ties in 2025. Got the point? Exactly, Praveen. Clear? This is the point. That means, nutshell is this much. Iran is in turmoil. India basically need not do anything. India should basically buy 5-star and chill. All right, probably wear glasses. Oh, Iran, my God, what happened to you, man? That's it. Little more further away, drama is happening in Venezuela. Drama is happening in Greenland. For that also buy one more 5-star and eat, because that is a little more away from India. Will attack. That's it. Wait and watch. No direct interest of India is being threatened. So wait and watch approach. Got the point here? Correct. All right. Now let us come to entomophagy. Entomophagy simply means, correct, eat 5-star, do nothing. Entomophagy means eating insects. Nyam, 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 nyam. Vegetarians are already revolting. Eating insects. Oh my God. Correct? Okay. Sorry. Now, sorry. Kamlesh's question. So, if an economy completely goes down, like Iran, if its economy completely goes down, that is, inflation keeps shooting up, and Rial keeps depreciating. So, in Iran's case, I will tell you, basically, first and foremost thing, whoever comes into power, sanctions needs to be lifted. Sanctions needs to be lifted. Because like I told you, Iran is sitting on oil. All they have to do to recover the economy is just sell their oil. They will recover. Easily they will recover. Got the point here. But the $1 million question is, with all this revolts happening, only 2 things are going to happen out of it. Number 1, Supreme Leader continues. If Supreme Leader continues means don't worry, the situation will continue to worsen even further. Number 2, at least now or in the future, we can expect what? Regime change. If that regime change leads to a stable government, which actually promises USA that no more weapons, nuclear weapons, if they promise it, then it is game over. The problem will get solved. The entire protest, if you really see, is completely led by, merchants started it, but it is led by whom? It is being led by the youth, current youth. So current youth, if you ask, even to the social media youth, if you really ask, okay, for the country, for India, they'll be like, okay, whatever. That is how they will react. Because the current youth, if you generally see, they are less on emotion, less on drama. They don't like drama, basically. They don't like drama inside their own house. Why will they create the drama? Bharat Mata Ki. They won't feel that. Get the point here. They don't have commitment towards anything. Their commitment is there towards their own life. That's it. And this is not just isolated with India. This is generally a world over emotion that is emerging now. Yeah, why? Let us reduce the noise. Why should we all get so worked up? Chill, brother. That's how it is now. So in this new chilled society, if they are able to develop the stable government, they will do what is practical. They will do what is practical. And to say that this is entirely supported by USA is triggering this, nothing like that. You keep very restrictive environment where you're not even giving people food to eat. You're not even giving them employment. And on top of it, you're telling, don't do this, don't do that, walk like this, walk like that, sit like this, stand up like that. People will go bonkers. Restrictive environment will work when I am eating well, sleeping well. That is why in Saudi Arabia, you won't find issue. China, you won't find issue. You won't find issue even in Bhutan. Bhutan, it is king's rule. China, it is one party. Saudi Arabia, it is king's rule. UAE, it is king's rule. But there, people are eating well, sleeping well. They have jobs. They are not suffering from major poverty issues. No issues there. Got the point here? America has wanted to doing this with Iran under control of Syria. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. That is to think that Americans still have the control. What control do they have? Where do they have it? That is just an exaggeration to think that Americans have that level of control. America wants to sell that story. That see, we are able to do this. See, we are able to do that. If they were really successful, means trust me, how many times this had happened? 2009, 2019, 2022. This is 2025. This is the fourth time this is happening. If America was really behind it, earlier itself, they would have changed the regime. America's direct involvement was there in Libya when Gaddafi got killed by the crowd. In Saddam Hussein, where he was captured and then he was taken out. Got the point here? There, their involvement was there. Where they are involved, if they are actually involved means they will change it in no time. They will change the person in no time. Trust me. This even they didn't expect. That is the reality. They also didn't expect that this is going to happen. Got the point here? But news is coming outside. It means, see, internet, if you shut down also, it is not that all you have to do is what? In North Korea also, internet is shut down. Then how is it that North Korean people are able to communicate with the South Koreans? How are they doing it? They go exactly near the border area. They smuggle a SIM card from there. Or they smuggle it from China. Then they go there. Then they message or they call. Internet shutting down is not a big deal. You can still communicate if you want to do it. Got the point here? This is the point. Why maximum countries put their head down in front of America? Who put their head down in front of women? The head down is put basically when you don't have nuclear weapon with you. That is the simple logic. You don't have a nuclear weapon, then you will have to be scared of all these foreign interventions. When you have a nuclear weapon in your hand, nobody will think to come and attack you. Got the point here? It is not they are putting their head down and all. Who has put their head down where? I mean, first of all, tell me one intervention where USA won. Vietnam they lost, Afghanistan they lost, Iraq they lost, Libya they lost, Africa they went, their, Black Hawk helicopter was brought down, the pilots were dragged out, they were dragged through the streets by the Africans there, beaten up, tortured and publicly they were killed. What did USA do? Got the point here. These are just narratives being sold out. Narratives ke baare mein yaad aa gaya. We'll come to the narrative part later. Getting the point here? IFS officers, nothing. I think they would have already come back. Nearly 60% of visitors who tasted insect-based foods were first-time consumers. Why? Edible insects discussed as alternative protein sources amid global food demand pressures. because land is getting lesser and lesser in size because of the population explosion. Got the point? We'll wait and watch. Who is that? Bhavya Ved. See, one thing I will tell you, polity and international relations are two subjects where we would like to, keep discussing it. Because we feel it is very interesting. Wow, international diplomacy. Oh, wow, politics, all of that. Not required for UPSC. Maximum, this will happen, that will happen. And then do the waiting game. Wait. You can wait for one episode of a web series, right? You will keep waiting. Oh, what would have happened? Like that, you wait. All right. Till then, wait. Yes, it is a repeated topic. That is why I just subjected it to these two. Insects are rich in proteins, vitamins, and micronutrients. 80% of an insect's body is edible. Only 20% is inedible. And then coming to our poultry. Poultry, 55% is only edible. 45% is inedible. All right. So insects can be used for yum 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 yum. What happened if when America will against India? Can we think this? Let it happen, man. Let it happen. Has America completely gone against India? No, we will wait. Nuclear fusion China. This is a highly technical article. Scientists operating a nuclear fusion reactor in China achieved stable plasma densities 65% above the Greenwald density limit. Yes, Revan, nuclear conditions are there. You have to sign the nuclear non-proliferation treaty. You also have, only then you can become a nuclear suppliers group. Only if you are a member of this, you will be getting access to nuclear technology and nuclear fissile material. Iran had tried to access this without even joining it. So, Iran wanted to access it, number one. Number two, Iran tried to build nuclear missiles. That is the reason why all this game started. All right. Now, what is this about? See, nuclear fusion is a reaction that basically happens inside sun. Where two light hydrogen atoms will fuse together to form helium atom. Wait a minute. Hydrogen fuses to form helium. That is what a fusion reaction is. Two lighter nucleus clubbing together to form a heavier nucleus. Got the point here? That is what it is. Lighter nucleus combining together to form heavier nucleus. How can China's advances? Are Zohra Ashraf. Zohra, you seriously think US said that, and because US told India to stop the war, India listened and immediately stopped? You seriously believe that? Because this question has come, please give me people. The patriot in me won't be able to digest such heavy nonsense. So I will tell you what is the real reason behind it. Okay. Janam Janam ke liye, you please remember it also. Just give me a minute, people. Not something which we won't discuss. I mean, it is not important. We are genuinely discussing those things that are important. your answer, and many people who are out there thinking that India listened to USA or India's Rafales were lost. I'll take you a little back again. You remember when Pulwama attack took place, there was this narrative being sold here in India again that this was planned by the government. Government had information on it. Government did not take action because they knew this will help them in election. This narrative was told to the extent where people whom I know, even they were basically telling that that is a planned attack done by the government of India. That is, the logic was government of India set up a bomb, killed our own CRPF so that they can win the next election. Okay? For a very long time, memes, trolls, internet was filled with this. Just a few weeks before the Pahalgam attack, Asif Munir, you can check it, that video is still there in the internet. Please go and watch it once. In London somewhere, when he was giving his speech, he actually told, Pulwama attack was a strategic victory. When I heard the speech also, I was actually wondering, why strategic? Because the terrorist attack, killing Jawans, this is not a new thing. That has been happening probably since the 90s onwards. But why was he calling it strategic? I was actually clueless. Okay, 40 Jawans got killed, but what advantage did Pakistan get out of it? The advantage what Pakistan got out of it was, it set the tone from that point onwards that whatever attack is happening in India, it is government-led attack so that the government can keep winning election again and again. Whenever election comes, a terrorist attack will happen so conveniently so that government can win. Even Delhi Agra attack, when it took place, they were basically, Bihar elections is happening, that is why. Oh. Now, why this narrative? How is it happening? That also we should understand. Come over here. India has hired 2 lobbying firms in USA. Why this lobbying firms? See, lobbying firms are generally hired. This is not a new thing. When you have to sign a trade deal with USA, anything, they will hire those agencies which will act as an intermediary between the US government and Indian government. It's a normal thing. Since very long time, this is being done. India has hired 2 firms. India spends roughly $150,000 per month on lobbying. Lobbying means, please understand, this lobbying is not just what US only to sign deals. Modern lobbying involves even social media influence, creating opinions, selling narratives, setting up propaganda. Come on this side. Pakistan has hired 6 lobbying firms. And Pakistan is spending how much? $6 lakh per month. The moment our government made it very clear that USA did not call us, we ourselves, Pakistan called us because they called us, we told them, you contact the DGMO. Contact the DGMO on the Indian side. Ask the DGMO of Pakistan to contact the DGMO on the Indian side. Then we can think about this. Immediately they called. We halted operation. Suspended Operation Sindoor. It has not been dismissed. It has not ended. It is still an ongoing process. But because we put egg on Mr. Trump's face, Trump did not like it. So the lobbying agencies which were hired for the purpose, they started going full out in social media, telling that India lost. Pakistan was ready to crush India. US intervened and stopped it. What was US gain over there? Again, this fellow's craze behind what? Getting his, Nobel Peace Prize. China also silently supported it. What was the reason? China had sold their weapons to Pakistan. And all those weapons, be it the drones, be it the radars, were found to be totally useless against Indian weapon systems. So obviously what happened? China also kept quiet. China was like, let it happen. Let the narrative get sold. Chinese also encouraged it. A rare time where China, USA, Pakistan were all on the same page. Why? To put India back. To put India behind and to sell this narrative that Indian weapons are not good. This is the main reason. Understand. And again, when people say, oh, we are listening to USA, India had decided to reduce the Russian oil imports even before US placed sanctions. India, as soon as they saw that, USA is acting overly. November month, we increased our imports from Russia. Get the point very clear. Even before USA had placed the sanctions on India, India had started reducing. But then as Trump was basically saying, they are scared. And Prime Minister Modi apparently went and stood there in front of, Trump. Sir, may I come and talk with you? Matlab kuch bhi. What did we do actually? As per the US Secretary of Trade or Commerce, entire deal was set to sign the free trade agreement between India and USA. Entire deal, everything was ready. Only condition from the US government side was that Prime Minister Modi should call Trump. Call never came. This, I am not telling from some pro-BJP media. This is the statement given by the US government official. Everything was set. Only one call was needed. Modi never called. Deal never got taken to the next thing. This fellow got even more frustrated. With that increased frustration, what he said now, 500% tariff, I am thinking about. Anybody taking oil from Russia. Got the logic here? Why is he going on punishing India? If India has been listening to USA, why is he going on punishing India? Why is he going on placing sanctions on India? Think about it the other way, right? I will punish you only when you don't listen to me. When you are listening to me, why will I punish you? Think. Just think. You don't take my word for this. Anything that I am saying here, you cross-check it. You cross-check it, verify it yourself. Think independently. Don't go by caste, religion, pro-BJP, anti-BJP. Doesn't make any sense. Because I have told this earlier also. Which is the cleanest party in the country currently? Congress. Why? Because whichever MLAs and MPs are there, corrupt MLAs and MPs on whom ED, Enforcement Directorate, had filed cases, they have all gone and joined BJP. That is politics for you. Indian politics for you. So no pro-BJP, no anti-Congress. No pro-Congress, no anti-BJP. Stay neutral. Understand that very clearly. Got the point here? So that is the answer for whatever you have asked. Now let us come back to our science and technology topic. So in science and technology, like I told you, fusion reaction is one where two light nuclei will combine together to form helium. Helium will combine to form carbon. Carbon will combine to form, maximum it will go till iron. After that, depending upon the mass of the sun, either it will become a white dwarf. It will burn, and will become puss. It will get over. But if it is a huge, giant sun, 1,000 times massive than the sun, very, very, very massive, then what will happen? It will form iron. Then it will, again, because of the immense mass, it will start compressing again. Then boom, one major supernova explosion will happen. That is almost like, the last jhatka before dying. One last dhamaka. That is the sun for you, or the stars outside there for you. Getting the point here? To water, that is your wish. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, done. This is what happens. Now, the problem is what? We are advantage of a fusion reaction. Once it starts, it can keep going forever. Like I told you, 100, 200, whatever number of years, it can keep going. Most cleanest form of energy, because obviously at least in theory, no nuclear waste, no greenhouse gas emissions. That is the advantage of what? Nuclear fusion reaction. Got the point? Now, what is the disadvantage? See, this entire reaction is happening inside the sun, where the pressure is very high, temperature is very high. pressure and temperature, that whatever we are talking about, it is unimaginable here. How are we going to achieve that high pressure and high temperature at ground level? That is the issue here. Got the point? That is the issue. So what do? You will have to definitely invest heavy on energy, or you need to create a machinery where you can build this reaction at the ground level. So that is where we bring plasma into picture. Solid, liquid, gas, next is plasma. Plasma is that type of matter where it contains charged particles. Charged particles basically, that means high, it will conduct electricity like anything. That is, even if I place this plasma inside a changing magnetic field, where magnetic field is changing, this plasma will slowly start burning. Why it will burn? When a magnetic field is changing, the same reason what is happening with your induction stove. Induction stove, those of you who have it, there will be some markings like this, correct? You are supposed to keep the vessel within this. Why? Below that only you have what? Below this marked area only you are having coil. The electric coil is there. As you give electricity to this, what happens? It generates a magnetic field. Because this electricity is AC, alternating current. When the current keeps on changing, alternating current will create alternating magnetic field. And because of this alternating magnetic field, again an alternating current will be there. Where is this current present? It is present inside the core of whatever vessel you are placing. Let us say this, inside this vessel you are having doodh. Shuddh desi doodh is there. If you would have noticed, when you put that vessel there, you put your finger. Mothers will be like, don't touch, shock will come. You keep it, nothing will happen. You can go make fun of your mother. Amma! You can do that. And chappal also will come flying at you, but take the risk. It's okay. What is happening there? The alternating current which is there in the core, it is inside the core, mind you won't be able to see it. That is heating up the milk. That is heating up the milk. That is why it is very safe. Got the point here? The only condition is that you should keep only those vessels which are induction friendly. Induction friendly it should be. Silver, does it have magnetic properties, brother? Silver, gold, does it have magnetic properties? It has, I'm not denying it, but it is very, very low. Got the point here? Such as lightning, auroras, neon signs. Agreed. Got the point here? Plasma, it depends where it is coming from. If plasma is coming out in the form of a solar storm, just from here, there is an explosion. Solar storm is generated. That storm, when it comes out, some explosions will happen. Patar, putar, patar. It is not like one nice orange color thing what you would have drawn in your kindergarten. It is going on blasting because you call it actually diagrammatically speaking, you call these what? Wonderfully. These are actually called dark spots. Dark spots placed in the sun, where actually solar storms are emitted. Highly charged particles are released. Plasma again. If that plasma comes and hits our satellites, don't worry, everything will get fried. What is protecting our satellite? Earth's magnetic field, because that is acting like a counter. So how this will actually look in reality is, This is Earth. Earth's magnetic field is there. That is Earth's magnetic field. These solar storms that comes, it will come like this. Northern and southern region, slightly the weakness of magnetic field is present. Here basically in these regions, you will basically experience what? Aurora lights. Northern and southern lights. It is basically the plasma coming and interacting with the atmosphere as well as little bit of the magnetic field, because of which you see that bluish green lights in the sky. You won't see that probably in other parts. In Uttarakhand, it was briefly observed. Briefly, it was observed there in Uttarakhand region. Got the point here? Clear? Through Chaurasia, you're spamming the whole YouTube comment section. Don't do it. There are people who are seriously sitting and preparing. All right. Clear, people? All right. This is what is happening. Our magnetic field is protecting us. Now we are trying to achieve this at the ground level. What do you mean by this green-walled density limit? Briefly, it was experienced at a high level. Why in Uttarakhand means again atmospheric changes, solar emissions coming out, interaction, charged particles, the same reason only. Ladakh also, correct? Arey. Through Chaurasya, you are going on giving Baddua to other people. I give you a Baddua right now. May you never succeed in anything in life. May you always continue to be a burden for other people. Okay? Now, that is the only thing to do for such people. Other than that, nothing I can do now. I wish that that happens with you. Anyway, green wall density limit. What is this green wall density limit? Green wall density limit simply means how much of plasma can I pack in a reactor? Normally, in a nuclear reactor, when you talk about normal fission nuclear reactor, the word is criticality. Criticality means now the nuclear reactions will start, and that nuclear reaction will continue for the next 25 or 30 years. Okay, it will continue for next 25 or 30 years. Correct. So, 25, 30 years, it will go continuously. That means you don't have to again keep supplying the fuel. Say, for example, others just ignore him, leave it. He has never received any attention from his family, so he is looking for attention here. Okay. Ignore these people. That is the only thing to do. These are your nuclear rods. And this is what you call control rod. These three things. Control rod means I need to control the reaction. So I'll expose the nuclear fuel only to a limited level. But once it becomes self-sustaining, I don't have to do anything. Little by little only I need to control the reactor. I mean the control rod. It will keep going on. So achieving criticality is very important because you need to expose it only at the right level. At the right level, you need to expose it so that the reaction continues. Got the point? In the case of a fusion reactor, it is Greenwald density limit. What do you mean by that? It simply means how much, what should be the plasma density. What do you mean by plasma density here? Sometimes I really wish I should contact my cyber friends and get a few people arrested also. But finally, when I see that it is some uneducated, unemployed fellow sitting in some village area, then I let go of it. What else to do? Leave. Where was I, by the way? How much of plasma density will you pack in the reactor? How many of you know, or how many of you eaten donut? Donut, highly unhealthy thing, correct? Basically, vada. Indian version is vada. American version is the very sweet, high on calorie, absolutely useless for the human body. Okay, so imagine a vada or a donut. Okay. Inside this, how much amount of fusion materials can I pack? Now, anybody will say pack as much as possible. Good, right? No. Too much if it is, nuclear fusion reaction will stop because the thing will collapse. Too much I shouldn't pack. Too less also I cannot pack because too less means reaction won't happen. Ulunnu vada, correct. Absolutely, chemistry applies with every reactor. This is like a basic minimum condition. Actually, this is the most critical part to know how much plasma I should pack in it. And plasma is what? High charge particles. So bottom line is this much. Achieving plasma state itself is not possible, not easy. Why? High electricity you need. High temperature, high pressure you need to generate it. Then I have to again pass electric current to it so that it will start undergoing fusion. So what has China done so far? China has managed to achieve a nuclear fusion reaction for a few seconds. That's it. Few seconds, that nuclear fusion they were able to maintain. That is the thing. One of the most important, all right, one of the most important nuclear fusion reaction experiment is right now happening inside France. ITER. All right. International Thermonuclear Experiment Reactor it is. ITER in France. Everybody is involved in it. Everybody in the sense. USA is there. European Union is there. Russia is there. China is there. India is there. All the major countries are contributing towards that project. Nuclear fusion reactors are donut shaped. Don't forget that. This is the shape. Poloidal magnetic field, central solenoid, outer poloidal field coil, helical magnetic field, toroidal field, plasma electric current. All this means what? You are trying to generate as much heat here as possible using magnetic fields alone. Because magnetic field, like I told you, alternating magnetic field, wherever it is there, you will have what? Alternating current. And wherever alternating current is there, you will have heat. Sir, one is telling in YouTube, Krish ka gana sune. Arey yaar. Subha Meena. Suhana Meena. Suhana, it is not fusion reaction that takes place inside a nuclear weapon. Easiest reaction to achieve in the world is nuclear fission reaction. I take a very nuclearly powerful material, either uranium, plutonium, cesium, thorium, any one of these metals, elements. These are all radioactive. Heavy metal will give out radiation and it will become lighter. That is what happens there, a fission reaction. Got the point here? This is the idea. Vanshika, ignore. You need to see only my face, right? Only when you have to ask a question, you shoot it there. Maximize your screen and keep. I don't want to minimize the comment section of YouTube for the only reason that in case any important question comes, only for that. And I'm telling you people, see, our life, yes, we are the deciding factors of our life. But if we irritate others for no reason, nobody has harmed you, nobody has, people who have never harmed you, either by word or by karma, you irritate them, you are gaining negativity. All that negativity will come to you later as bad luck. So don't worry. In logon ka, is type ki jan ka, they will face miserable things in their life. They are in queue. Karma will take care of them. Wait. We may not see it. They will experience it. That's enough. Getting the point here? Absolutely, Gunjan. It is the same reaction that happens there. So in all these cases, nuclear fission, that is nuclear for electricity plus medical purposes. It is nuclear fission again. For weapons grade, missiles, etc., it is nuclear fission again. Got the point here? This is the idea. Clear? Absolutely, Pramod. Look at our sun. Look at the energy that it is releasing. Steadily releasing energy for these many years, right? Definitely, it is very, very high. Nuclear fission reaction, etc. Obviously, if you're talking about a bomb, etc., means today's nuclear weapons are able to destroy, let us say, 100 Hiroshimas or 100 Nagasaki. Got the point? That much powerful nuclear weapons we have today. But still, it is nothing compared to what? Sun's energy. Alright? That is all this article is about. You can go and read it. The next article is about that Supreme Court denying bail to those two people who are basically telling that Northeast ko kaat denge, India tera tukde kar denge. All of that wonderful, wonderful sentences they were uttering to those two people. So what are the important observations made by the Supreme Court, which conveniently the Hindu paper as usual didn't report anywhere in the front page. Front page in full bold headline. Oh my God, for Sharjeel and for that other fellow, I don't know what his name, Umar or something. Bail has been denied, blah, blah, blah. Again, article, oh my God, this is against article, blah, blah, blah. All that they started writing. All right. I hope the world treats you like the way you treated us. Sincerely from the bottom of my heart. All right. You get the same amount of luck. You get blessed the same way like you blessed us with your presence. Coming back. So what did the Supreme Court find here? All right. What did the Supreme Court find? First thing is, just because so the trial of their case is yet to go for trial. Okay, they have been arrested, they are in jail. 6 years, nearly 6 years now they are in jail. Trial is yet to start. And this is what everybody have been saying. Trial has not yet started and they are still in jail. Normally, let me tell you, there is a certain time limit. That is, you are sitting in jail, trial is yet to start. Normally, bail is given. Getting the point here? Normally, bail is given. That is, bail is generally the rule, jail is the exception. Okay, that is how Indian judiciary functions. Bail is the rule, jail is the exception. But what did Supreme Court say? Charges against you are of a severe nature under Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. Section 43D of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act reaffirmed as imposing high threshold for bail. So this is not like any normal case. This is not like any normal case. This is under Unlawful UAPA Act. So what is the logic there? Your bail condition also will be kept very high. Again, people are like, but no, this is not the way to treat, etc., etc. How can to utilize this article in exam? That will depend on the question Vladimir Putin. That is, if at all a question comes on UAPA Act, it can come in GS paper 3 under internal security, it can come. Does UAPA Act contradict, or even in polity paper, does it violate Article 14? No. UAPA Act is very, very clear. If you are doing activities against the country, then obviously your bail conditions will be very high. That is very clear. Law is very clear on that. But that is not the funny part here. The funny part which most media and everybody silently covered up. What is that? Trial court records indicated prosecution readiness to proceed at various stages. That means prosecution side, that is from the government side, government was ready to start the trial. Then multiple procedural objections were raised by the accused. That means who is delaying the trial process, start of the trial? The accused only. Why are they not starting it? See, how much our social media tries to whitewash it, video is there where they are telling it very clearly. Cut off Northeast. Bangladesh now this had happened when a few years back, 6 years ago, correct? 2019. What did Bangladesh interim president say? Cut off Northeast. China, come, take Northeast. वो या थाली में रखा है आपके लिए, लेने के लिए. As I have said earlier, you will find liberals in the rest of India. You will find patriots in Northeast. छू कर देख. If you are so much of courage, if you have, please go try touching Northeastern people. They will make keem out of you. So do you think this is a coincidence? 2019 May, these idiots basically say that they'll cut off Northeast, and 2025, last year basically, Yunus is going on telling, take away Northeast, take away Northeast. That means what? This is planned. This is a planned attack on the sovereign territory of India. Understand, this cannot be coincidence. 6 years ago, what these idiots said. 6 years later, what is this new idiot from Bangladesh is telling? How is it that it is one and the same? That means there are external and internal forces inside India and outside, that is, are there, who wants to destroy Indian territory, Indian government, India's peace and security and tranquility. And if I am really innocent, $1 million question. If I am really innocent, what will I say? Start the trial at the earliest. Correct? Why will I delay it? Procedural objections. That is what they have been highlighting. They are not actually telling that evidence is wrong, that evidence is malified evidence, that evidence is doctored evidence. That they are not telling. They are telling that how can they bring this case here? This case you cannot bring it to this court. That you have to take it to the other court. No. Prosecution cannot file the case like this. Prosecution has to do it like this. They are delaying it maximum. Then using that delay, they want to claim bail and come out so that they can further destroy the country. Take Munira, this is your answer. The accused are delaying the case. I am not telling it. This is the recordically observation made by the Honorable Supreme Court of our country. Don't come to me. He is supporting of BJP. Court basically found this. And I will tell you one thing. It is the oldest trick in the book. When I know it very well that I have committed a crime, First thing that I will do is I will delay it as much as possible. Delay the trial as much as possible. As the trial takes more and more time, then what will I do? I'll apply for bail. Now I will walk out. Then I will probably bribe the prosecution, etc. Delay further. Keep pushing the trial. If I have the money for it, if I have the resources for it. Got the point here? Arey. Very true, Praveen. Join the club. And I agree with that. Clear with this, people? That is what this is about. AI and its impact on environment. See, this is again 2 articles I'm going to connect it here. That is, my CCA batch will be knowing it. We have to understand on one thing. AI is not exactly environment friendly. Why? Because they use GPU. What is GPU? Graphics Processing Unit. CPU, Central Processing Unit, which normally does small things. Word document, watching a movie, etc. GPU is like even more a heavier processor. It needs even more bigger processor where it can process more data, more information. Got the point here? More data, more information. Obviously, what does it mean? It will generate even more heat. So you'll have to keep cooling it. For cooling it, what do you need? Water. For this much of processing capacity, what do you need? You need electricity. And on top of it, for AI, you need again what? Rare earth elements. So when you add everything, it literally means what? AI is not actually useful. In terms of environment, I'm talking. Environment ke taraf se. Got the point here? It is not at all useful. That is one more reason why most of the US-based companies, they are setting up their data centers, sir. Wonderful inside India. Why? Environmental laws are pathetic here. Look at Aravalli Hills. Best example. Correct. Environmental laws are pathetic here. Many data centers are going to come over here. In a country where we are already facing with what? Acute groundwater shortage, drinking water shortage. Very recently only in Indore we saw, water getting mixed with the sewage water and people dying. In such a country, data centers are going to be set up. Why it is not happening in USA? Because in USA, it is not like in India. In India, say for example, Bangalore elections are now, civic elections I'm talking about, municipality elections will start now. Now, after a gap of 8 or 9 years. In USA, it is not like that. Local level elections are held pakka on time. And if people say no means it is a no. In around 4 cities, people basically said no. No data centers will be allowed here. So Google's data center, where is it coming? India. Amazon's, India. Almost all the data, because one more reason is that we have kept a condition now. That is, whichever business you are in. You are into Amazon, you are Microsoft, you are Samsung, you are Apple, you are Maestro, MasterCard, Visa card, credit card, whatever. All the data or information of Indians has to be kept inside India. You cannot collect Indians' information and go and keep it in USA. So, data center investment will happen in India, whether we like it or not. This, along with AI generated data, means we are easily looking at what? Some $50 billion, close to $30 billion investments will happen by 2030. And it will only keep on increasing. It will only keep on increasing. For Indians, for a government, what it is, that many dollars will come here, investments will happen, growth in economy, agreed. But what about the environmental cost? Humongous. Huge it will be. That means whatever water shortage we are facing, this is nothing. Wait till these data centers start coming up. We are going to face issues like anything. Getting the point here? 2021 UNESCO released recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. The UNESCO recommendations are non-binding. See, in these type of content, only two things to see here. Correct? What are those two things? Any data is given, any report name is given. So here if you see 2021 UNESCO released recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. These are those names where even in an exam hall, you cannot hazard a guess. Reading this name, recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence, you will never be able to guess UNESCO has released it. Correct? In any other body, it can be. If you look at the other four options, you will never be able to guess, oh, UNESCO released this. You won't be able to know. That is what you need to look out for. Obviously, Sudhanshu, that is the only reason. You need money. From where are we going to get development? From where will we create employment? As it is, whoever is passing out, I'm telling you, BTech passed out, medicine passed out, lawyers, law graduates, engineering graduates, now medical graduates, see, you cleared MBBS, you're already doing your post-graduation. You simply put a board outside, you will get one or the other patient. And if you are a decent enough doctor, you know your fundamentals, you will get patients, you will get. Because obviously everywhere in India, you will find sick people. You will make your money. Then lawyers, chartered accountants. These are the people who actually come to, send their messages to me, telling that they want to prepare for UPSC. Why? An unstable private sector. Private sector has become very unpredictable these days. Corporate lawyers you talk about, engineering jobs you talk about. Why? Even medical field is unpredictable. Starting salary of doctors today are hardly 40-50,000. This is after you finish your MBBS and MD. 50,000. And what is the working hours? 16 hours, 14 hours. That is already you spend that much amount of your time studying. Now only for 40,000, 50,000, who will go and work? By the time you need to see that 6-digit figure in your bank account, you would have crossed 35, 40 years. So everybody is coming to what? Government job. Can government just sit, okay, let everybody come for government job? No. You have to have alternate options here in private sector. Otherwise, again, civic unrest. Every year, imagine only few people are getting into the government job. I'm talking not just about UPSC, entirely. Overall percentage, if you see, people who are getting employed, literally getting employed, that is less than 5% of all applicants. I'm not just talking about government job. I'm talking about every field. Cricket you talk about, football you talk about, movies you talk about, politics you talk about, anything you talk about, it is less than 5%. That is a success rate in any field. UPSC, it is one more higher level. It is less than 1%. Chalo. But other than that, you tell me. Is there any field where we have a success rate of at least 10%? Not a single field is there in entire planet Earth. So what can the government do? Government can only improve the private sector. That's the only option there. When I was doing my engineering, or rather when I was in school and all, government job was not actually, government job was there, craze was there. But back then it was IT field. You get into an IT field, earn lakhs together in salary, 21, 22, back then 50,000 and all used to be the starting rate, 30,000, 40,000. I'm talking about 2000, early 2000. Early 2000, 40, 50,000 means today it is more than 1.5 lakh, easily. Got the point here? So back then that salary was there. So it was all about, okay, get into a nice college, engineering college, mind you. Get placed, start earning 40, 50,000. By 23, 24, give advance for a flat and start paying its EMI. By 25, 26, get married. 27, 28, have kids. 29, 30, get divorced. complete life by 30 years. Done. This was the logic. Now that is not the case. Occasionally we hear, now very recently also we heard somebody, what is it? Got 2.6 crore package. Correct. Now definitely many parents will immediately start pushing their children for IIT JEE. My son also should get 3 crore package. Son is interested in doing Badal Barsa Kicholi. Got the point? So all those are rarity. That 2.6 crore fellow also, he had not taken a single day leave. He has not taken an off day. He has been working hard, really hard, solving as many computer programs as possible. Because of his subject knowledge only, they gave him that much of, this thing, package. So those are rarity. So it is the responsibility of the government to ensure that there is a thriving private sector here. Otherwise, a disgruntled, youthful crowd who are unemployed, who are not getting job, whose dignity is being threatened, they'll pour onto the street, government will fall. Got the logic here? So whenever government says economics and environment, in our country, they'll try to grab economics only, because they will be like, if I start protecting the environment, what am I going to do with this 147 crore people in my country? Got the point here? What will I do with the 147 crore? I have to answer them. Got the picture here? India has not yet formally recognized the environmental cost of developing artificial intelligence models. Surprise, surprise. हमारा बेटा होने वाला है, इसके लिए कौन सा? That is there. Leave. So, the point here is, India does not have a proper regulation even for AI. Even for AI, India does not have any proper regulation. India is like, jab kuch hadsa ho jayega, then we will see. When some major disaster occurs, then we will think about it. That is our policy. Getting the point here. Salman Khan, Chiranjeevi, Amitabh Bachchan, Abhishek Bachchan, Aishwarya Rai, and again countless other superstars had to literally go to the court to secure their personality rights. One more addition now to Article 21, right to life and personal liberty. Right to personality. My personality is my private property. Nobody can use it. So they had to take the help of the court. Why? Because government had never made any law. There are multiple countries out there. I think it was Denmark. I think this is, I'm telling from my memory. Please cross check it. Denmark basically passed a rule saying that no person, living or dead, their image or their voice or their physique can be used in AI generated videos. Getting the point here? Whether the person is alive, whether the person is dead, neither their voice, their face, or their physique, all the three shouldn't be used for any AI generated videos. Alright? That is the logic. Clear? To all the students here, please, for the love of God, stop entertaining that fellow. Let him do it. Let him do it. I'm telling you again and again, until and unless you have a specific question to ask, you maximize your screen and ignore the chat section. Please understand that. Use your brains. Alright? Correct? There is a fluid, which dielectric fluid, to cool computer. Why should we use it? As you answered it already, Uttang, to cool the computer system. Otherwise, the heat will burn the circuits. Correct. Arey yaar, you people will never learn. EIA are typically conducted for infrastructure and natural resource projects. What is environmental impact assessment? Environmental impact assessment means you are going to see what is the impact on environment because of an infrastructure project. Where and along with the environmental cost, you will also see what are the social costs involved. This is again a Supreme Court ruling. That is okay. You are basically going to set up a project. People are living in that area. You have to take the people over there, shift them to another place. And you will have to what? You will have to give them alternate housing. There is a cost involved for it. Clear? There is a cost involved for it. How much is that social cost of rehabilitating the people? That also needs to be calculated. Correct? This is generally done for which and all projects? Infrastructure and natural resource projects. That is mining, what is it? Drilling, oil, etc., natural gas, etc., all of that. All right. Just a minute, people. We'll try. The thing is, Are Sareen Ansari, Anilom Vinilom. Mahesh ji, there are two people who are constantly spamming in YouTube. One is Dhruv Chaurasya 123 and the other is some Goat Warriors 7. Yeah, जरा वो प्लीज स्पैम जरा प्लीज वो यूट्यूब कमेंट सेक्शन पे के ऊपर ध्यान दे दीजिए. कहीं से भी फालतू का, हाँ फालतू का अभी भी आ रहा है. हाँ, अगर प्लीज कीप अ वॉच ऑन द यूट्यूब कमेंट सेक्शन. अगर कोई आलतू फालतू का कमेंट आ रहा है प्लीज इमीडिएटली ब्लॉक कर दीजिए. ओके, थैंक यू सो मच. आई विश द वर्स्ट फॉर यू. दया नहीं बेटा, तेरा जिंदगी बर्बाद हो जाए. हाउ आई मिस ऑफलाइन मैन. Have only IT Act and also IT 26 comes, it will be good. Let it come. Aane do pehle, Shiva. Once it comes only, we can basically deal with this. All right. So that is the other point. Moving on. Then the rest of the article, it is just general points that they can do this, they can do that, we can do this, we can do that. Nothing concrete. हम ये कर सकते हैं, वो कर सकते हैं. That you shouldn't take down. Why? I will tell you. Those are the author's assumptions and presumptions. When you give a suggestion in your answer, always remember it should be based on a government report. It should be based on a committee report of the parliament, or it should be based on, let us say, some international practices like how we discussed about Denmark or how you told about Australia, those things. You shouldn't say, we can do this, we can do that. You are not supposed to give your ideas, your suggestions. Got the point? You're not supposed to give your ideas, your suggestions. Clear? Now coming to the next part. So that is AI wahan tak. What is AI's impact on Indian jobs in USA? That let us see. Silicon Valley employs approximately 250,000 high technology workers. 20 to 25% of Silicon Valley's technology workforce originate from India. That is 25% means 1 by, or 20% means 1 by 5. 1/5 of 250,000 means we are looking at a number 50,000 Indians are employed. Entry-level technology jobs in Silicon Valley have been significantly reduced due to artificial intelligence adoption. Approximately 30% of Indian origin technology workers are concentrated in entry-level roles. 50,000 is the total. 30% of it means 15,000. That means 15,000 jobs will be lost for Indians in USA because AI is coming. अब ये 15,000 भी कहाँ आएगा? Where will this 15,000 go? They will also come back. Don't you judiciary is a bit slow? Are in India everything is slow. What is fast here? Straight away prelims point. National Improvised Explosive Device Data Management System. launched as a digital platform to cover all incidents since 1999. What incidents? All the bomb blasts that have taken place in the country since 1999. Has a good image of India, but only people in the country knows how politics, laws, everything is taken. How the Indians are living in. Isn't this concerning? Nothing is concerning Vijay Krishna. Vijay Krishna Rajiv. No, why it is concerning? Trust me, if I have a better opportunity, I will leave. I will also leave the country. Why will I not leave? Bharat Mata ki jai. Bharat Mata, keep it there aside. My first priority is towards my family. I don't want to be Mahatma Gandhi, becoming the father of the nation and being a useless father to my own children. I mean, child now. Why will I do that? It is concerning that Indians are. Let them leave, man. That much less population, that much less competition. For everything, air, water, jobs, houses, road, car, metro, bus. You want to stand like this where somebody's face or somebody's stomach is on your face, coming like this? Who wants it? Arey yaar. आप स्क्रीनशॉट मत शेयर करो. आप देख रहे हैं ना, पढ़ सकते हैं ना. यू कैन स्टॉप मी, यू कैन स्टॉप मी. आप देख रहे हो ना, बंद करो ऐसे. हाँ बोलिए. ओ माय गॉड. अच्छा अच्छा, ठीक है ठीक है. फाइन फाइन फाइन. चलो. People, I am requesting you. The concerned person does not have direct access. It will take some time before this person is blocked. Mr. BBEO, last warning for you. If I really go mad means, I will ensure that I'll put a cyber case against you. Trust me. And I'll put it here in Bangalore. You will, wherever you are, from there, you will have to come here. I'll make you fall on my feet. Last and final warning. I have one last nerve, you're getting on it. The only thought process that I'm letting go is because probably I'm sure you are some dash and dash sitting unemployed. You're useless to your family, you're useless to everybody around you. So that is the only reason. Anyway. Oof. Ooh. All incidents since 1999. All the bomb blasts. Entire evidence of it or data about it in National Improvised Explosive Device Data Management System. Headquartered at where? Manesar. Accessible only to police and forces, not for us. National Security Guard is the lead post-blast authority. It will be managed and handled entirely by NSG. Got the point here? So, that is there. That is true. Actually, I have an offer from Bhutan to teach there. Actually, I do have. So, let us see. Very good, very good, very good. Correct, 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 correct. Nenu mi Telugu abbai. Oh, very good. Clear. Energy, solar panels and biofuel. This article also basically what it is trying to tell is, I will explain it in diagram. 99% of global biofuel use is used for road transport. Biofuels currently supply around 4% of global transport energy demand. Land used specifically for biofuels is estimated at approximately 32 million hectares. 32 million hectares of land is required for what? For growing biofuels. I mean, you cannot grow biofuel. What is from where is biofuel obtained? Sugarcane, cereals, rice, wheat. From there, you can convert all that material into what? Biofuel. But if you really need to meet all the energy demands, currently, it is At 32 million hectares, currently it is being grown. What the author is telling is, if 32 million hectares were used for solar power, annual electricity generation could reach 32,000 terawatt hours. 32 million hectares being used for biofuel generation, because that much of land is required to grow these crops, be it sugarcane, be it any form of cereal that you talk about. But instead of that, what he's telling is, if you have 32 million hectares, you put solar power panels there, it will generate 32,000 terawatt hours. 32,000 terawatt hours, if you actually look at it, current global electricity generation in 2024 was about 31,000 terawatt hours. Means what? The land what you are using, 32 million hectares, to generate biofuel, if you actually use it for solar electricity, what will happen? You will have, it will generate how much? 32,000 terawatt hours, which is more than the energy that was utilized in 2024. We can have as much electricity as possible from solar power. Exactly. Thank you, Akila. 7,000 terawatt per hour is required to power all the global cars and trucks. In other words, what the author is trying to say is, let us not waste our time in generating biofuel. Ulta, what we will do? Ulta, we will generate, let us invest in solar energy. Very valid point asked by Sai Kumar Desavatu. Cost is obviously high, but it is only initial investment, right? Afterwards, you need not worry. Afterwards, you need not worry. The other point again is, again, the land is reducing, right? Land size, you are replacing, fine. The crop area where crops were being grown, let us put solar power panels there. But that is again going to create what? That is again going to create trouble. All right. Correct. Electricity through thunder. Kya Shiva? Thunder, how long does it stay? Another article again. Like I told you, in November month, we were solar power panel harming the ozone layer. There is no clear evidence for it. Those months before September in weekly class. Weekly classes, weekly class, Mohit. Wouldn't that cause solar flux like the California syndrome? It can cause. It can cause. I'm not at all denying it. The solar flux, what? Who has asked that? Krish has asked that. Solar flux simply means you go on keep panels. Okay. In the Californian deserts, they kept panels. Basically in a circle-like shape, they kept it. So that rising sun, setting sun, forenoon, afternoon, noon, in any angle, you can capture the sun's rays, generate electricity. But from ground, when you see it, okay, it looks like one big frying pan has been kept on the ground, which is generating heat. Because these are black in color. This will not only absorb radiation, but it will reflect the heat also. Glass is there. That glass and the combined black effect, it is still emitting radiations out. That combined heat there, what has happened? Small birds, when they come across this area, their wings are burnt. Their feathers are burnt. They come crashing to the ground. They hit the solar power panels. And like they have mentioned, you have to go and keep cleaning it. Correct. Correct. Algae-based biofuels, it will come. It will help in reducing. But algae-based biofuels cost again is very high. Extraction cost. Correct, Suman. Agriculture will give food as well as this thing. See, what the author is basically telling, the land, any which way you have diverted it for biofuel. Some portion of land, you have diverted it for biofuel generation. Why are you diverting it for biofuel? Why don't you use it? Solar power panels there. That is the question. Clear? All right. I read somewhere. solar creates hole in ozone layer. Is it true or false? To the best of my knowledge, I'm hearing it for the first time. Because ozone layer depletion is directly caused by greenhouse gases or potentially your sulfur hexafluoride refrigerants, what you coolants, what you use inside air conditioners and coolers, then NOx, sulfur dioxide, all of this, they are the ones to cause it. Solar power panel, I'm keeping it at ground level. Ozonic depletion is happening at the tropospheric level, higher level. Okay, higher level it is happening. This is at the ground level. There is no link between the two as far as I know. All right. Coming to this. So like I told you earlier, from Russia, we have again started importing. We initially, even before US placed sanctions on us, we had started reducing it. Then Trump started acting overly. Interestingly enough, in November month, we increased our imports from Russia, whatever oil we were buying from Russia. Now, once again, Trump has threatened with a 500% tariff. Will it happen or not? All right. Okay, Shamas. Ozone depleting substances, correct? So, now what is the thing? If India stops importing oil from Russia, will it affect us much? Not really much. Why? Look at the prices. 480 to 23. This is Russian oil. This is US oil. Average price paid by India is around 498. That means even if you say 523 also, this is hardly what? $25 more. Not a big deal. Not much of a big deal, because currently if you look at the prices also, global oil prices, it is expected it will hit 80 to 90. India's oil imports from Russia reached a 6-month high in November 2025. It is expected that oil prices will again go down below 80, and there is a chance that it may even hit 60. Oil prices will still go down. Correct? Agreed with you, Brijesh Kumar. Oil prices will again go down. With reducing oil prices, it doesn't matter whether we are buying it from Russia or buying it from USA, because internationally the prices are low. And let us say, Venezuelan oil also, USA takes it, USA starts, harnessing it or selling it or whatever. They start doing it. What will happen? Already international price is low and you increase the supply. What will happen? Global oil prices will crash again. It will crash. Got the point here? Some companies will get shut down. Private companies especially. Saudi companies and all don't expect it to shut down because they are all controlled by the government. But other private companies based out in other places, they will get shut down because they won't be able to sell oil at that low price. Got the point here? How oil price depreciate? Oil price depreciate because there is no demand. Right now, global demand itself is very, very less. Global economy is down right now. That is the main reason. Global economy is down. People have no interest in buying vehicle or going for long drive and travel. Trade has reduced. So automatically what will happen? Demand is less. Supply is more. Prices will crash. Definitely, Kaushik Cherry. Later it will be very, very possible. Now at the current prices of these solar modules or electric battery, etc., it is a little difficult. But eventually with improvement in technology, it will come down. Are not getting any benefit from it even after adding ethanol. Prathamesh Kanungo. I will tell you the main reason for that is close to, let us say we are paying around 100, and so here in Bangalore, if you are going for the normal petrol, let us say 104 rupees. More than 50% of it is nothing but tax. More than 50% of the price. Why is it so? Per center and state, both have a good share in it. There was a slight discussion that let us bring petrol products, petrol and diesel under this thing. What? Under GST, states did not agree. It's not that center was ready to do it. No, center also was not ready, but center decided to put the ball in state's court. Why? Economy is down. Economy is really down. For most of the states, one of their major source of income, be it state government, be it central government, it comes from where? Petrol and diesel taxes. What else? That is the main reason. They don't want to let go of their income, because if that is also not there, they won't be able to survive. On the other side, if I keep petrol and diesel prices, let us say at 50 or 60 rupees, ideally that should have been the price, by the way. 50 or 60 rupees I keep, petrol or diesel prices. Then which guy will go and buy an electric vehicle? Who will buy it? Nobody will buy. So 2 units or 3 units of electricity is all that is needed to charge electric scooter fully, which will come to what? How much it will come to? Max to max. Not even 100 rupees. Not even 100. It won't even touch 100. And how much distance I can go? I can go up to 180 or 200 kilometers. Why will I not use it? The incentive is for people to actually keep buying electric vehicles. And the only way to do is what? Make petrol and diesel costly, so that people will eventually go for, at least within the city, they will go for what? Electric vehicle. Clear? I did not understand your question. Nenu me Telugu. I did not understand. Taking it further forward. Article 6 Paris Climate Treaty. This was a previous year question actually. So what is Article 6 largely about? It talks about carbon credits. What is carbon credit? Carbon credit specifically means, let us say I invested in, let us say planting 1,000 trees. 1,000 trees I planted, or I invested in 100% EV vehicle, 100% EV, electric vehicle, whatever, or hydrogen, whatever, anything where greenhouse gas emissions are reduced. Definitely everything will become problem one day. I invested in any of this. So because I planted trees, or because I invested in EV, what happens now? I will be given a carbon credit. What is this carbon credit? It is certificate mean. The certificate means that because I planted 1,000 trees, it was able to reduce the carbon dioxide, because each tree, let us say one tree reduces 1 kilo of carbon dioxide. So 1,000 trees will reduce 1,000 kilogram. So I will get a carbon credit certificate that I have basically reduced carbon dioxide by this much. So I have been awarded 10 credits. 10 credits have been given to me. Now that certificate I have, what is the use? I will tell you. Let us say there is another person. Let us say Abhinaya is there. Abhinaya is running a factory. Okay. Abhinaya is running a factory, but the problem with that factory is it is very, very polluting, releasing all types of gases. Abhinaya has two choices. Either invest on high-end technologies. High-end technologies means which will make the exhaust more efficient, lesser type harmful gases are released, filtration, carbon precipitation, electrostatic, filtration, all these modern technologies she will have to invest in. That is like a huge cost. So instead, what can she do? She will buy this carbon certificate from me. She will buy some credits from me. I can, so how is the price of this decided? So let us say she wants 2 credits. I will basically say, okay, 1 credit, I can basically demand, I need 1 crore at least. 1 credit means 1 crore. So basically, she will start thinking, Abhinaya will start thinking, okay, 1 crore, he's asking for 1 credit. If I have to invest on this machinery, that is around 10 crore or 20 crore. No need, I will take it from him. But you must understand that 1 credit, what she bought from me, basically means now 1 credit she bought. She bought 2 credits only. She paid 2 crore and bought 2 credits from me. She can use it for 1 year maximum. Why? With those 2 credits, what is happening? What has really happened is her pollution will remain as it is. No doubt about it. But what has happened? She has invested in clean energy technology. Correct? By buying the credits from me, she has invested in clean energy. And what did I gain? I got money. What did she gain? She got some more time to keep continuing polluting the environment. That is the reality. I know, but the pollution will remain as it is, right? Absolutely true. This is for that 1 year. Next year again she will come, because that credit system has a time period. Again she will come to buy credits from me. But this time what has happened? There is Harshita, there is Ishika, there is Sanjana, Yashwant, Vijay Krishna. Multiple polluters are there who are wanting carbon credit. Now carbon credit, everybody wants it. Now what will happen? Demand is huge, price shoots up. It becomes 10 crore for 1 credit, 20 crore for 2 credit. Now Abhinaya will think, 20 crore I have to pay for carbon credit, that too only for 1 year. Same 20 crore if I invest on clean technologies, I will be able to, at least for another 10-15 years, I can run these factories in the most cleanest manner. So what will I do now? I will invest in that. This is the idea behind carbon credit. This was the main component inside the Paris Treaty. Initially, it was known as Clean Development Mechanism. Clean development. Same thing only. The principle is the same. Today, they have made it very, very clear. What is this carbon credit? How does it work? Limits, etc. Everything has been placed. Clear? Simply, if we buy oil from Russia, but US increase tariff to India, how it is possible? US is increasing tariff not on the oil that we are buying from Russia. US is increasing tariff on the goods that we are exporting to USA. Get the point here. We are buying oil from Russia. USA is telling, don't buy. I am like, I'll keep buying. What will you do? So what happens when next time when we send Alfonso mango to USA, what should be probably $5 or $6 per kilo of mango, they'll start getting sold at $12 or $15. Logistics cost, transportation cost, all of that. Same mango, let us say it is going from Pakistan, or maybe it is going from other varieties of mangoes are going from other Southeast Asian countries, which are available for $4, $5. What will happen? People will stop buying Indian mango because it is expensive. People will start buying only other countries' mango. So what will happen? Our export market will suffer. That is the logic. Clear? How will it affect? There is nothing to affect and all. It is just a commitment. And these commitments are not, binding and all. Nationally determined it is. India can decide how much they want to do. Paris Agreement crediting mechanism under Article 6.4 was adopted at Conference of the Parties 29. That is COP 29. It means that particular meeting it was adopted. Article 6.4 replaced the Clean Development Mechanism with a more transparent and globally aligned crediting framework. General points these are. India's engagement under Article 6 enables access to climate-aligned finance and deeper international partnership. That is the only thing. You can build partnerships. You can even get developed nations to invest in green energy projects in developing countries. This is the point. Clear, people? For USA, we are the biggest market. No, Mohit. Not exactly. USA is not exactly an export surplus nation. USA is an import surplus nation. They are the largest buyer on planet Earth. Understand that very clearly. For USA, Indian market, if you really see, that comes from our service sector, IT services. If we put taxes on that, what will happen? All the Google, Apple, everybody will start going where? They will go to Southeast Asian countries, other Southeast Asian countries. Whatever unemployment we are having right now, it will shoot up even more, double or triple of it. CM connect to work is a strategic move or not, I think. क्या पूछ रहे हो यार? Such a ridiculous where you are going Delhi for event. I have no idea which area it is. They have not informed us. You can buy how many you want, but there is a time limit for it. It is not that once it is bought, now I can pollute how much ever I want. That you cannot do. There is a time limit. The carbon credit is only for this much of time. Once the time period is over, again you will have to buy it. That is the point here. Clear? Now coming to this whole thing, again last week you would have saw this whole thing that some Kha Panchayat in Rajasthan told that smartphones should not be used by women, blah, blah, blah. But let us look at the gender disparity here. 80.7% in rural India, men use smartphone. Women, it is only 48.45%. That means there is a gender disparity here. And it also means there is a huge untapped market in India when it comes to smartphone, e-commerce sector or any service sector which is based out of internet. Coming to smartphone usage among adolescents, 32.2 boys, 26.9%. 14 to 16. Rural Rajasthan, it is 42. Girls, it is 34. Clear, people? Currency appreciate, import increases, correct? Which batch is best for English medium UPSC? Depends on what you want. Coming to news in short, very quickly. Equality and neighborhood schools under right to education. Equality must begin in schools. Neighborhood schools obligated to admit children from weaker and disadvantaged section. Supreme Court of India, state government, etc., etc. What is this about? So basically, schools apparently, they denied children within that area itself from entering and studying there. Poor, very poor children, very poor, from very poor socioeconomic background. Case went all the way up to Supreme Court. I mean, obviously, some NGO, etc. would have fought for those children. Supreme Court basically said that when it comes to ensuring equality and equal access to education under Article 21, right to education, equality must begin in schools. Neighborhood schools are obligated to admit children from weaker and disadvantaged sections. Clear? What is your opinion? Supreme Court judgment, sir. What is your opinion? 16 rather than 18. That is not the judgment, right? That is a Romeo-Juliet clause. Krudu, Siri. All right. Digital error scams. Digital error scams, as I have clearly told, it is going on increasing again and again. Increasing in the sense, frequency, we can say it has come down a lot. But the amount that is going, that is on the rise. All right. So they have basically decided to form a high-level interdepartmental committee to combat digital error scam. Ministry of Home Affairs, Department of Telecommunication, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Ministry of External Affairs, Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Law and Justice, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, RBI, CBI, NIA, Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center, and digital platforms. They are literally bringing everybody here to find out ke kya kare, what to do for this. Supreme Court even went to the extent of asking the government, why can't you make CBI the nodal agency to exclusively deal with digital arrest or scams? Why don't you do it? The government is trying to find a reason for it. Why dollar is a standard currency for import and export? Read macroeconomics textbook of NCERT. It is given there in it. How we evolved. Gold standard, Bretton Woods system, failure of the Bretton Woods system, then how we moved on to dollar. Go through that. Okay. Operation Sindoor. Again, like I told you, it is an ongoing operation. So that was the thing. Main reason for putting it up, it was basically a signal that it is still ongoing. It is not over yet. We are still prepared to deal with any sort of trouble that comes from Pakistan side. In this article, which we have already discussed, Indian Police Service deputation to the center. Union government request to states amid vacancies. States asked to send proportionate nomination across ranks for central deputation. Central Armed Forces, Central Police Organizations including CBI, NIA, Supreme Court of India. Supreme Court ruling on 23rd May 2025. Review. What is this about? See, one of the main contentions in IAS, IPS is the central deputation. What does the central deputation mean? You will be working in the state. So this had happened with the state of Tamil Nadu. An IPS, lady IPS officer, senior lady IPS officer again. She got appointment orders to join. That is how it is done is, if I want to go on deputation, I'll first of all formally inform the state home department that I have applied for deputation with the center, with CBI or with NIA or with SPG or with IB, CRPF, CISF. I will inform them that I have made such an application. So what happened? She had applied for CBI. She got it also. Now starts the comedy. State government is not ready to give her relieving orders. Relieving orders means these two things are important when you join service. That is, you are working in a department for 3 years. You got a joining order to go and join in another department you got. But you can only join there till your the department where I am working currently. From there, if I get relieving order. Relieving order means this person on so and so date at so and so time, either afternoon, or forenoon. Forenoon means morning. Afternoon means after 12 o'clock. Person has been relieved of their duties. That relieving order if I get, then I can go to the next department. Because when I go there, first thing they are going to ask me is, show your relieving order. I'll submit it there. Then they will give me what? A joining order. Done. This is the whole idea here. Now, what is the comedy that happened here? State government was not ready to issue relieving orders to the IPS officer. On top of it, from CBI in Delhi, they are going on calling her, this is your last day to join. What will you do? Finally, she would have obviously talked with her seniors, everybody. Seniors would have told, when center's orders are there, you are supposed to go, whatever it is. He left. He reached Delhi. He took charge. Now, next comedy. Comedy part 2. State government decides to suspend her. Why? She has gone missing. She has left the service without informing us. On that ground, we are suspending her. How will you suspend a person who has already gone and joined another department? It unnecessarily created a friction. Later, no news was there about it, but later what I understood was Central Home Ministry got involved and they sorted it out. They were like, you cannot do this. So, Tamil Nadu government, without much, they left it there. Now, what is the Supreme Court ruling? One of the major reasons when people join CAPF, Central Armed Police Forces, one of the major problem there is you join as basically, let us say you cleared the exam, you will join as an assistant commandant. That is almost like a DYSP rank, Deputy Superintendent of Police. What is the issue here? Probably for 15 to 20 years of service, you will be in that post only. 15 to 20 years, same post. Salary increments you will get, but same post. Will you feel, yes, motivated to work? Absolutely not. You are having 10 years of experience as assistant commandant. You have seen the forest, you know the jungle inside out, you know your job. Like if anybody ties Ankh, close your eyes also, you will walk through the jungle and you will come out without a compass. That familiarity you have. One fine day, one commandant comes. Who is he? IPS officer. On what is he there? Deputation. What is his experience before in jungle warfare? Zero. Where was his previous posting? Everything in towns and cities. First of all, how will this person even work in the jungle? Getting the point here. How will this person even work in the jungle? They will have no idea. The Supreme Court basically told that assistant commandant should be given promotion. The central deputation should stop. A very important ruling I must tell you. Because that simply means now over domination of IPS officers in central services will come down. People who have joined it directly, that is a direct recruits who have come in, be it through CBI, whether in CBI or in NIA or in CAPF, now they have a chance to get promoted. Otherwise, normally I will tell you how it is. Let us say I am there as a CAPF assistant commandant, 15 years experience is there. Vacancy has come up for commandant. And Abhinay, okay, leave Abhinay. Saraswati. Saraswati is the IPS officer. 5 years of experience as SP or ASP. 5 years experience in the service. He applied for deputation. She will come and boss over me. ABCD, she won't be knowing about Maoism, Naxalism, nothing. She has read and prepared for UPSC. And if she has read Hindu paper, means little left liberal also she will be. I know the ground reality. She knows zero. But unfortunately, doesn't matter because she is my senior. I'll have to take orders from her. Got the logic here. So that is the issue here. Moving on. Manipur political settlement and Cookie Zoo group. This is again the point that they are trying to bring this Cookie Zoo group together. Somehow bring them together, the Cookies, the Métis, into the governing structure so that peace can be ensured. But it is not happening. That is the point. It is simply not happening. Clear? Prathamesh Kanun Go. Prathamesh, first of all, ask questions which are related to the topic under discussion. To answer your question, simply Google and find out how many such false complaints have been filed by SC, ST. Only SC, ST. There is no OBC Atrocities Act. There is only one act called Prevention of Atrocities Against SC and ST, including calling them by racial slur or caste names. D meaning derogatory names. In that, find out how many false cases have been filed. Number 1. Number 2. Find out how many caste-based killings happens in this country. How many SC, STs are pulled down from the horses. Their head is half-shaved. Their mustache is half-shaved. Their tar is poured over their head. Tar or black oil is poured over their head. They are made to sit on a donkey and they are asked to go to their, Bharat. As Bharat, they are asked to go to their future bride's home. Find it out. The portion, whatever you are talking about, it is a fraction. The reality is SC, STs are ill-treated from north to south, east to west. That is the reality. Clear? Any personal suggestion on Manipur to ensure? Robert Nandi Bam. No personal suggestion. If I knew it, see, if I have to know it, it would have been in the paper, right? Government does not have a solution. Opposition don't have a solution. Because I have told this earlier and a countless number of times, tribal people, if they desire to love you, they will love you to the core. They will give their life for you. If they desire to hate you, even God won't be able to save you from them. They are clean. They don't do games. Okay, if he talks like this, then I must do like this. They are very direct. Very, very direct. You give them respect, little respect if you show itself, they will be like, tell, what do you want? Like that, they will behave with you. But slight disrespect you show, they'll cut your head in no time. That is the reason why I keep telling, right? Try China, try Bangladesh. Please try touching our northeastern seven sisters. You will again have to come to this part of India. You will have to sell your propaganda or narrative to save. We will have to come and save you from them. Because they won't budge. Any other part of India, if you go, you show the gun, they will stop the violence. All the SP has to do is simply flash the gun, take the gun out in nice, slow, steady style. You try doing that in Northeast, they will be like, that's it. They'll pull out an even more bigger gun. Yeah, they have access to it. Thanks to the presence of Myanmar on this side, they have access to weapons. Aishwarya, those are all old news. Please visit the old current affair classes. No main reason. Metis and cookies, it is basically a case of numbers. Metis live in the valley, cookies lay in the hills. Cookies are having reservation. Metis don't have reservation. Metis demanded for reservation. Government also basically said, we will think about it, etc. One high court order came telling that immediately and take a decision on the reservation of Metis. Cookies did not like it. They went on a protest march, silent protest march. Metis attacked them. Apparently, one person got killed. From that point onwards, it started. Cookies started killing Metis. Metis started killing cookies. That's it. Because Metis are the dominant group there. Numbers they have. Any government is formed, whether it is BJP, whether it is Congress or any other party that is formed there, it will always have a domination of Metis. Cookies, on the other hand, they are a minority who stays in the hills. Number-wise, they are less, but they stay largely in the hilly area. This is in the valley area, valley. That's it. Nothing else. Cookie Zo, why you say? Zo community, apparently they have migrated from Myanmar. Facial features, if you see, Cookie and Zo, hardly any difference. You cannot identify who is who. Counter argument by Metis is that this Cookie Zo, basically what has happened is Zo community coming in from Myanmar. Cookie Zo community has increased in number. We are a minority now. Now we should get what? SC/ST status. So cookies are telling, as it is, our numbers are less. We are fighting for government jobs. Now giving SC/ST status to Metis means even they will also get the government job. They are already in power. So how will we survive here? Conflict started. Clear? Prakriti, no, it is not enough. You will have to read monthly current affair compilation. Bengaluru-Mysuru Infrastructure Corridor Project. This project is 25 years old. And in 25 years, look at this. Proposed length was 111 km. Only 1 km was built in 25 years. Vareva. Don't tell, BJP, Congress, both are there. Karnataka is one state where I don't know. Sometimes I feel there is some hidden understanding. Last time you won, right? This time I want to win. That is how it is. That is next. Currently, BJP in Karnataka is very weak. That is there. But if you ask me who will win again next time, there is a possibility that it is BJP. Why? In Karnataka, it has always been like that. BJP, Congress, Congress, BJP. That means in this 25 years, if you're really going to see, BJP has come in power at least 2-3 times. Congress also has come in power at least 2 or 3 times. And still what has happened? Nothing has happened. Only 1 kilometer in out of the 111 kilometer, only 1 kilometer has been built in 25 years. High Court basically told to scrap the project. Scrap the entire project. Clear? That is the point here. Judicial misconduct and reinstatement dispute. Judicial misconduct is apparently a drunk judge, not of High Court, lower court basically. He went and urinated. Where? Inside the train, near a female passenger. He was so drunk that he didn't know which is a bathroom, where is the seat or where is the bathroom. He just got up and he started urinating near a woman passenger. He was suspended, later removed. Now the thing is, High Court reinstated him back into service. Case went to Supreme Court. Supreme Court said no. This judicial misconduct cannot be allowed. Totally removed him from the service. Clear? Moving on. Bail standards in child sexual offense cases. This is coming like a repeated thing. The bail standards means, see, first of all, I don't know what type of judges are sitting in our court, easily giving bail for POCSO case accused. The Supreme Court basically told that whenever you are giving bail, you have to think from the victim's angle. That this particular case, a 16-year-old girl was raped by 4 individuals within her locality. And those 4 individuals were given bail. I don't know what are they even thinking. That is, you are literally giving bail to 4 people who raped that girl, who are within that same locality, who come from powerful and influential families. On what grounds you have given bail? Supreme Court made it very clear that take a tough stance here. Clear? The other important thing is 87,754 cases were disposed in fast track courts have been set up 2025. Fast track special courts. Cases that were registered in 2025 was 80,320. Disposed cases were 87,754. Means disposal rate of 109%. What does that mean? 80,000 I disposed of this year. And the remaining 7,000 from previous years. Now, not this year. Previous years and this year's put together. This much I was able to do. (773) fast track courts are there, out of which 400 fast track courts are there, which have been designated for POCSO cases. 1,952 crore from Nirbhaya Fund. Then, case disposal rate, if you see, average disposal rate of fast track court is 9.51, normal court is 3.26. All that is good. Disposal rate is 109%, which is good thing. But when you look at the conviction rate, it was 35% in 2019. It is 29% in 2023. What does it mean? Out of 100 POCSO cases that are filed, 71 people will walk out free. Harshita, what is spoken inside the assembly or in a parliament cannot be questioned in a court of law. You cannot punish them for that. You can probably, privilege motion, etc. can be initiated against the erring MLA or speaker. But the fact of the matter is, be it the government or be it the opposition, we have men from a bygone era who basically believe that rapes happen because women will trigger it. There are many idiots in this country who actually believe that rapes happen because that woman would have triggered him. That is the reason. It is almost the same logic that is said by these dog lovers. For example, in the state of Kerala, when a woman woke up in the night, she is a poor woman staying near the beach. So she doesn't have bathroom or toilet. So she had gone out near the beach area to ease herself. That point, what happened? Stray dogs came and tried to bite her. To escape from that, she jumped into the water, sea water, thinking that the dogs won't come now. Where? They also got into that sea water, bit her, killed her, mauled her to death. You know what was a statement given by one particular female? She basically said that the woman who died, maybe she was carrying meat in her hands. That is why the dogs got triggered. Otherwise, dogs will not bite like that. I have heard many such faltuke arguments being given by many people like this, that dogs will not bite without any trigger. Very recently in Delhi, a pit bull, American pit bull, a child was playing outside, again from a poor family, 7-8 years old, I think. That pit bull, they left the gate open or something. It came out, attacked the child, bit its ear off. Bit its ear off. Dogs are capable of madness because it is an animal at the end of the day. Similarly, men of India are no different. For them, what matters is there an opportunity to do a crime and can I get away with it? Those are the only two things that they look into. If I do this, can I get away with it? If they feel, yes, there is a chance of committing it and getting away with it, they will do that crime. As simple as that. See, victim going out at night is not the problem here. My problem, again, like I have told a million times, it is not whether victim went out or victim didn't go out. You want to go out, don't go out alone. Boy or girl, I repeat, after 6, 7 o'clock, don't go out alone. For example, now, Bangalore, I have been staying here for 11, 12 years. Kochi is the city where I studied engineering. Thrissur is the place where my home is there. Calicut is again where I did my schooling. In all these 4 cities, if you ask me to come at 12 o'clock in the night, I will come out. Why? I know this city. I know people here. With one phone call, I can get any help from anywhere. I can get it. I'm confident. Will I pull that stunt if I go to Delhi? Absolutely not. Will I pull the stunt if I go to Kolkata? Absolutely not. Will I do it in Lucknow? No. Why? You are a mard, right? Understand one thing. Men who are into raping, for them it doesn't matter whether they get a man, whether they get a woman. Men who are into violence, they only need somebody to grab, they want to punch them, then run away. There are crazy people like that. So if I am stepping out in Delhi, if I'm stepping out in Noida, what will I do? I'll gather my friends, so that we are not alone. Gang of 4 or 5 are there. All are looking decently enough. In that, again, if I am talking about my Noida gang, means there is one guy called Abhishek. Adde kadde. Bicep ke bicep, chest ke chest. Got the point here. I've told this earlier also in my PubAd class as well as other current affair class, when one of my friend again got beaten up. Not friend, acquaintance. To be very honest, I forgot his name also. 2011. He had decided to surprise his girlfriend in Delhi. Night. Preparing for UPSC. He is again 6 foot tall. You know, the whole tight t-shirt, dole shole, typical, very fair, very clean shave, typical good looking North Indian guy. They had gone out. 11 or 11:30 in the night. He got attacked by 2-3 people. So he thought, okay, he will attack them. They attacked one fellow student front, 2 people stood behind. That he didn't see. He only saw the front guy. So he thought, okay, marne ka waqt aa gaya. In style, he apparently removed his watch, everything. First kick came to his, Pete, lower back. One kick or one punch, I'm not sure. But basically, it's the first thing he got it from behind. That one punch on the back, you will crash. You are Amitabh Bachchan also no use. Lower back, you get a nice solid punch, you will crash down. They kicked him, they punched him, took his chocolate, took his watch, took his purse, took everything. Even his dignity also they took and went away. Guess what was the first question that all friends, all of us, when he came back and he narrated this entire incident, first question what we asked was, why the hell did you go there? Why the hell did you go? Got the point here? We are all individually responsible for our safety. Some nonsensical thing happens, we cannot blame any government here. Critical of government we can be. Similarly, we have to be critical of individuals who take stupid decisions. We cannot actually think that, okay, government should have protected me. There are dark underbellies in every city. There are certain areas where cops also won't venture out at that point of time to that area. Boy, that area, don't need. They won't go. Light is not there. Proper roads are not there. If you enter there, you won't know how to get out. Why will you go there? Metropolitan logic. This is my right, my life. I will do whatever I want. You leave it in metropolitan city. Because the people who will be attacking you, they wouldn't have heard of Ambedkar. They wouldn't have heard of Constitution of India. They wouldn't have heard about Article 21 or Article 14. They will take your life. Got the picture here? So wherever you travel, whenever you go out, always think about your safety. That is the point here. You should think about your safety. Otherwise, you will end up being like Abhimanyu. You knew how to enter, how to go out, to have fun. How are you going to come back? How are you going to come back? With whom are you going to come back? What is your backup plan? See, it is there everywhere. I'm not denying. In Bangalore, it is there. But see, Bangalore, I'm telling you, will I venture out alone? I will. Because I know one phone call. But then, yeah, if whatever damage has to happen will happen to me. That is a different story. But still, I can get people. Just come out. We are in this area. Please come out. I will get people. I can even call my students itself. That's another story. That is the logic. So we all are responsible for our individual safety. Why I told such a long narrative is even you can expect this question in your interview board. So you must tell there one thing. Right to life, etc. These are all constitutionally guaranteed rights. But each individual is responsible for their own life and their own safety. Dark underbellies and dark crowds are there in every country, in every city. So you cannot say that this city is bad, that city is bad, Delhi is the rape capital of India. You cannot come to a conclusion like that. I agree, state, cops, they all should do their work. But we are individually responsible. That is there everywhere, Brijesh. I am not telling it is only there. Every city you go, the local cops will always be knowing which crime is happening in which part of the city right now. No major crime can take place without the knowledge of cops. They will be knowing who are the criminal gangs, who are involved in what thing. They will be knowing it. But why are they not taking any action? Orders from the top. So, sir, if a question comes like Nobel Peace Prize, will it be Trump? As in? मैं यूपी से कट्टा लेके आ जाऊंगा, बता देना. Where do I get monthly compilation? You can get it from any PW website, it is there. From there you can get. Clear? This is the recent initiative. That is, Supreme Court has basically said to introduce this Romeo-Juliet clause. What is this Romeo-Juliet clause? Basically, consensual adolescent relationship. Consensual adolescent relationships means where the age gap is not too much. Now, in POCSO cases, I told you, high level of only very limited conviction, high level of release is happening. Why it is happening? Because majority of the times in our country, what our boys don't know is, see, you could be 19. Your girlfriend could be 16. Let us say you both had a consensual relationship. Basically, you had sex. Girl is less than 18 years old. As per the definition of law, even the latest Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, if the girl is less than 18 years old, then what it is? Then it is statutory rape. Consensus was there. She was okay with it. But the law says that by law definition of law, it is rape. Kuldeep Chowdhury, no guarantee for that. Please don't expect me to tell you that what type of question will come out of it. That nobody can predict. Getting the point here. Because what is the only thing here? Nobel Peace Prize, maybe the features they can ask. For a 10 marker, maybe they will ask Nobel Peace Prize. The entire thing about it. From when did it start? What is the committee? What is the process for it? That question maybe can come. Can the Nobel Peace Prize be transferred or not? What is that gold symbol? What does the symbol say? Behind the symbol, front of that, whose face it is? Behind the coin, what is there? Those type of questions may come. But for that, sitting and doing an entire deep research on Nobel Peace Prize, that will be a totally dumb idea. Why? 1% chance for that question to come in prelims. Out of 100, you may get one question. But guaranteed, I know, you're going to get questions on polity. You will get questions on economics. You will get questions on geography, science and tech, history. This is guaranteed, right? Guaranteed section sit and study. Not the one rare event which may happen. Because even if you do an entire research on this, how much amount of that data are you going to retain? That is the next question. Clear? The Supreme Court basically said that if they are of similar age, within the similar age group, not much of an age gap is there, then under Romeo-Juliet clause, let this guy go. That is the point. Under Romeo-Juliet clause, let the guy go. Because the age gap is very, very less. They both are kids. They both are adolescents, teenagers. Got the point here? So this is the latest thing. Correct, correct, correct. Weekly target classes tomorrow at 4 p.m. Correct. Arey Prashant, consent doesn't matter there. For example, now, again, this is not going to end here. Let us say 24-year-old fellow, 15-year-old girl, gap is 9 years. Consent was there. But what is the case here? This is a 24-year-old uncle as per the law. 24-year-old fellow, you have taken the girl for advantage. She gave consent, she didn't give consent, none of that matters. This fellow is going to go into jail. By POCSO, he is going to go. Most probably some 15 to life. Got the point? So all the boys out there, if at all your girlfriend is below 18, run. Run for your dear life. Because again, I am telling you, as far as rape cases are concerned, it is ultimately the statement given by the girl. It will be your duty to basically prove that you did not commit the crime. Very, very difficult it is. I basically would say that this law has to be taught to in every school. This has to be taught. Because boys, as usual, see, boys, I always keep telling, boys are like monkeys. Including myself. When I was that age, even I was also like that. Boys are like monkeys. They don't know how to think, how to even behave. So the thing is that this has to be taught. Otherwise, we will keep hearing this young boys going into jail. Clear? Current Geopolitics, a very big article because this entire week, right from last Monday to probably this Saturday, it is filled with international relations. So let us try to understand these topics one by one. Some are all cross-connected. Some doesn't have that much of connection. Some are standalone topics. But all said and done, we should try to understand it and what is the Indian angle to it. Alright. So let us get right into it now. India's overall strategic environment. India is operating in a global environment marked by weakened multilateralism, contested spheres of influence, supply chain reconfiguration, and heightened security competition. Post-1945 international order is widely perceived as weakened. Major powers are increasingly asserting dominance with perceived spheres of influence. Concerns exist that similar unilateral interventions may be replicated by multiple powers. What does it mean? See, post-1945, we had actually two major powers. USA, the military bloc NATO, and then you had USSR with the military bloc Warsaw Pact. Both these countries were actually into more or less an ideological war. Why an ideological war? Because US-led NATO actually believed in capitalism. USSR-led Warsaw believed in communism. So both of them were always into a constant case of what? Conflict and clashes. Multiple clashes had occurred. It had occurred in Vietnam. It had taken place in Egypt. It has taken place in different parts of the world, including Afghanistan being the last major known conflict between NATO and Warsaw in Afghanistan. And that marked the end of what? The Afghan invasion. The Afghan invasion by USSR actually led to its decline. Because Afghanistan, again, being a country where they are fiercely independent, they may not have food, they may not have water, they may not have money, modern amenities, etc. But one thing that all Afghani people are very, very equal and united on, that is patriotism. They won't tolerate a foreign intervention. So if you go back to history, if you look at the Anglo-Afghan wars that were fought, that is around 4 Afghan wars were fought by the British. All the 4 wars British lost. It is very important to take your lessons from history because history always repeats. So even the Russians learnt it the hard way that if you go into a war with Afghans, you're never going to win it. Because the threat of a weapon, especially when I have drawn my weapon and I'm pointing it at you, if you're not scared, then there is no point in pointing it now. Now the only other option left with me is to fire. Got the logic here? So Afghan people, etc., especially the teenage boys onwards, if you see, they are not at all scared if somebody points a weapon at them. They will smile, pull out their knife, and they will come forward. So USSR's disintegration was complete by 1990, let us say, 1990-91. USSR was completely disintegrated. And from a multipolar world, from 1945 to 1990, post 1990, the world saw what? A unilateral world led by USA, where US will decide the things. You know, the whole era of Bill Clinton, George Bush, later George W. Bush, his son, that entire deal. This went like this, with this US hegemony, you can call it, the proper word for it. This went about for a quite a time. Let us say at least till 2008. Why 2008? Because 2008 marked recession, a collapse of the American economy. And with that, slowly the power equation in international politics started to change. Correct, Shanu? They are built like that. Nothing else. They are just built like that. It is not a country where you can subjugate it. So some people are there. They are fiercely patriotic. Say, for example, even the Israelis, if you see, Jewish population, if you see, when there is an external threat or attack on them, there is nothing called as a ruling party or an opposition party. Ruling and opposition will come together. For them, it is ultimately what? You're attacking our country. So we are now going to stand united. It is not about opposition will try to question the army like how we have it in our country. Whether questioning our army or questioning our whatever data is provided by the government, to question each and everything just because I am in the opposition. That's not how it works in the rest of, in many other parts of the world. So that is the logic there. That is true what Shiva said. One is largely, if you notice, it is a tribal culture. It's actually tribal culture. Say, for example, multiple times I have said this. That is, they want to take away Northeast. That is, they want to cut away Northeast. Bangladesh wants it to be cut. There are idiots sitting inside our country who wants Northeast to be cut. My opinion, please be my guest. Because once you enter there, then Indian army will have to be sent to save you from the tribal population there. Tribal population, one thing about them is they are very, very territorial. They will not tolerate an external influence or an external power. Got the point here? So this is the logic. So till here, recession, USA was the major player, but afterwards, slowly the power equation started changing. Now the new player in the scene was actually what? Something nobody would have foresaw or foreseen. That was China. China was the new major player. Now what helped China to become a major player? Well, two simple things. One was population, which allowed them to go for what? Cheap labor. The presence of cheap labor actually brought in what? Drew investments. Not just cheap labor. If cheap labor attracted investments, there was another reason why China's growth story became the classic example of a country taking a lead if you invest in infrastructure. China, since the 80s and 90s, China was actually busy with what? So if in the 90s, if India was selling or privatizing PSUs. PSUs mane public sector units, government companies basically. India was selling or privatizing PSUs. What was China doing? Chinese PSUs were exerting global presence. Backed with Chinese government's complete support, these companies were working very efficiently, registering huge levels of profit. This, from that profits, they slowly started making investments in what? Technology. And today, Chinese technology is actually giving competition to Taiwanese or Japanese technology. Now, the fact goes without saying that Chinese technology, when it comes to durability or reliability, they still lack that good faith what probably a Japanese or a Taiwanese product will have. But nobody can dispute the fact that Chinese technology and the cheap labor together helped in bringing down prices of the goods in China. Suddenly, everybody felt that this is much more better. Something is available cheap. I will use it as long as it works. Then I will replace it. And that actually led to the Chinese growth story, which was what? Export driven growth. China was exporting more than what they were importing. China thus became an export surplus nation. And Chinese exports markets, if you see, US is Chinese market, Europe is Chinese market. India, even though we do import a large quantity of goods from China, we are not such a major player as far as China is concerned. For China, we are not at all a very big market. That is the reality. Clear? Correct? Correct, Shiva? Correct? This is the point. So that is the logic. Moving on. So now what is happening? Major powers are increasingly asserting dominance within perceived sphere of influence. So Russia in Ukraine, US in the Western Hemisphere, that is basically South America, largely South America or even east of USA, which is that Atlantic region where Greenland, etc. is there. So that one side. China wants to exert its presence in Taiwan. Alright, so everywhere we can see major powers are all engaged in small regional battles which have all the probability of becoming what? A world war. But we don't know. We will have to still wait and watch how this thing is going to work. Concerns exist that similar unilateral interventions may be replicated by multiple powers. Because now what is happening is, there is a very good chance that wherever I have something to gain, I may attack that country. I may take over it or I may destroy it. There is a probability. Because if everybody starts indulging in their own little excursions or adventures, if USA now, what is it, kidnapped the Venezuelan president and his wife, was there any international repercussion? UN is silent practically. World leaders are also silent practically. Only with regard to Greenland, now we can see some amount of opposition that is coming in. But otherwise, it is largely silent. Getting the picture here. Even a country like China, which has humongous amount of investments in Venezuela, when they are keeping quiet, they are like, they want to take over, let them take over. We will also do the same thing with Taiwan. So the point here is that increased culture of protectionism is what is happening these days. Protectionism means it is the exact opposite of globalization. Now, globalization as a theory or as a ideology started gaining grounds from the 90s. Basically, it means free movement of goods, services, and obviously people. Borderless. No trade, nothing. No borders basically for anything and everything. People can move freely, goods and services can move freely. That is the idea here. Wait, we'll come to that. Sabur. So this is the logic. But recently, what is happening is protectionism. What is protectionism? I want to protect my country's growth. I want to protect my country's industries. I want to protect my country's manufacturing. I want to protect the employment in my country. I don't want outsiders to come. This ideology has started picking up very drastically, at least in this last 4-5 years, especially post-corona. This idea had started gaining traction. World over now, the leaders are largely, they are actually baffled by this problem. How to increase growth within your own country. Or in other words, what is the most famously used phrase for it is domestic demand driven growth. Domestic demand driven growth is the growth model where you are not relying on exports. Because for exports, what is necessary? You have to have trade. But if I need to export my product, it is also important that I should keep my own borders open for other countries to export, or I should buy from other countries, which is generally not possible now. Because again, like I told you, I want to protect my people's job. I want to protect my industries. I want to protect my factories, my goods. I don't want international competition from anybody. So what do? I focus on this domestic demand driven growth. Leading in this particular ideology is China, India. From our earlier current affair news, I would have told you always, foreign institutional investors, FII is declining, FDI is declining. But what is increasing? Domestic investments in share market is increasing. So is the case with domestic private players are also slightly increasing their investments. Getting the point here? This is what is happening. Clear? This is the point here. Taking it further forward. India-China relations, procurement restrictions and investment. In 2020, India imposed restrictions on Chinese firms bidding for governmental contracts. Why in 2020? Restrictions on Chinese firms bidding for government contracts. That is, Chinese agencies, Chinese companies, they stopped them from taking part in contracts or bidding contracts. Bidding government contracts means I cannot take part in those competitive bidding areas wherever government contract is being awarded. Why? Galvin Valley attack. If you remember again, back then there was this huge thing that boycott Chinese products. Now boycotting Chinese products is simply not impossible for a country like India. It is as simple as that, because any technology we take now, even for that matter, the simplest example is this class right now. If we would have completely banned Chinese products, means this class right now would have become next to impossible. Because be it this touch screen, be it the monitor in front of me, or be it the screen here in front of me, whatever you talk about, there is one or the other Chinese product present in it, either implicitly or explicitly. Even when we talk about an Apple iPhone also, what about Apple product, etc.? Apple's headphones as well as its charger are all outsourced from China. So it is practically impossible. Back then, the maximum damage what we were able to inflict was regard to banning TikTok. Other than that, we were not able to do anything. There was a momentary decline even in the sales of the automobile company, that is MG Hector, Morrison Garage Hector. Many people even today, even to date, they don't know that Morrison Garage, when you talk about, they actually think, oh, it's a British company. The British company was long time ago, I think at least 8 or 8 or even more years before that, was actually purchased by a Chinese company based out of Shanghai. They have retained the brand name, the image, the logo, everything. They have not brought any changes to it. Still, it is being, like, many people don't know that. They think it is a British vehicle, but it is not. It is entirely a Chinese manufactured car it is. People who are aware of it, they actually decided to cancel their bookings. So one of my friend was there who wanted to take MG Hector, but then he decided to cancel it and he went for Tata Harrier. Back then I am talking about 2020. That was the scene back then. Now what has happened? Because of US behavior. Now US behavior we need to understand here from the perspective of one very controversial figure in America, Epstein. Epstein is the name of a guy who was arrested for raping, molesting underage girls in his estate, in his island. He has an island where he used to keep a secretary with him who herself was molested and misused by him, and later he made this female responsible for getting girls for him. So these young girls, obviously when they're less than 18 or 17 years old, you give them some gadget, you give them some expensive gifts, they fall for this. So these girls will come for these parties thinking that, oh my God, I'm going to such a party, oh my God, I'm meeting so many celebrities. But what used to happen in that island was actually sexual violence on children. They were either sometimes drugged or they were actually given alcohol, and then they were literally passed on as a commodity amongst famous people within USA. And this included politicians, this included businessmen, this included actors, this included sports personalities, people from every walk of life. That is, if you had money and if you would have been invited to that island. Later, when this whole thing started coming out, this guy, Epstein, he was arrested, and inside jail, under mysterious circumstances, he passed away. Or he was killed. Or he committed suicide. We don't know. But later what happened, during investigation process, the cops actually came across many compromising photos and videos of multiple, like, top personalities of various fields in USA. If those photos or videos, if it gets released, that will be the end. The end, why I would say, is because imagine almost all the famous people from different fields, they are getting arrested. It is going to create a huge social vacuum, and yes, if not a political vacuum, and the combined effect of it will also create an economic vacuum, which can actually bring down the US economy. So interestingly enough, when these photos were released and videos were released, one photo or video was that of Mr. J. Trump, Donald J. Trump, seen cuddling with a very small girl, kissing her, touching her inappropriately, all of that. That same girl can be seen later all tied up, like her hands are tied, her feet is tied, and there is the, she's gagged. A ribbon is tied around her face, and she's lying in a bed, partially clothed. What would have happened to that girl, whether she is still alive or not, we don't know. Because these photos, mind you, these are all from the late 90s and early 2000s. That means whoever was that child back then, she'll be around 40 years old now. Or probably even more than that. Getting the point here. So Donald J. Trump, to escape from all of this, because obviously he got the title of pedophile. Pedophile is a guy who loves to have sex with underage girls. Basically, kids. That is the bottom line. He decided to turn the narrative. So as part of this, first thing that he did was that to release this National Security Strategy Doctrine. National Security Strategy Doctrine, it is normally a routine process to release US, what is Security Strategy Doctrine? What will be US's security strategy? In that, he had specifically mentioned that he will be focusing largely in the Western Hemisphere. He had constantly kept on talking about acquiring Greenland. He has also constantly kept on talking about changing the equation, the power equations in the Latin American countries. The latest security strategy doctrine, which came around in November-December time period, also more or less reflected the same thing. But nobody gave it any importance. But weeks later, Trump decided to walk the talk. Again, Classic diversion strategy, because he did not want the people inside the country to discuss about Epstein files. So what he did, he started it off first straight away by attacking a few boats or ships of Venezuela, telling that they had drugs in it, it had cocaine in it. Later, he took it one more step forward by literally going inside Venezuela and kidnapping the Venezuelan president and his wife. Then he diverted his attention towards Greenland. Apart from this, another major issue what he always had was he couldn't win the Nobel Peace Prize because Obama had won it. Why couldn't he get it? This was his logic. So according to him, he had stopped the war between India, Pakistan. He wanted India and Pakistan also to tell this, because he had stopped the war between Russia and Ukraine. He stopped the problems with North Korea. He stopped the problems with this. He stopped the problems with that. He wanted the entire world to say, yes, Trump is the one who has done a great work. Trump, come on, recommend Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. But that never happened. India specifically, rhetorically, categorically made it very clear inside the parliament that we never were forced or pressurized by USA. It was a frantic call made by the DGM, the Pakistani establishment, to India, requesting to please stop with this operation immediately. We are suffering major losses here. Please stop it. Internally also we are suffering. This will lead to huge issues. That is when our authorities here made it very clear. Contact the DGMO. Director General of Military Operations in India was contacted, and that is when we stopped with Operation Sindoor temporarily. Trump wanted claim, Trump wanted credit. India never gave both. India kept playing on back foot, telling that no, this never happened. Trump didn't sit still. Trump decided to punish India for that one reason alone, because India's recommendation would have actually mattered a lot, according to Trump, for his so-called Nobel Peace Prize. If India would have said, yes, Trump was responsible, things would have been different. But India did not budge. He decided to punish India with heavy tariffs imposed on goods, on Indian goods, because India was actually buying oil from Russia. But interestingly enough, India had already started reducing its dependence on Russian oil and has started diversifying. Because we always have understood one thing, that not to depend on one country alone for either your import or for your exports. So even before the tariffs were actually slapped on us, we had started bringing things down. But interestingly enough, when Trump started acting overly, especially in the month of October, etc., talking about a 500% tariff and all, India decided what? Okay, if that is the case, then we are going to increase our imports. So interestingly enough, November actually was the month where we recorded the highest ever Russian imports. Trump again got irritated. Now he wanted to take it to the next higher level possible. Constantly talking new stories, creating new things. Say for example, now even today I was watching it in the Instagram, especially if you see, or even in internet if you see, what is it? There are many memes where it is shown that Trump is sitting inside and Modi is standing outside waiting for, sir, please, sir, will you talk to me? Like those memes are there plenty. The reality was, US-India free trade agreement was about to be signed. All that the US officials demanded was one phone call from the Indian Prime Minister. That never came. Trump got irritated even more further. That is when we decided that if Trump is doing this, what is the next best option? So Trump has already created the ground level by attacking Venezuela. As I have already told you, in Venezuela, China has its investments. Chinese investments, okay, again, for China it is peanuts. But still, money is money. More than $100 million. If it suddenly goes up, vanishes, it is not good for any country. So what did India do? India decided to get closer with China. The restrictions followed a military clash in the Galvan Valley. So closer with China, what have we decided to do is, Chinese bidders were required to register with an Indian government committee. Political and security clearance were mandated for Chinese bidders. Ministry of Finance plans to remove these restrictions. That means whatever restrictions were placed after 2020 on Chinese contractors who want to take part in the competitive bidding of any government contract in India, all the restrictions were removed. Now, Chinese companies will engage more actively with regard to government projects in India. This was purposefully done to irritate USA even more further. Before 2020, Chinese foreign direct investment in India was largely routed through tax havens. Tax havens simply means these are places where it is zero tax or very low tax. जैसे कि Cayman Islands, Seychelles, Panama Islands, like this multiple islands are there. From there you reroute and bring the investments into India so that you don't have to pay much tax. Correct, Khushi? Got the point here? Indirect Chinese investment flows remain difficult to quantify due to routing through third countries. See, this is the other issue. What is China doing is China knows it very well that no country, especially a country like India, does not want to depend on China completely, because India is the only country that has been telling no to China's Belt and Road Initiative. Developing rail networks, road networks, China will invest and it will be pan-world connectivity. China will build everything. Road also will be owned by China. Railway network also will be owned by China. And that will be used, you can be used by that country also. India can also use it for whatever purpose. But ultimately, Chinese will have the complete authority over these road and these railway networks. So India never wanted China to make their investments here. But China is also very intelligent. China will not directly say, okay, I'm going to invest in India. China has always routed their investments through other areas, through other countries basically, making it very impossible to track these investments. For example, now many months ago, if you remember it, there was an issue surrounding Adani's investments. Certain investments that have come into Adani's shares. What is the source of these investments? Where did they come from? Who has invested so much in these companies? There is no clue. SEBI, that is the Securities and Exchange Board of India, who is supposed to be the market regulator for share market in our country, they unashamedly went and admitted in the Supreme Court that we are not able to find out who invested. Can you believe that? So in other words, it simply means indirectly at least we are having Chinese investments in the country. Got the point here? This is what has been happening. Yeah, Mauritius is also a thing. Now, taking it further forward. Chinese contract losses in India, the losses for China is approximately anywhere between 700 to 750 billion US dollars. Around this much money, loss is there. Chinese FDI in India, if you see, it is less than 1% of total inflows. That also, that restriction was there. We will not entertain it much. But we will have to wait and see amidst the latest geopolitical scenario whether we are going to allow more of Chinese FDI or not. We will have to wait and watch. Taking it further forward. In April 2020, India issued Press Note 3 regulating investments from countries sharing land borders with India. What is Press Note 3? Press Note 3 mandates prior government approval where investments originate from such countries or where beneficial ownership lies there. That is, with whichever countries India shares its ownership with, we are not going to give it easily approval for investing in India. Which are those countries? The countries which share a border with India. So we are talking about Pakistan. We are talking obviously about China, Nepal, Bhutan, round and come, Bangladesh, Myanmar. The reason it is because the fear or largely the threat of economic terrorism. I can always say I'm going to make this much investment, that much investment. Then I can pull it off. Suddenly, if I pull out huge amounts of investments, the share market will get affected. Stock market will get affected. Automatically, what will happen is it can literally lead to what? Domestic growth and India's credibility as an international player. So I need not actually burst bombs, or I need not actually use AK-47 rifles. I can easily destroy India with the promise of investment and later pull it off. Got the point here? Press note 3 significantly reduced indirect Chinese investments into India. China's cumulative FDI stock increased in most major destination countries globally. Like I told you, for China, it is nothing. If India is not there, even though India is one of the most populous countries in the world, for China, they have the rest of the world to play with. India taking a lesson from that, India also decided, why should we only trust USA? Because US is India's largest export market. If USA stops buying from us, it can really affect our export sector. So India started thinking the Chinese way, which is what? Let us try to look beyond USA. Let us try to engage in trade relations with rest of the world. China's cumulative foreign direct investment stock in India declined over the past decade. India's ranking as a destination for Chinese FDI stock fell by 19 positions between 2014 and 2024. Now, like I told you, India is not at all a player for China. For China, India is not at all important, to be very honest, from an economic perspective. It is almost like your neighbor is not buying from you, but the rest of the world is buying it from you. So why will I care? Got the point here? Clear? So this is the point. Any doubts so far? Correct. Ankit Kumar. Moving on. Global supply chains and trade shifts. The Economic Survey 23-24 stated that higher Chinese FDI could improve India's participation in global supply chains. Survey noted a shift by US and Europe away from direct sourcing from China. Higher tariffs contributed to the decline. This is the answer. I think Gunjan had asked it. The Economic Survey 23-24 stated that higher Chinese FDI could improve India's participation in global supply chains. What do you mean by that? If India actually needs to be a world leader in anything, in any economic sector you're talking about, let us say industries, manufacturing, mining, whatever it is, India needs the help of the Chinese. That is why there was an article in the Hindu telling that if India needs to overtake China, India needs the help of China. Everything, anything you talk about, because the fact of the matter here is when China was actually busy in investing in infrastructure in the 90s, throughout the 90s, and backing the PSUs, giving them freedom to research, to explore, we never bothered. Research and development expenditure in India is less than 1% of the GDP. China's it is around 2.5 to, no, I think 3 to 4%. It's somewhere around 3 to 4% of the GDP, of Chinese GDP. That means they spend in billions. So China has been getting the benefit of it. Next step is what? China, yes, labor is cheap. Compared to Chinese labor, when you look at Indian labor, it is slightly expensive because we have better laws here. Obviously, it's a democracy. Trade unionism is strong here. Whereas in China, you don't have any such thing. So I think I have shared this very, very early, very long time ago. When I was working as a marine engineer, we were in a Chinese port actually. So one of the, not from our ship, another ship, the cargo container's door was not locked properly. Apparently, when the crane was lifting it, it opened. 2 bags fell from it. I'm not sure what bag it was. Maybe wheat, grain, whatever, I don't know. But 2 bags came falling. So obviously, when this opens, etc., it is happening at a height. It is not how they show it in the movies. A heavy noise or something is there at so many, like feet above the ground, it is there. It may not come to you, and you may not even understand from where it is coming. So those two bags fell. One bag fell straight down where a worker was standing, a Chinese worker was standing, port worker. He was wearing a helmet and boots and everything, just fell on his head. No blood, nothing, but on spot he was dead. Obviously, neck would have broke. What did they do? They just picked him up, kept him on the side. Just like on the side they kept him. They continued with their work. I'm not joking. They continued with their work. It was like, oh, he's dead. Okay. Pushed him away. Why pushed him away? Because they need to work there. His dead body was becoming a hindrance. They continued working. Probably after half an hour or 45 minutes or so, an ambulance came. So I was not understanding whether, so obviously when I am standing and observing this, even I was not understanding whether what has happened. Is he dead, alive? What is it? I mean, they are not even reacting. What has happened? But when an ambulance came and took him away, that is when later we got to know he was dead at that point only. In other words, China actually doesn't value human life much. And because it is a single party government there is no opposition. You cannot criticize the government. You are completely monitored. Whatever the government says, you have to do. So China had the twin advantage. What is the twin advantage? Yes, research and development. So obviously, their technology is good. They have invested very good in infrastructure. So that made their manufacturing sector also very, very good. Their industrial base also improved. Plus, China had the advantage that the labor wages were low. Imagine, you are having high level of technology and on another side your labor rates are also poor. Technology will make your product cheaper. Low labor also will make your product cheaper. The combined effect of it was what? Mass production. Mass production of any good that you can think of at a very low rate. A very, very low rate. Got the point here? A very low rate. So that price, no country could compete. Even when we talk about Europe, Japan, etc. So Japan also was good in technology. But what was Japan's problem there? Japan did not have people. Japan's population decline had started as early as in 2000. So Japan did not have a young labor force. Even if today if you go, why is it that most Indians are shifting towards Japan? Because it is easy to survive there. Houses are lying empty. Houses are lying totally empty because the last person also died. So the populous countries, they are actually wanting people to come there and settle there now because there are no people there. This is what is happening. Competition of manufacturing is there? As in competition. Competition you're asking. See, definitely competition is there between public player and private player. But whatever public or private player you're talking about, ultimately you have to abide by the CPC, the Communist Party of China. Communist Party of China will tell, everybody will listen. Whether you're private, whether you're public, it doesn't matter. How labor wages are low in such a country? Because population is very high. Whatever development you're talking about, of Chinese development that you're talking about, if this is a rough map of China, it is largely concentrated in the southeast areas. Shanghai, Beijing, that entire gamut of countries, whatever you're places that you're talking, that is largely in Southeast Asia, Southeast China. The rest of the country, if you actually see, it's very underdeveloped. There are places in China which have still retained their natural beauty. For example, there is this Tamil movie called I, Vikram's movie. There is a song in it. Pookalai Setru Noi Vidangal. It's a Tamil movie. If you watch that song, you will not see that location. Probably you will not see that location in any other movie. That entire location of that song has been shot in China. Nobody will believe it because if you actually look at it, it is full of natural beauty. Full of natural beauty. It's filled with raw nature's beauty. So beautiful. Beautifully captured. But that is from China. People will still think, okay, maybe it is from Europe or maybe it is from Scandinavian countries like Switzerland, Sweden, Denmark, Finland. No. So China has this paradox. On one side, full-on development. On another side, impoverishment. Got the logic here? This is the logic. Clear? Why can't Japan hire from India? It is not that Japanese don't want to hire from India. But again, the thing is, they are worried about their culture. They are highly protective about their culture. They don't want to do anything where their culture is affected. Getting the point here? Correct? So whatever higher tariffs were there, survey noted shift by US and Europe. US and Europe started to shift away from China, especially after 2020. Because the public known secret is that COVID virus was actually from China. The fear of China was so immense that other than Trump, nobody called it China virus or Xinjiang virus. Generally, if you look at it, the naming of a virus is done based on the country of origin or a river associated with it. Ebola, Nipah. All these names, if you actually notice, they are all associated with the country or region from where it originated. By that logic, COVID virus should have actually been called Xinjiang virus. But China would tolerate no such insult. The Chinese presence was so strong to the point where internationally the presence was so strong to the point where China was able to intimidate even the World Health Organization. Even though US, Donald Trump tried to put immense pressure calling it China virus, World Health Organization did not budge. And that was the first issue what he had with World Health Organization. How dare you not listen to me when I am the one to fund you? So if you notice again, he withdrew from WHO. Got the logic here? Yeah, Wuhan lab, Wuhan virus, correct. Clear? Moving on. US and EU trade with China ever since that has been on the decline. US smartphone imports from China were around 60% in 2016, which came down to 22%. Whenever USA have had a rift with China or European Union have had a rift with China, it was always good news for India. India always used to sit and smile. Because if USA and Europe reduced their imports from China means automatically they will increase their purchasing from India and other Southeast Asian nations. This used to continue. So for India, it was a win-win situation. So win-win situation for which all countries? Basically the ASEAN nations, the Southeast Asian nations, Myanmar, Thailand, Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia, Brunei, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Timor-Leste, Philippines. This entire region were getting the benefit of anti-China feelings. They were all happy. India was also happy. Taking it further forward, Vietnam, Thailand and India increased their shares in US smartphone imports. Replication of the smartphone manufacturing shift in other sectors remains limited without Chinese participation. What does this mean? So in other sectors, can this be replicated? Means from China, USA and Europe started reducing the import. Instead, where are they They are importing it more from Vietnam, Thailand, India. But to replicate this in other sectors, you need Chinese support. For example, take our health sector itself. Indian medical industry, if you see, yes, it is expensive for most of us when we visit the hospital or when we go to a hospital, be it public or private, it is very expensive for us. But for the outside world, Indian medical sector is very cheap and very affordable. Especially the pharmaceutical industry. For the pharmaceutical industry also, if India needs to be number one in the world leader for affordable medicines, the raw material for this manufacturing of pharmaceuticals, that is API, active pharmaceutical ingredients, that comes from where? That comes from China. India does not have an active manufacturing of this API here. We only have very limited quantities here. Majority of the raw material that you require for manufacturing the pharmaceutical, the medicines basically, that comes from China. Got the point here? China absorbed tariff-related pressures in 2025. China strengthened its manufacturing sector and global supply chain position. So for China, it did not matter. Somebody went and asked, what about the tariff of China? What about the tariff on USA, etc.? One of the Chinese leaders told, it doesn't matter to us. Our culture is here for more than 2000 years. Our culture is here. We are a 4,000-year-old civilization. Chinese diplomat is answering. We are a 4,000-year-old civilization. We know how to deal with it. So China, it did not impact them by even an inch. Instead, what they started focusing on, manufacturing, supply, etc. And another thing what they did, imposed restrictions on rare earth exports. Because everybody was shifting towards electric vehicle. Getting the point here? Everybody was shifting towards electric vehicle. And for electric vehicle, what do you need? You need batteries. Or you need semiconductors. For artificial intelligence also you need semiconductors. Rare earth elements, China was not having a monopoly as such. But, like I told you in my earlier classes, to extract the raw material, you need special machinery. And China has access to it. Why China has access to it? As usual, the same answer. China has been investing in research and development from a very long time. They have been experimenting with the machines. For example, we watch any video of a manufacturer, how Chinese build bridges. That is, flyovers are built overnight. Overnight they come, they erect pillars. Already pre-fabricated pillars are brought. They are erected one by one using crane. On top of it, they come and lay the flyover. They connect it. They go. By morning when you wake up, flyover is ready. If you actually look at some of the machines that Chinese are using, you will be really wondering from where are these machines? From which part of the world do we get it? You will only find it in China. You won't even find it in Germany. You won't even probably find it in Japan. So China decided one thing. Rare earth elements, let it be. Whoever wants, let them do whatever they want. But machinery, that we are not going to sell. That we are not even going to give. China placed these restrictions not just on its government companies, but also on its private players. That these machines, you are not going to sell it outside. You can sell it inside the country, not outside. Clear? Rare earth export controls increase China's leverage in global trade disputes. And this is the turning point. This has irritated Trump even further. So he wanted two things finally now. He wants oil to ensure that the inflation in USA comes down. Number two, what he needs, he wants control over rare earth elements. And that is where Greenland comes into picture. And because China has already kept rare earth element extraction machinery with it, complete control China has it, Trump continues to say that if I don't take over Greenland, Russia or China will take over. Chances that Russia may come all the way to Greenland and take over Greenland is very less. But a Chinese presence in Greenland, is it possible? Well, at least indirectly it is possible. China can come there, invest in different projects, throw money at them, and then get access to the rare earth elements. It's very much possible. Got the logic here? Lacking rare earth elements is not only the reason. See, research and development we are lacking in largely because we never focused on it. We never updated our syllabus. That is the main thing. Then since 1980, our education system has been lying rotten. We never bothered to upgrade the syllabus. We never bothered to upgrade it or connect it with what? Connect it with the ongoing market demand. So we were left there as it is. 90s and early 2000s, we were selling the Indian growth story. What were we proudly selling? That yes, Indians are working as employees in Google, Microsoft, Apple, or in all the major IT service or banking, foreign banking companies. That we were telling proudly. People will complete their engineering, IIT, or they will do an MBA. They will never end up becoming entrepreneurs. They all ended up becoming employees, getting rich packages from, as per Indian standards, getting very rich packages. And these people obviously will finally settle where? They'll settle abroad. They won't even come back to India. We sentimentally called it brain drain. When in fact in India, you don't have a scope for the profession or for the level of skills what you have. You don't have a scope for it in India, because in India, those skills are still unheard of. Got the point here? This is the logic. Ask your doubt. Any questions, people? Agreed. Prashant. LPG was introduced in India only in 1991, whereas in China it had started since 1971. Even by a humble estimate, if you see, China is at least 20 years ahead of us. Be it in terms of technology, be it in terms of R&D, be it in terms of investments, be it in terms of infrastructure. It will take time, Praveen people. It is not like it'll happen overnight. Skilled workers, when you say right now the demand in the market is for artificial intelligence. And for artificial intelligence, what you need is semiconductor chips. Semiconductor chips fabrication, it is called. Fabrication units to manufacture a semiconductor chip. So the idea is, the thinner and smaller your semiconductor chip is, more is its processing capacity and higher is the price. And as you keep making it smaller and smaller, the prices only will go on increasing. For example, for the latest level of chip manufacturing, chip fabrication, the machinery that is used for it, which is produced by Denmark, Netherlands, who is the world leader in it, that's priced at $100 million. $100 million for one machine for chip fabrication. All right, taking it further forward. Now taking it further forward, United States strategic doctrine and hemispheric action. US asserts exclusive security responsibility over the Western Hemisphere. That is, they say we are only we can give security in the Western region. United States National Security Strategy, released in November 2025, stated an intention to reassert dominance in the Western Hemisphere. That is the Monroe Doctrine. Monroe Doctrine is an old doctrine given by one of the former presidents of USA, which is to assert their influence in the Western Hemisphere. Now it has underwent a Namkaran change, that is a change in the terminology, which is Monroe Doctrine, that is D for Donald. Why is not India investing in R&D and patent? Because we vote on the basis of caste and religion. That is the only answer to it. We don't give votes on the basis of what? We don't give votes on the basis of a person's qualification. In Europe or in USA, who is that individual? What is that individual? What is that individual's background story? All that is looked into before actually casting the vote. Here in India, we cast it on the basis of what? Religion and caste. That is the reason why ex-IPS officers, ex-IAS officers, if you notice, when they stand as independent candidates, they never win the election. Only when they start playing the whole religion card, caste card, and they join a major political party, only then they have a remote chance of winning. Otherwise, they don't win. That's the bottom line. We ourselves have to be blamed here. All right. Freebies also, exactly. See, that is the point. Freebies, that is the exact point here. Because when you vote on the basis of caste and religion, ultimately, the MPs or the MLAs also know that, okay, if I just give some freebies, this is free, that is free. I put up a canteen and say that, see, food is available for free. People will be satisfied with it. People will be actually satisfied, because as a society, if you see, we are still a collectivist society that lives and dies only for one thing: marriage. If you ask any human being out there, what is the ultimate purpose of life? It is marriage. Whereas in the Western world, if you largely see, or even for that matter in China these days, if you see, it is no more marriage. It is about being an excelling in the field of your choice. That is what it is. Who has that education in politics? As in, not 8 crore Tani, it is 81 crore. Not 8 crore. It's 81 crore. Correct? So that is the point here. So we have IPLs occasionally, we have cricket matches occasionally. If you notice, whenever there is trouble, some trouble is brewing, immediately an IPL season will come or a cricket match season will come. Now everybody are like, see, we have cut off Bangladesh, Pakistan, we have cut them also. So see, India's dominance, etc. We can see the memes that is coming up. Ultimately, what is the purpose here? If BCCI was actually investing even 1 rupee towards the common man's life improvement, then we could have understood that. Even if 1 rupee they were investing. But the fact of the matter is, with more than 45,000 crore that they are, with annual income that they have, they don't even pay 1 rupee tax. They don't pay 1 rupee tax because they are apparently a charitable organization. What is the charity that they are doing? I have no idea. You won't believe the numbers if I start telling you the numbers. That is, if you just come and do a commentary, you're paid in crores. You're paid in crores and in lakhs. Not 6 digits, 7 digits I'm talking about. 7 digits per match. The revenue that flows into this, it's humongous. Getting the point here? It has nothing to do with educated politicians or non-educated politicians. It is about on what basis are you placing a caste. So somebody is there who has multiple rape cases against him, who has huge corruption ghotalas against him, but still people will vote for that individual. Why? Wo hamra jaat ka hai. Yeah, he is our caste. Namma kachi avaru, namma jadi avaru. That is there everywhere. North to south, east to west, it is there. Look at the political analysis that was published by a newspaper, a national newspaper like Hindu, for the what a stunning victory that NDA was able to achieve in Bihar. When they did the political analysis, so I thought, okay, what will be the analysis about? It was all based on caste and religion. The Yadav vote, the Brahmin vote, that vote, this caste vote, so this caste vote went here, so that religion people went there. I was like, what the hell is this? What sort of an article is this? Because it is all about caste and religion. In the Hindu newspaper, they have literally, one big article. Whether they have written it for the readers to understand or whether they have written it for the opposition. See, learn something from them. This is how they manage to win the votes. Why don't you people also try it? So that's the reality in our country. Getting the point here. This is the idea. So don't forget. And ultimately, let me tell you, how many of you can actually go and marry somebody from another caste out there? How many of you? Don't even bother to answer. Don't even bother to answer. Getting the point here. If you try that stunt, trust me, you will become fertilizer for your father's agricultural field. So when we ourselves judge a person on the basis of caste and religion, we are choosing our partner on the basis of caste or religion means, don't expect any major changes in the Indian society, at least for the next 50 years. Got the picture here? So that is the point. Ambu Jamit Yashasvi Verma. I can see many people telling, yeah, I can do it. I don't know. You are telling it so openly. I hope that your relatives or your parents are not watching the class. So that is the reality. Caste, intercaste or interreligion marriage, your parents will allow. You know when? If you stay unmarried up till 30. Then they will be like, marry somebody. It is okay. Even if it is not from same caste, same religion, even if it is from same gender also, we are okay with it. I know I'm stretching it a little further, but that is the reality. I've seen that happening with my friends' families, where the parents will slowly bring down all the criteria. Girls also, girls especially have a lot of demands, right? Guy should be tall, should have hair, flat stomach, slim body, fit and looking very young, shouldn't drink, shouldn't smoke, should have 6-digit this, that, blah, blah, humor sense, all of that. By the time they cross 30, it will be like just they need a guy. Boys, also the same thing. But boys, as far as I have seen it, is for them, it is only about marrying somebody. They just want to get married. Most of the Indian boys, their ultimate dream is getting married. Bhumi, it was a dark joke. Just ignore it. Bhumi is like, gender? वो कैसे होगा sir? Same gender marriage? वो तो पाप है ना? That is the point. My army brother did. Very good. Abhijit, that and all is not going to work. Trying to teach your family at this juncture, don't worry. Parents, both your father and mother will start fighting to decide who will murder you first. Don't even bother. The strategy sought to prevent non-hemispheric powers from deploying forces or threatening assets in the region. This is the main point here. So the national security strategy's main purpose is what? Main purpose is if you're not from that region, we won't allow you to exert your dominance here. Got the point? We won't allow your dominance here. That is the logic. So that simply meant no China, no Russia. And it also gave implicit warnings against Cuba, Colombia and Mexico. 3 countries again which are mostly anti-USA and which creates small law and order problems for India in terms of drug trafficking. Clear? See, you won't have a problem. You have a problem is not the point here. The point here is we as a nation, if you see, we are a collectivist society. Getting the point here. Now, again, cross-connecting it with society now. Why is it that India is the country where after an exam, people commit suicide? Let it be 10th, let it be 12th, let it be NEET, let it be IIT, UPSC, CLAT, CAT. Take any exam, name any exam out there. You will find after the results are out, there will be minimum 1 suicide in the country. Why? 4 log kya kahenge? That is the point. You go to USA or Europe, hey man, what happened to your exam, man? Tough luck, dude. I couldn't crack it this time. Oh, that's bad. Hey, chill, man. You can always do it next year. Yeah, come, let's go have a beer. That's it. Or you go tell your parents, mom, I couldn't crack it. Oh, my poor child, come here. Oh, it's all right. Why are you worried? Come, let's go out. Let's call your father and have a chat. Come, let's sit down. Are you all right, my child? Shall I fix a cup of tea for you? This is the reaction there. Try telling it your home. Last year when the prelims was out, prelims was over, there were multiple students who had contacted me where they were telling that, sir, I don't know how to present this matter at home. I was like, what matter? Sir, I won't clear prelims. I was like, just go tell them na. No, sir, I'm too scared to do it. Look at the scenarios here. Because a child's failure is seen by the parents as their failure. And Indian parents, let me tell you, they don't know how to deal with failure. That is the reality. Indian parents don't know that. We will deal with it. We will be like, okay, once more, we will have to go and do it. We will be still fine. But after you go and tell it to your parents will actually start behaving. That is especially for boys, especially. Girls, I am not telling that it is easy for you. Your wedding will get fixed. Which again, I'm not telling it is easy. But for boys, especially when I have went and said this, the reaction what I have got, I almost used to feel, my parents' reaction used to be something like, maybe I have become pregnant before marriage. Yeah, I have become pregnant. I used to get that same vibes, that what you used to see in the movies, oh my God, my girl is spoiled, some guy spoiled my daughter. Like that level reaction or drama you will get. It is the fear of the drama that people commit suicide in our country. They are ready to deal with the failure, but they are not ready to deal with the drama there. Got the point? That is what happens in our country. I absolutely agree with you, Shweta. Got the picture here? So it is never going to be easy. Coming back now. In early 2026, US conducted an airborne military operation in Venezuela. Operation involved detention and transfer of Venezuelan head of state and spouse to US. The action was justified on national security grounds. The operation was described as an updated application of the Monroe Doctrine. Global protests were very, very limited. Got the point here? Now, this event, as well as with Operation Sindoor that had taken place, one thing is pretty much becoming very, very clear these days. That is, for local level aggressions which are very limited to at a local level, where multiple players are not involved, where it's like a standalone event, you don't expect any international pressure then. In the case of Gaza, that is Israel, Palestine, etc., the problem is surrounding it. You have Iran, Qatar, Saudi, UAE, Muscat, Oman, Egypt, everybody, that entire area which is there with oil, everybody wants. So their international pressure attention is very, very high. Got the point here? Russia, Ukraine, yes, because if Russia takes over Ukraine, entire Europe will be swallowed by Russia, is what the narrative is. So that also matters. But local level disputes, to what extent it will actually trigger a global world war, from these two incidents I will tell you, it is not going to trigger. Even if tomorrow China takes over Taiwan, I am expecting zero repercussion. Zero repercussion is going to happen. Clear here? Moving on, Greenland, historical background and renewed claims. In 1946, US offered Denmark 100 million United States dollars, US dollars, in gold to purchase Greenland. Denmark rejected the offer. Greenland is an autonomous Arctic territory administered by Denmark. Autonomous means they largely follow their own customs and traditions. But when it comes to security, providing them with a structure, etc., Denmark gives them the help. Greenland is covered by NATO security obligations through Denmark. US strategic documents reference Greenland as a security interest. US renewed efforts to acquire Greenland, citing national security. That means Denmark comes under NATO. Greenland comes under Denmark. So ideally, USA is supposed to be protecting Greenland, not attacking it. If India capture Bangladesh, then India capturing Bangladesh will unnecessarily create trouble only for India. What will we do by capturing it? Ulta, what India should do is cut off a portion of Bangladesh and push these buggers a little more further, so that we can expand the northeast and increase the security strategy there. That we can do. Clear? Because there is nothing that Bangladesh has to offer which the world needs. That is the point. Clear? Nothing is forever. Everything is temporary. Greenland, tariffs, coercion and retaliation. US threatened a 10% tariff on 8 European countries opposing the Greenland proposal. So this is a basic brief structure. Greenland, the world's largest island, is an autonomous territory of Denmark. It spans an area roughly 3 times the size of US state of Texas and has a population of 56,000, primarily Greenlandic Inuit. A calm and a very peaceful country, to be very, very honest. I think one movie was there which had actually shot over there. Pristine locations. And to the point where, so for example, in my own community, cycles are stolen. Kids' cycles are stolen. Any cycle you leave outside for too long, it gets stolen. In Greenland, etc., the thing is, kids will ride their cycle, and if they find something very interesting, they'll just leave the cycle. They will go behind it. Then they'll go home. Next day, you come back to that same point there, that cycle will be still lying there. Nobody is going to touch it. Nobody is going to take it away. So it's a very calm, beautiful place, very good people, calm people it is. Getting the point here. Why not China restrict Donald Trump's activities? Why should China do it? See, we should learn from China. Interfere only where it is necessary. Why should unnecessarily China interfere? And China has its eyes on Taiwan. If US and every other country starts focusing on, oh my God, Greenland, China will simply go and grab Taiwan and say, I took away Taiwan. Now Taiwan is with me. China wants Taiwan. As far as I know the reason for it now. Taiwan is the only other player out there in the eastern side which is capable of actually providing semiconductor chips and technology again. You take out that, game over. And automatically now it will automatically make Japan also very, very wary, scared of China. Once Taiwan goes out, it will put a huge psychological pressure on Japanese people and the Japanese administration there. That is what will happen. What is Greenland offering to the world that may hamper international relations? As in Jayanta Kumar. Greenland offering to the world. Greenland has got nothing to offer here. Greenland has nothing to offer other than the fact that yes, it is rich in %80 are covered by ice caps and glaciers. All right. So any extraction or whatever you want to do, it would only mean what? Melting of ice and glaciers. If you remember a few months back, this idiot again, Mr. Trump, he was telling that climate change is a farce. Climate change is the biggest scam. Global warming is the biggest scam. If global warming is true, how is that we are feeling more cold? Why is that we are feeling more cold then? If global warming is happening, we shouldn't be feeling cold anymore. We should be feeling hot. Idiot doesn't know the fact that global warming does not mean that the entire world is sitting inside a pressure cooker or in a frying pan. What it means is the average global temperature is on the rise, as a result of which climatology is changing. So why did he say that? Why did he actually pull off from all the famous agreements? Because his ultimate goal is this. He is ready to melt any amount of ice caps, any amount of glaciers to grab rare earth elements. That's the logic. Pressure on Japan means if I have taken over Taiwan, I can put pressure on Japan now. You better listen to me. If I can grab this, I can grab you also. That is the same. That is a funda there. He is big time fan of islands. True. One by one. See, Aadharsh, we don't have a direct threat from Bangladesh as of now. So it is not necessary that India should actually use a hammer. See, there is a thing, a famous Malayalam movie dialogue again. Every enemy deserves a way of elimination. That is, you cannot use an AK-47 rifle on a rat. Correct. The lice that is there on the head, you crush it between the nails. You don't take a hammer and try to hit it. That you won't do. So for Bangladesh, it is like in test doses only we need to play with them. Test doses. We need not go do the full attack on them. Because as it is, they are surrounded by us. They are completely surrounded by us. So we can play with them before we crush them. See, USA not interested in Taiwan means USA was showing interest in Taiwan. I'm not telling USA does not have an interest. But the fact of the matter is USA does not have anything major to lose if Taiwan goes out of their hand. There's the same logic. Just because Venezuela is taken over by USA, it is not that China will lose sleep. That is the point here. Clear? Moving further forward. The countries were Denmark, Norway, Sweden, UK, France, Germany, Netherlands and Finland. Please mark these countries. I just finished explaining it. Sheikh Munira Banu. The reason was rare earth elements, or reason is rare earth elements. Nothing else other than that. ICC, that is the point. We are taking pride in, yes, we banned Bangladesh from Cricket World Cup. So what? So what? How does that even matter? See, you banning a country from Cricket World Cup is not going to affect them even by an iota, even by an inch. You should hit them where it hurts. Pet par laat marna hai. On the stomach, poverty, hunger. That is the way you change the administration. You keep a people hungry. You keep a people denied of opportunities. That is where what will happen? You can create trouble in a country. What is it? You basically telling them, okay, don't come, and it is almost like gully cricket is going on. You tell one fellow, hello, you don't play with us. We have done that when we were young. You call too much of bad words. I told my mummy also, you don't come and play with us. We all decided, you don't play. What has happened? Did that person change? Absolutely not. Getting the point here. So all these are just cosmetic measures where we take pride in, we told in Bangladesh and Pakistan not to come in IPL, not to play in. Are you serious? Is this the way we are going to deal with diplomatic relations or international relations? Denying people not to play cricket, don't act in my movies, don't sing in my movies. How is it even going to affect, even going to create an impact or pressure on the politicians sitting in Bangladesh? Got the point? It is only going to earn us some brownie points here. Fake patriotism. In Bangladesh also, what is happening right now? Their social media is also very active. See, we are able to bring down the mighty, BCCI, and we were never we bent in front of them. Now that is being hailed as a big victory there, a moral victory there. What good did it do for us? Nothing. Got the point here? Tariff was proposed to rise to 25% by June 1 if no agreement was reached. The European Union considered retaliatory tariffs worth 93 billion euros. Interestingly enough, UK is not actually a part of European Union. UK is not a part of European Union. Okay, I'll come to that nonsense now. Yet, now everybody are united against Trump. Everybody are united. And what did they do? They decided basically, let us do one thing. Let us impose a retaliatory tariff. If this fellow raises it, we will also bring it to 93 billion euros. How much damage we are having? That much of damage we will inflict on USA. European Union considered deploying, and this comes under what? This comes under the anti-coercion instrument. What is this anti-coercion instrument? Anti-coercion instrument simply means you cannot force me to do something by using tariff. Got the point? You cannot force me to do something by telling that I will impose tariff on you. So for that, what I will do, if you put tariff on me and I am going to face 100 rupees loss, I will put 100 rupees tariff on you in return, in retaliation. So how much our tariff you place, what is my loss, I will check. That much amount I will place as tariff on you back. So basically Trump cooled a little, because now he has decided he will not go for this full-fledged tariff war with European Union. He decided he won't go for it. Many people think it is because of this counter tariff threat what European Union said. No. There is another big Brahmastra, Vajrastra, whatever astra you want to call it, the mother of all weapons that is there with European Union as well as with China. What is that? US bonds. USA as a country, if you see, it is in huge debt. To what level? Approximately, not 40, a little less than that. $40 trillion in debt. In other words, their expenditure is much higher than their income. Obviously, right, sending your troops to foreign countries, paying for your soldiers, paying for the weapons, that is expense. On top of it, you're not having any manufacturing as such inside your country. You are an import surplus nation. You import more than what you export. So obviously your expenditure is going to be high. So how have they been able to manage the economy then? They keep issuing US bonds. This is sold. That is Trump, by the way. Bonds are issued, and these bonds are actually bought by European Union, China, India, plus other countries. Why? Because US bonds are a good investment option. It will give you return. It will give you return. Every month you will get payment in dollars. So, bonds are bought by these countries, and they give them what? To USA? Dollars. These dollars are used to fund the expenditure. That expenditure. This is how the economy works. Got the point? MAGA, not MAGA. I'll rather write his original name. All right. This is how the economy runs in USA. Whenever I'm in need of money, I will just give these bonds. We'll come to that. They'll issue these bonds. These countries will make the payment in dollar. That dollars will go into the economy. So who is owning these? European Union is having it. China is having it. Got the point? Now, I'm having the bonds. Let us say these bonds worth $20 trillion. Just 20 trillion. European Union and China, they decide to dump it. What is dumping? Dumping means I'm purposefully throwing it. Arey, who wants this? You want US bond? Just give me $2, enough. Imagine 20 trillion worth dollar is sold for maybe $200,000. 200,000 it is sold. What will happen to the dollar value now? What was worth 20 trillion, now suddenly it is only 200,000. What will happen to dollar value? Constant revision, Samir. No, Jayashri, because the fact of the matter is people trust the dollar more. When it comes to an investment option, people trust the dollar more. If you ask me in India, right now, if I ask you, if I give you 1,000 rupees, or if I offer you $1,000, $100, 1,000 rupees, which one will you take? You will obviously go for $100. Correct? Because dollars, we know tomorrow it will appreciate. Exactly. Muttumageshwaran, Adarsh, Bhumi, Sangatam, Sangamitran, Tamil Sangamitran. Oh my lord, what a name. Praveen B. Pillai, Ankita Gumari, Gauri, Archana, Joya, Suman, Rakshita, Gunjan. Very good. Dollar will drop down, will go crashing. That means whoever has invested gone. Your money is gone. Not recession, not depression. It will be the mother of crashes. Mother of crashes. Got the logic here? There is one more reason why people are increasingly switching to investments in gold. Got the point? Not trusting the dollar at all. This is another reason why they are actually even exploring alternate currencies. Especially in this regard is the Chinese yuan or renminbi. Masala bond is different. Masala bond is exclusively Indian bond issued in the rupee denomination. This is US treasury bonds issued in dollar. Lightning Faro Gaming 7277. Can you repeat about the topic? My dear brother, 1 hour 44 minutes. Again, I cannot go back. Please rewind and watch again. That is what I would tell you. Because this is not a one-to-one class. There are many students, online, offline, everything. Shweta, that is what I told you. The point here is that the trust on the US dollar. That is the main reason. So when you trust a currency a lot, what happens? Investments people will make in it. That is the reason why this dollar demand has always remained very high. Got the logic here? It is only in this last few years that this change has started. And that is also the reason why people are switching towards other alternatives, which is again angering the pedophile of USA. Got the point here? Because he is like, how can they switch to other currencies? Because even if you switch to other currencies, again what will happen? Demand for this treasury bonds will come down. Automatically the next question, then how will US run the country? How will USA run it? This is in fact the other reason why USA is pulling off from all the international agreements and treaties. Because USA is like, why should I spend so much of money like this when I'm not having the money? Because see, it is a cycle. So back then in the good old times, gold was a standard for international payments and settlements. Then it was pound. Then it became dollar. So like that, it will move on to the next currency now. So USA is also aware. So USA is also trying to cut down on what? Cut down on their expenditures. But they cannot tell it openly. So indirectly what Trump is also trying to reduce the exposure. Exposure of US dollar unnecessarily to all other fields. Getting the point here? Possibility is there. Sorry, brother. We are living in a democracy. EU is the largest trade partner of the USA. US is the largest export destination of European Union. I told you, US is the biggest market for almost all the major countries of the world. China is the largest source of EU import. So that is the beauty here. So look at it. You have USA. USA issues treasury bonds. Purchased by EU, China, India. Okay. What do? They give the much needed dollars to USA. What does USA do with that dollar? That dollars are paid back to these countries. How? Export payments. Got the point here? This is the cycle. Uninterrupted. But if Sara had par kar di, if all the limits are crossed, even if a 10% or 20% dumping of US Treasury bonds will actually lead to what? Will actually lead to a crash in the dollar. Slight dip is good for India, because if dollar depreciates, as I've told it many a times, Indian currency will slowly start rising up. It is good for us. Got the point here? Why world can't make a currency? To all ROM World Organization. Because every country should agree to it. Number one, a country's economic policy has got everything to do with the politics of the country. And the politics in each country is different. So it is very difficult for all the countries to come together and agree on an international currency. It's very, very difficult. World power, see, that is a moniker which USA had gained through the 90s. And that is why it has come up. See, they tell dumping has not happened, but some sources, what I referred in the medias, etc., there is a slight dumping has happened apparently, which was the major reason why Trump decided to push back. In fact, the funny part, you won't believe, China actually owns, in terms, through these bonds, China actually owns got the point here. Oh. You were there last week also, right? You think you will throw religion at me and... Arey. This is exactly, Dhruv, you are everything that this country is wrong with. You are the personification of that. Yeah. China is the largest source of EU imports. So from China is where they are buying stuff from largely. No surprises there. If you actually look at it, this is all the more reason why now EU will get close to China. EU is already getting close to India. China and India are also getting close with each other. They are like, border we will decide later. Right now, let us deal with this pedo. Europe accounts for more than 50% of FDI into the USA. Europe is the largest recipient of US FDI. This is the point. So what? So both are mutually important for each other. So the idea here is, you must understand, if Europe decides to punish, European Union decides to punish USA, or USA decides to punish European Union, both of them will get affected. Both of them will easily get affected by it. It is not that Europe will become easy to live or USA will suffer. The suffering will be mutual. Clear? Why is India weak? India's currency weak in Asia? Because it's again the same thing. What is it? Our exports are less, our imports are more. That is the same reason. Public opinion on Greenland. 85% of Greenlanders oppose leaving the Danish kingdom to join the United States. Already local level opposition is there. 85%. So even though it is a small population, just because you think it is a small region, I will go and attack it. The point here is you don't have the local people support means you are going to see at what? US losses here. Then 54% of US citizens oppose the United States taking over Greenland. Within your own country, you don't have support. Got the picture here? Clear? Sunita ji, what do you want? What bath you want to do now? See, understand people. Please be mature enough. I have students who are going to give their exam 2026 this year. My concern is only for them. सर आप हमसे नाराज क्यों हो? आप मेरे कमेंट क्यों नहीं पढ़ रहे हो? यार right, as if I have only that job here. Little, not every day. Little brains you please use. Like why is this class being conducted? What is the purpose behind it? Little. ज़्यादा दिमाग मत चला. थोड़ा तो इस्तेमाल कर. North Atlantic Treaty Organization and Alliance Stress. Any questions here till now? Jayashri, are we actually talking about it? Are we actually talking? Is that a mudda in our country for politics during during election time? Is it a mudda? We want R&D, we want manufacturing, we want industries. It is not even a concern. Political campaigning, if you actually see, it is all about who can give a better freebie. Who will give a better freebie? That is always the concern. All right. The United States is a founding member of NATO. United States is obligated to protect Greenland under alliance commitments. That is the first and foremost thing. So this is like, basically shooting at your own leg. As per NATO alliance treaties points, they are basically supposed to be protecting Greenland. How we can improve the export and import of India? Well, we have to focus on manufacturing. We have to focus on research and development. We should have better technology. All of that. We are not even able to control the pollution in Delhi. With all these years, pollution of Delhi, it is not something which started today. It is there since the 90s. And even now, we are not even having the data to pinpoint and say, these are the major areas where pollution is happening. These are the major contributors to pollution. We don't even have the data for it. Data itself we don't have. Whoever ruled, be it Congress, be it Aam Aadmi Party, whoever it is, ground level data collect करने में आपको किसकी मदद चाहिए? I'm very sorry. To collect ground level data, what is stopping you? You could have kept researchers, you could have hired college professors, you could have hired a team, you should have paid the money and told them, I want a report on this at the earliest. Or at least you could have collaborated with Niti Aayog. You have created a think tank. What are they sitting and thinking? Sitting in Delhi, they are not able to find out this. And then you are expecting exports to increase. Chal, don't joke. United States provides the majority of missile defense capability. The Supreme Allied Commander, Europe, position is traditionally held by a US officer. That is the next comedy part. Already in Europe, multiple places, US military bases are there. Even in Greenland, there is a US base. Military base is there. So for them to attack Greenland, it will only take a fraction of a second. Once the orders comes from the commander, that is the president himself, the current pedo, automatically what will happen? Attack will ensure. Clear? It is nothing to do with America First Treaty. It is all to do with what is happening currently. Because this EU free trade agreement, this has been in discussion for a very long time. We will see that in a while. Claims over Greenland unsettled alliance cohesion and raised Article 5 credibility concerns. So, this entire claim over the whole thing has actually started questioning even the credibility of NATO. And thanks to Mr. Trump, NATO itself is looking like what? It is going to get dissolved. Clear? We will have to see. See, will that happen? See, the other thing that I want to tell you, all of you, is wait. Wait till something concrete happens. Current affairs, when you're reading it from the newspaper, it doesn't mean that every day, every minute, pin to pin update you need to have. It is not at all necessary. What will you gain by doing it? ultimately in GS, that is in GS paper 2 or GS paper 3, you may get 1 or 2 questions. Maximum worth 15 marks, 10 marks, or 15 marks, 30 marks. Not beyond that. Not beyond that, you are not going to get on updated latest current affairs. That is never going to happen. Max to max. So you must always look into the return on investment. When you are ready to invest on a topic, you should actually see, okay, to what extent you are going to get a question on this. Then it makes sense. I have been teaching this topic now separately, but finally I thought, okay, it is time now that I collate it entirely and present it to you, so that we have the whole picture in front of us. Okay, what is happening in the West? What is happening in Europe, in Russia, Ukraine? What is happening in the Middle East? What is happening in China, Taiwan? So the entire picture once we have, okay, now let us sit and wait. Let something concrete happen. Because unfortunately, be it international relations or polity, these are topics, or politics basically, Indian politics also, these are basically where high level of drama occurs. And we as Indians, we love a good drama. But a good civil service aspirant will stay away from the drama. Read the paper and wait. Wait till something concrete happens. Clear? Nothing will happen. Sanju Lambert. North Atlantic Treaty Organization is not at all secure. What is going to happen? See, Warsaw is no more active. Warsaw became obsolete the moment USSR got disintegrated. USSR went away from the picture. Warsaw went away from the picture. NATO is just nothing but a joke. If NATO disintegrates completely, the only impact it is going to create is in Ukraine-Russian war. Because the war exactly started why? Because Ukraine wanted to join NATO. But the moment NATO says NATO itself is not there as an organization, then what are we fighting for basically? That will be the $1 million question. And automatically then there is a higher chance that Ukraine will decide for a truce what Putin will say. Because Ukraine will know that Ukraine goes to America, oh, please help me. Yeah, Ukraine goes to Europe, please help me. They'll be like, hello, we are busy with other stuff here. You deal it by yourself. We are not bothered with Russia. We have a bigger idiot sitting to our west. That is the pedophile Trump. Only here the impact is going to be there. Got the picture here? Clear? 1 year. Taking it further forward. US and NATO presence in Europe. US contributes at least 15% of NATO's common budget. US contributes approximately 2/3 of total NATO military spending. US operates at least 37 military bases in Europe. Approximately 80,000 US troops are already stationed in Europe. Got the point here? Any doubts? How can I make best use of this series for ND or CDS? Attend the class. That's it. There is no best, no worst and all. Just attend the class. Greenland is strategically located between North America and the Arctic. Greenland is critical for early warning missile detection. Now, as whatever it is from west or east, anything targeting Europe comes, or anything targeting USA comes, it has to cross through Greenland region, which will pick up the missile signature. Greenland is important for Arctic maritime monitoring. Greenland possesses significant untapped rare earth mineral resources. United States maintains a military base at Pitufik. That's not the way to pronounce it. Greenland language is totally different. So their names are also pretty difficult to pronounce. But for Desi version, Pitufik is enough. So remember this name because it can come as a map-based question in UPSC. Clear? India should maintain neutrality only. India shouldn't unnecessarily interfere in anything where there is nothing. Indian stakes are not involved. Indian stakes are not involved. India, instead, what India can do is India can extend its support to Denmark. So that is where the India-European Union trade deal comes into picture, because India will be also like, okay, we are ready to support you, but you never supported us whenever we had issues with Pakistan. You never supported us. Ulta, you are supporting Pakistan there, a terrorist state. So you also need to behave. What do you have to offer for us if we are going to offer a support? Give and take. That is where this deal becomes important. That is why there is a sudden change in the whole attitude of European Union. Because this new trade deal that they are calling the mother of the deals, etc., this is not something new. This has been in discussion since a very, very long time. Suddenly they have accelerated the gears. They have all put it in top gear and like, let us come to a grand conclusion as early as possible. Because European Union wants a new market. India also needs a new market, because USA, they cannot trust it completely. Without even the help of, even before signing this so-called trade deal, India has already managed to increase its exports. That is the best part. Indian exports have managed to increase in November in spite of the tariffs placed by USA. Got the picture here? So whoever is sitting and blaming Prime Minister Modi, weak Prime Minister, etc., they are not speaking on the basis of data. In spite of the US punishment, Indian exports have not suffered. Indian exports have improved. So automatically, some of you at least must be thinking, if that is the case, then why is it that rupee has not appreciated? Rupee value has not gone up. Well, like I have told you, the answer lies here. Gold, silver imports. People are actually not spending money. People are actually buying gold and stocking it. They are paying back all their loans. So we are not actually buying much these days. That is one more reason why FIIs are going out and FDI is also reducing. Because generally in an economy, when you know that demand is shrinking, nobody will invest there. That is the reason. Got the point here? Are there any series or videos where sir is only covering geopolitics? No, brother. There is nothing like that. Europe, Ukraine and security dependence. Europe dependence on United States security guarantees increased after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Again, the Russian fear always. Oh my God, Russia is attacking Ukraine. What if something happens to us? US, please help us. This was the logic. And because India was close with Russia, automatically EU, European Union, developed an animosity towards India. La 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 la. La 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 la. Oops. La 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 la. Got the point here? This is the logic. So that is the reason why EU was always showing negativity. Little did they know that Trump will pull off his Greenland Walla stunt. Now what has happened? Now it is like अभी ना जाओ छोड़कर के दिल अभी बरा नहीं अभी ना जाओ छोड़कर. Got the point here? Arun, by the way, it is not La 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 Land. It is a very old Kishore Kumar song. चेहरा है या चांद खिला है. That song. Clear? This is the point here. Clear with this, people? European countries pledged increased defense spending. Again, because of this new scenario now. Building independent European military capacity will take several years. Obviously, Because till now they were dependent on whom? They were dependent on USA. And suddenly they realized, hey, Bhagavan, what are we going to do? So I cannot take weapons anymore from whom? From the pedo. I cannot take pedos weapons anymore. And who is actually now currently leading in terms of affordable weapons in the world, exporting indigenously manufactured weapons, who has already has ties with France, who has already got ties with Israel, who has already got ties even with obviously USA also, Russia also, that is India. So European Union badly needs weapons now which are not made in USA, but again which is reliable. Directly they don't want to take it from Russia. Directly they will not buy it from Russia. But if there is a Russian weapon handed over to India with technology transfer, well, it's an Indian weapon now. I will buy it from India. Got the point here? Aha. Oh. Day, Adarsh, Krishnika, focus on the subject. Filling the blanks for the song's lyrics. That even I know. Any doubts here? Any doubts? The conflict in Ukraine remains stalemated. Stalemate means nobody is winning. Neither Russia nor Ukraine. And right now, nobody cares also. Everybody is behind what is the next thing that Europe will do. Trump will do. All right. Escalation risk persists. West Asia and South Asia security. Large-scale hostilities in West Asia temporarily subsided. Gaza remains, however, volatile. Iran experienced widespread internal unrest. Iran described facing economic, psychological, military and terrorism-related pressures simultaneously. So in Gaza and other areas, what is happening? Again, there also issues are still troubling, but nobody cares for it anymore. Because the real drama is happening where? In the West for the first time. To be very honest, I am happy. Because always, like to quote our foreign minister, Europe should stop behaving as if the world's problems are not Europe's problems, but Europe's problems are the world's problems. When literally trouble came knocking to their door, that is when they are like, now they want to engage with all the other countries of the world. Got the point here? Indian Prime Minister going to other countries the whole year. What is the point of all this? Because he's single, right? So that is why. He's single. He wants to visit other countries, see their culture, take their awards, eat their food, then come back. That is what my mom told me once. He's single. Maybe he wants to travel all over the world and see things, enjoy he wants to do. I didn't know what to tell. I was like, yaar, see, all that travel, whatever the Prime Minister did, that is the reason why today India is a country everybody want to do trade deals with. European Union said this. If the Prime Minister would have said this in the Parliament or even during the Republic Day speech, then everybody would have said, "Arey, he's simply telling some nonsense." You should have seen. Did you see the body language of the woman, the European Commission President's body language? How she was talking. Got the point here. She was talking very, very happily. This is the mother of all deals. Very happily. It was almost like finally we have something. Forget that pedophile. We have something reliable here. That is the logic. Single mingle with Italy Prime Minister. Oh my God. Melanie. Western countries warned of additional, but all said and done, they are a wonderful pair, Melanie. Clear? That is the point. Iran described, okay, that is done. Western countries warned of additional sanctions on Iran. For Iran, it is like, yeah, big news. I don't care anymore. It is almost like, maro, mujhe maro, aur maro. Kitne aur maroge? Maro. Hit me. How much ever you want to hit me. More sanctions you will place. Wonderful. I don't give a damn. Do whatever you want. As it is today, $7 is the monthly amount that Iran is giving to each Iranian citizen to buy essentials. What essentials? Little rice, some dal. That's it. Other than that, they cannot buy anything. Got the point here? So that is the point. Renewed Iran-Israel-United States conflict remains possible. That is nothing new. That is age-old story. It was there before we were born. It will continue even after we are there. Afghanistan faces renewed military activity. Nothing new. Militant activity along the Afghanistan-Pakistan border increased. One wonderful thing is Afghan people hates Pakistan. That is there. That is also happening. Political instability persists in Pakistan. Again, nothing new. I mean, a defense minister going and inaugurating a fake Pizza Hut. How much more can you fall? And the unfortunate scenario, see, him inaugurating a fake Pizza Hut, this is not the problem here. The problem is that idiots in our country still believe this so-called defense minister of Pakistan, who keeps claiming that 5 Rafales they brought down, 10 Rafales they brought down. When you ask him for the evidence, what does he say? Oh, it is all over there in the social media. Are you serious, brother? I mean, obviously, you are never serious. None of you, the entire lot in Pakistan. My only prayer is that Kapil Sharma should not come on the road because of these jokers. The military increased influence over civilian governance in Pakistan. Surprise, surprise. We are very shocked to hear it. Not a single elected government in Pakistan has ever completed 5 years. Because of this military control. It has happened once again. What is the whole point? US expanded military cooperation with Pakistan. That is only to irritate India. That's it. Nothing else. And how has India retaliated? Ye dosti दुश्मन न करे दोस्त ने वो काम किया है. The new unholy alliance with Russia, India and China all coming together. That is what we have done now. We are like, oh, you will side with Pakistan. I have better players than Pakistan. USA also knows it very well. From Pakistan, they don't have anything to get because that beggar will come. Come, give me something, give me something. On humanitarian basis, you should give me money. I will not pay this money back to you. That beggar will go. But these two players, very strong players. This is what is happening. Clear? Obviously, democratic uncertainty continues in Bangladesh, which is again good news for us. Only bad news is these idiots will still try to come into our country. Not refugees. That is not the right word. Illegal immigrants, infiltration, those things. Clear? Why USA think it is so important for India? Trade is the reason. I told you, USA is our largest export market. First major market for us is USA. Second is Europe. But since November, we have changed our gears. Thanks to USA, we have signed new free trade agreements with multiple countries. Many of them have already started working. With UK, etc., to see the ground level change, it will take at least 4-5 years. Clear? Correct? Bangladesh, Pakistan, etc., how are they thriving with crippled economy? See, they are thriving with bare minimum. See, that is the point here. This is a basic human psychology. So if I have only been eating rice and dal all throughout my life, I have never tasted chicken, I have never tasted paneer, none of this I have tasted. I don't know the taste. So what will I feel? Rice and dal is only great, the greatest food on planet Earth. But if one day you give me chicken or paneer, then you stop giving it to me. Now what will happen? Now I will say, ye kya zindagi hai? What life is this? Where is the chicken? Where is the paneer? I will demand. This is exactly what is happening in these two countries. They only want the bare minimum. That is the thing. And they survive there by stealing, robbing, doing all that. That is how they survive there. Getting the point here. China-Taiwan military tensions. People's Liberation Army conducted exercises around Taiwan from December 29 to December 30, 2025. Nobody bothered. In and around Taiwan this was. Drill was codenamed Justice Mission 2025. It was the second major drill of 2025. Exercise aimed to safeguard sovereignty and deter separatism and foreign interference. Safeguard sovereignty. Sovereignty means China's claim over Taiwan. Deter separatism. That Taiwan's policies or Taiwan's foreign relations, these are not separate from Chinese. You are mine. Tum mere ho. Idhar aa. That sort of logic. Got the point here. Religion. Religion is the only common denominator there. Operations focused on blockade, combat readiness, and three-dimensional deterrence using land, sea, and air forces. On day 1, 130 air sorties were conducted. Air sorties means with the fighter aircraft, fighter planes, air force. You will do these maneuvers in sky. 90 sorties crossed Taiwan Strait Central Line. This is the Taiwan Strait Central Line. 90 sorties crossed means you have literally entered into what? Taiwan's airspace. Got the point here. PLA Justice Mission 2025 military drills. Total of 27 rockets were launched from Pingtan. Names again, people, very, very important. Pingtan and Shishi. In the Fujian province towards waters north and southwest of Taiwan, and several vessels were deployed. 2 PLA amphibious assault units. Over here. As you can clearly see these. Wait a minute. Yeah. This dotted line connects all the vessels and the rockets. This red line, if you really see, that is the zone of Taiwan. So some you can see it has come really, really close. Ideally, they are supposed to be standing here only, within this room, inside this. Wait a minute, I'll draw the line properly. So this is your Taiwan straight median line or middle line. Got the point here. Crossing this, these people have sat, and they have launched it from an Shishi, Pingtan. The impact zones over here. This. They ensure that whatever missiles or rockets that they launch, 17 over the northern part or the eastern part, and the southwestern part, 10 rockets, 17 rockets, threatening them. Correct? Democratic uncertainty means you don't have any clue about the political scenario, whether elections will be conducted, who will become the next prime minister or president. Correct, Dharani? Changes, geopolitics only can be triggered in power. Only can be triggered by true patriotism in particular country's citizens. As in, I didn't understand that. So that such country might get a stand in power among blocks of different countries. Nah. See, you need to get a stand or you need to find a purpose with blocks. Major blocks means I should have something to get from you. I need something from you. So if India needs European Union's market, what does India need in return? India wants Europe investments to come inside India. FDI, FII investments to come inside India. India wants Europe to purchase weapons from India. I should have something to give. They should have something to take. Or they should also have something to give. So it's a give and take line. Where I have something to gain, they also have something to gain. Only then we will end up in it. It has nothing to do with people's patriotism and all. Foreign relations, geopolitics is strictly about mind power. What can you bring to the table? What can you take from them? What are they ready to give? What are you ready to deliver? Why is that mission for? To threaten Taiwan. What we are capable of doing. And this is also to see when this whole thing, the timing matters again. People remember this. In geopolitics, the next thing that matters is timing. Again, many years ago, when the Cold War was still going on, Russia placed a few missiles, nuclear missiles, were in Cuba. One press of the button, it will straight away go and land where? Washington DC. With America, with all their spy satellites, that satellite, CIA, FBI, everything, they were never able to track these missiles. They only knew that suddenly from Russia, suddenly from USSR, a couple of nuclear missiles have gone missing. They were not able to track it down. One fine morning they saw that, later fine, after 2 weeks or something, they saw that it is there in Cuba. Pointed exactly towards Washington DC. Pointed in the sense, I'm not telling it was pointed towards it, but one press of a button, it will land here. Literally everybody thought this was in 1962. Cuban Missile Crisis. USA was like, take this weapon away. Russians were like, no. So entire world's attention came down to this very small country because it literally looked like Third World War is going to start. At that exact same spot, got the point here? That war took place because everybody was worried about nuclear missile or a nuclear war. Nobody bothered about, okay, China attacked India. China was not a major power that time, nor was India. One communist country attacking a socialist country. Who cares? Let them fight it out. Nobody bothered. Same way. Entire focus was on what? Entire focus was on Venezuela. That, this, okay, President Trump is doing this, that, etc. China carried out a few military operations here just to check. Will anybody say anything? Will they do anything? Oh, nobody's saying anything. Okay, then one day I will take it away. That is what it is. Clear? On day 2, 10 long-range rockets landed in Taiwan's contiguous zone. China considers Taiwan a breakaway province. The drill followed a US arms sale package to Taiwan worth 11 billion United States dollars. So US sold weapons. That was what triggered it off. The package includes self-propelled howitzers, advanced rocket launchers and missiles. But anyway, understand one thing. When USA sells any weapons, they don't sell the latest weapons. They sell things which are a little older. Got the point here? Taiwan's domestic and external responses. Taiwan described the drills as provocative and coercive. Taiwan proposed a multi-layered air defense system called T-Dome. They will develop it. They are basically telling they will develop it indigenously. But the $1 million question is, if they are developing it indigenously, will they take the help of India? Or will they take the help of Russia? And will they provide the help? But as of now, Taiwan is telling, we will develop it by ourselves. Military modernization is slowed by political division. So inside Taiwan, as usual, one set of politicians are telling, why should we modernize it? There are voices again in support of China. See, another country will be able to take you. Externally, somebody can attack your house only when inside support is there. If everybody inside the family decides, I'm not going to allow anybody from outside to step inside, it's game over. You could be a very small family, you could be very small in number, but if everybody is like pumped and united, nobody can touch you. But that is not the case again here. What is the case here? The case is again, inside Taiwan itself, there are political differences. Democratic Progressive Party controls the executive yuan. The legislative yuan is led by the Kuomintang and Taiwan People's Party. That is, it's totally differentiated. Defense legislation faces opposition blockage. That is, anything in Taiwan to improve the defense allocation, they have no interest in it. The European Union expressed concern over rising cross-strait tensions. Cross-strait means Taiwan Strait. Japan stated a Taiwan conflict would threaten its survival. China demanded retraction of Japan's statement. Got the point? Japan basically said anything happens over here, even we will be threatened. Because little north of this only, Japan is there. So they are also worried. Oh my God, what will happen to me? China said, no, don't say such things and all. Retract your statement. So Japan is trying to get international attention to Taiwan issue. But Japan is really worried. If Taiwan goes, because Japan see already less population there. They hardly have a proper military also. Because obviously youngsters are very, very less. So they are really worried. If they can take away Taiwan away tomorrow, what is stopping China from taking over Japan? And China has a problem with Japan from Second World War. See, Japan now they will look goody boys and girls. All that they will do. Alright. Very respectful, very caring, blah, 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 blah. They had one of the most barbaric army on planet Earth. The Japanese army has invaded a city or has arrived at a city when they say people used to commit suicide during Second World War. Because they knew it. It is not like how British will come, Russians will come. Russians also the same, okay. Russians, Japanese. They have arrived at a city means that's it. What people used to do was they will first what they will do is with a knife or whatever is there, they will kill the women in the home. Then they will stab themselves and die. Because at least they will get a quick death. Japanese soldiers, what they used to do was they used to rape the women to the point where they will die. Got the point? 50, 60 men used to rape a single woman every day. They will die. They'll just, after the female dies, they'll just take and throw it in one dump. So and then they'll burn all the houses, everything. Like that, many Chinese towns were destroyed by Japanese through this brutal, barbaric way. So for China, it will be like, okay, पहचान लिया, स्वागत नहीं करोगे हमारा. That is what China will probably do. We don't know. Probably. That is why Japan is acting a little weird here. Japan is like, oh my God, if Taiwan goes tomorrow, I will get affected. Oh my God. That is why Japan is a little worried. Not the point here. India does not have any major stake other than that semiconductor in Taiwan. India continues importing Russian oil. US trade pressure on India continues. India rejected accusations linking into the Ukraine conflict as inaccurate and misleading. Restrictions on arms transfer to Pakistan were eased by the US. India-US cooperation expanded in select mini-lateral initiatives. What is that initiative's name that has happened very recently? Rakshas and all will be, yeah, correct. Nanking massacre. Very recently, a deal was being signed, right? Something associated with semiconductors. Multiple are there. It is not just one incident. Multiple are there. If you see, when we talk about Second World War, 1939 it started, 1945 it ended. We paint Hitler and Mussolini as the main villains because of the concentration camps. Germany talks about concentration camps, but how many of you know that Hitler was dead against raping Jewish females? In all their accounts, they will never talk about a rape of a Jewish female because he was dead against it. Aryan race should not have any sort of physical relationship with a Jew. He was very clear about it because that is saw it as, oh my God, it is impure. You will only hear concentration camps. You would have never heard of rapes. Rape, Russians, Japanese. Very good. Pax Silica. So here and there, for small deals, they are calling. And a major deal may be signed. Got the point here? I would have, but I'm already married. Yeah. What is the time now? 9:32. How much more is pending? First of all, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, this will take time. People will continue this next week. Okay. So that will be all for now. Let us put it on hold. The remaining topics are to do with India signing a trade deal with UAE. Then the regional connectivity what India is having in the Middle East. Then the Chagos Island which UK has transferred to Mauritius. Then the Board of Peace and Gaza diplomacy. Finally, BRICS structure, finance and digital currency. BRICS includes which and all countries. India, European Union strategic statement. Hopefully by next week, we will get a little more clarity on this European deal. We will update it and then we will take it up further. All right. So we have to continue from India, UAE and Gulf region. All right. Dhanashri Shinde. Leading actor I don't want. Even if I get an opportunity to become Ananya Pandey's father in any Hindi movie also, I will go. I will run like Cinderella. And I will go and I will leave this field only completely. Oh, glad to hear that, Khushi. Now you can ask general questions. We respect the PM belonging to a particular political party. Shauvik Chatterjee, it is actually supposed to be you should respect the PM or the CM irrespective of which political party they belong to. Because both have been elected by the people of the country. You have a personal grudge with the style or way of functioning, that shouldn't be a reason for disrespecting them. Go on talking. By talking. That is the only way. When you were preparing, how did you tackle distractions? I was unable to tackle distractions because I did only preparation. So that is where I later found out. Today I don't have a problem in dealing with distractions because I am busy in my life. So that is why I keep advising you. If you feel there are too many distractions, your first thing that you should ask yourself is, why am I even preparing for this exam? If you really need to prepare it, etc., still you are having these distractions, you are wasting your time, please get into a job. At least start taking tuition, sell chai, do something, earn your own money. Thank you, Adarsh. Yes, I should enjoy. Thank you, Sheikh Munira Banu. See, current affairs is always based on whatever comes in the newspaper. Having said that, CLAT or NDA or whatever you're talking about, please worry about the static portions more than these dynamic portions. Because current affairs weightage during the prelims of be it NDA, CDS, CLAT, etc. is very minuscule. You should actually focus on the static part. Thank you, Vaishnavi. BSc in Sustainable Development. It will matter, Prathamesh, from which university you are doing it. It is not about the course, but from which university. And you should also see to what extent it has a scope in terms of employment opportunities in the future. All right. First, the static portion, Gunjan, because static is what is really required for cracking the prelims. These pointers, if like I told you, this is necessary for your mains perspective. Prelims perspective, what we need is, say for example, which were the countries that opposed USA. Which are the countries that comes under BRICS? Which were the names of those places from where China launched its Justice Mission Justice against Taiwan? That's the thing.